Chapter 51, Everyone gathered. The cute little loli patted her chest and promised, "Master, I'm not afraid. Emily Ryder marry Harry Gwen, I'm sorry. Sister's journey ends here. The rest of the journey, you can only go on your own. The money is enough to support you for a while. I hope that Big Shot won't break his promise. Turtledove is not afraid of death. She has already prepared for this day. Her master is the previous ace wizard of the Dark Guild, Skull and Bones. He was a man who repented for his past mistakes. She didn't know much about the early days of the guild, but the previous guild the leader was very tolerant of them and took special care of her. After the master died of illness, the president arranged her to be the captain of the Three Crows squad. She was unwilling to accept assassination commissions. So everyone in the guild was very dissatisfied with her. After the new president took office, he had constant conflicts with her. She actually knew that this mission was a sure death. The new president's target would never be just Hudaluta's betrayal. This is the law of the dark world. Once you offend someone, you must root it out, otherwise you will be retaliated sooner or later. So, even if she killed Hudaluta's, Derrida's, there will be all kinds of conspiracies and enemies in the future, overwhelming her. She must be killed before it ends. Fight. Turtledove is not afraid. But her family is not a secret. The new president is ruthless. He once killed a member's wife to scare the monkeys. A member's wife was pregnant. He didn't want to do it anymore and wanted to quit, but the new president sent people to kill his whole family, leaving no one alive. Turtledove dare not gamble. In this situation, she can't find a way out. She has no master to protect her, and she has never had any friends. She is alone, facing the crazy revenge of the entire Dark Guild. She could die like a hero. But the other party would not give her this opportunity, and it is more likely that they would threaten her with her younger brothers and sisters. Maybe it's time. What the master said back then, now she has completely understood. She is the gentle moon and the beautiful flower. For the new love, withering is her destiny. It's not shameful to die in the hands of the fairy queen. Irakawa closed his eyes. Day. Footsteps appeared in his ears, and a familiar voice came. Why do people who don't want to fight go to the battlefield? Is it him? Irakawa opened his eyes quickly, only to see a pair of shoes that were polished to a shine. The sound of conversation came from above. Yevlet, I heard that you encountered Putin. Yes, I killed him. Yevlet replied lightly. It's been a while. Erza was very surprised. How much stronger has he become during the time he was away? It's okay, mainly because Putin was restrained by my magic. Yevlet said modestly. Do you know this woman? Erza didn't dwell on this issue. It's an acquaintance. She didn't have the will to fight, but I couldn't stop at that time. Erza explained. I understand. I'll leave her to you. I'm going to find Jellal. Erza said. Sister. Zayu said hurriedly, let me go, I'm going to ask him, who of you is telling the truth? I've already said it, Zayu. Erza said, it wasn't me who abandoned you back then, but anyway, it was Jellal who lied to you. I'll definitely ask him about this matter. I'll definitely give you an answer. Erza looked at Yevlet and said, they'll be left to you. Okay, you go first, I'll come later. Yevlet nodded. Erza turned and ran. Sister. Zayu wanted to catch up, but suddenly felt a panic in his heart. This is an indescribable emotion. This sudden panic almost swallowed him. It seemed that he would die in the next second. Zayu fell to the ground with a plop, holding his chest and gasping for breath. Fortunately this feeling came and went quickly. Wait for Erza to leave. Xiu found that he no longer had that strange symptom. He looked at Yevlet angrily and said, that was your magic just now. Yes. Don't stop me. Xiu said angrily. Little yellow hair Yevlet tilted his head slightly and said, I don't have much patience for you. Xiu wanted to attack. Enough, stop here. Suddenly someone jumped out and stopped Xiu. You are a real gentleman, sir. The person who came was a puppet face. It was Wally who kept saying that he wanted to be a gentleman. He saluted Yevlet very politely. You too, sir, my name is Yevlet. Yevlet returned the salute. My name is Wally. Meow, my name is Miria. A cat-eared girl jumped out from behind Yevlet. Yevlet. At this time, Lucy and Juvia also came. They looked at the woman lying on the ground, and Lucy asked, Who is this? Former enemy. Yevlet said, I'm going to leave for a while. You can use this time to reach a consensus. As he said that, Yevlet squatted down, picked up the dove, stepped back, and disappeared. Everyone gathered. When Natsu went to find Jellal before, he beat Wally and Milia and woke them up. In fact, it was mainly Simon's matchmaking. Wally and others trusted Simon very much, and Lucy trusted him because Erza trusted Simon. So when they met at this time, they put aside their previous conflicts. Lucy said, Shiu, you have already made up your mind. Shiu pursed his lips and said nothing. Juvia said, to be frank, you'd better not cause trouble. I understand your feelings, but that was a battle between the Holy Ten and the strongest team of fairy tale. Even the aftermath would kill people. Milia nodded, yes, meow, if you lose your life, you'll lose everything. Jellal. I've never dared to say it, but in fact, he is no different from those people back then. Simon has always believed in Erza. Wally said, I believe in Erza, and I believe in Simon even more. Wally's voice he became more serious. Back then, it was Erza who led the way, faced the danger in front of her, protected us, and overthrew the black magic cult. She must have had her own reasons, so she left us for so many years and didn't come back. Lucy nodded and said, yes, Erza is a respected and trusted companion in our fairy tale. There must be a misunderstanding. What we have to do is to trust our companions and Erza. Oh, tell me a piece of information. The Yevlet people were not there, but the voice came. The Magic Council passed the use of the super time and space destruction magic and magic spirit power to carry out a devastating blow here. Although I have notified the president in advance, I may not be able to catch up, so just in case, you'd better leave here first. Where's Natsu? Lord Gray. Lucy and Juvia became nervous. I'll go and inform them. You should leave here quickly. There's a boat outside. Don't be too nervous. The magic spirit power will be absorbed by the Paradise Tower and will not cause any harm to Natsu and the others. But we should be prepared for the worst. So you should leave here first. Yes. Wally and the others nodded. Yevlet. Lucy said solemnly, you must come back safely. Don't worry. Chapter 52, Erza, I came here for two purposes. When Lucy and the others arrived at the dock outside the Paradise Tower, there was a ship parked here. A mummy was lying in the cabin, covered with a wizard's cloak. The smell of medicine was strong. It was Turtledove. Her face was red. Seeing Lucy and the others coming, she smiled reluctantly. Boom boom boom. Inside the Paradise Tower, the sound of fighting continued. Compared to Erza, who was familiar with the place, she was the first to arrive at the top floor room where Jellal was. Jellal. Erza had a complicated expression, but after seeing the other's face, all the complicated emotions disappeared, and her eyes became firm. Jellal was once her companion. But she is more responsible for the lives of Natsu, Yevlet, Gray, and others. After a few words of conversation, Erza was disappointed. Jellal is completely different from the one he was back then. It is impossible to convince with words. The Tower of Paradise has been completed, and there are 7 minutes left before the magic spirit power falls. Jellal said proudly, Erza, you are honored, you will go to paradise with me. Then I will defeat you within 7 minutes. Erza swung the demon sword Hong Ying. The battle started. Boom boom boom. Jellal is very strong, and Erza is not weak either. The two fought evenly. Jellal, tell me, what happened in that room back then? Erza attacked while asking for the truth. When Jellal was taken away by the black magic cult for interrogation, Erza finally realized that it would be impossible for just a few people to escape. Only by overthrowing the black magic cult can we save everyone. So Erza took the lead and led everyone to overthrow the black magic cult. During the battle, she encountered the attack of the dark wizard, and an old man appeared to save her. Former fairy tale member Rob. Rob blocked the magic attack for Erza and used a huge fire magic to strangle the enemy. However, Rob was old after all, and he was tortured and used magic under various unfavorable circumstances such as exhaustion of magic power, which led to the complete exhaustion of magic power. Rob's life came to an end. Under such stimulation, Erza successfully awakened magic. After awakening magic, Erza killed everyone and arranged Simon and others to take a boat, while she killed all the way to the room where Jellal was imprisoned. But at this time, Jellal had completely changed. Jellal said, the real freedom is the world where Zeref is. I want to stay here and revive Zeref, and then he used magic to injure Erza. Finally, Jellal threatened Erza that only she could leave the island, and the rest of them had to stay. Moreover, if Erza told others or came close to this place, he would kill everyone. Let's start with Hugh. Erza was greatly psychologically stimulated after hearing this, and was attacked by Jellal again, and fainted. When she woke up, she was already on the beach. Then, she remembered the story of her grandfather Rob who saved her, with the fairy tale emblem on his back, and then joined fairy tale. This is what Erza knew. But Jellal lied to Hugh and the others. He said that Erza burned the ship and left them to run away. Everyone who couldn't leave hated Erza. But Simon firmly believed in Erza. Now, Hugh, Wally, Milia and others also believe in Erza. In addition, Yevlet is here. Erza has no worries in her heart. Although that guy is not very reliable on weekdays, he is trustworthy at critical moments. Today, she wants to know clearly. I just know the truth of the world and understand the truly great things. Jellal said with a smile. It seems that you will not tell the truth unless you defeat me. Erza said disappointedly, and then burst out with powerful magic. The two fought for several rounds. Jellal felt a huge pressure. It was very difficult to deal with Erza with half of his magic. Boom! Finally, Jellal was caught by Erza, who had more combat experience, and was knocked down with one blow. Yin! Erza slashed with a knife, and finally stopped above Jellal's nose, and the demon sword hummed. Jellal, tell me everything I want to know. Erza said coldly, what happened back then? Erza Jellal showed a sad expression on his face. You have become so powerful. It's a pity that you came too late. If you had come earlier 8 years ago, I wouldn't have. Jellal said sadly. What happened? Erza's eyes moved slightly. Jellal sighed, from that day 8 years ago, my body was no longer under my control. I was just a tool puppet to revive Zeref. In fact, I know everything. Paradise and ideal freedom do not exist. They did not exist from the beginning. But I was controlled by Zeref. These are not what I want to do. What about now? Erza asked. It's too late. Jellal said sadly, there is less than a minute left, and the magic spirit power will fall. At that time, the huge magic power will turn the Paradise Tower into a huge magic crystal. This place will become the altar for resurrecting Zeref. Ah! Erza sighed. Jellal, you are still lying now. You made up such a reason, do you think I will believe it? Jellal frowned. Iluza, at this time, what's the point of me telling lies? Iluza smiled gently, do you know the elegant magician in fairy tale? I have heard of him a little. Jellal nodded. He is a guy who is usually unreliable. He always likes to play tricks on people and make everyone angry. However, he never jokes with his life, let alone gambles with the lives of his companions. Iluza stood up and said, Jellal, take back your thoughts and release your full magic. I came here for only 2 purposes. One is to beat you up. The second is to wake you up. Jellal's face changed, and his eyes were terrible. You knew it from the beginning. Not from the beginning, but before your lie. Erza took 2 steps back and said, the magic spirit power will not be activated. Your plan failed. How can it be? Jellal just said a few words and suddenly froze in place. On the other side. The Magic Council. The whole office area was filled with the sound of notification. Magic spirit power release. 5. 4. 3. Stop, you idiots. A tall giant suddenly appeared. Pony. Senator Yajima exclaimed. Makarov. Everyone was also shocked. The person who came was the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, Makarov, one of the 10 saints. Boom. After Makarov turned into a giant, he punched the device that guided the power of the magic spirit without hesitation. Stop it! Zakrane, who was originally proud, suddenly burst into emotions and magic. He shouted wildly and turned into a beam of light and rushed over. Chapter 53, Erza, I'll leave you, stupid brothers. It's about the safety of the children, I won't hold back. Makarov punched the light, and the huge fist was not blocked. It hit the device hard against the light. Boom! The device was destroyed on the spot. The power did not decline, and this punch hit the meeting place of the council hard. Boom! Several buildings were smashed into ruins by a punch. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, so no casualties were caused. Everyone was stunned. Oh, no. Makarov shrank and scratched the back of his head pretending to be embarrassed, but he couldn't help laughing and said, "Sorry, I didn't stop. You old man must have done it on purpose." Everyone knew it in their hearts. "Makarov, we need an explanation." The counselors looked grim. "I will explain to you, but before that, you should investigate Zikrane carefully," Makarov said seriously. The magic power returned to Jellal's body. He took 2 steps back in disbelief. The device that guides the power of magic spirits was destroyed. His 8 years of expectations came to nothing. Jellal's mentality collapsed. Erza stepped forward and said, "Jellal, forgive me." Jellal roared wildly. "I didn't. No. I still have one last trick, one last trick." Jellal went completely crazy. "Everyone in the Paradise Tower. Today, I will give you the opportunity to set foot in paradise." "Jellal, what are you doing?" Seeing that Jellal seemed to be preparing a strange magic, Erza rushed to attack Jellal. But she swayed. She had been fighting for a long time, and her magic power was almost exhausted. But she couldn't let down at this time. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Jellal. "Erza, don't stop me." Jellal mercilessly threw out a very destructive magic. 7-star sword. Boom boom boom. 7 meteors hit Erza hard. Boom. Layer after layer, huge magic arrays appeared in the Tower of Paradise. Everyone felt their magic power being drained away. Jellal opened his hands and shouted, "Great Zeref, I will sacrifice this huge magic power and life to you. And this woman. I will use her body to recreate a body for you." Jellal Erza covered her chest, trembling and trying to stand up with the knife. "Don't even think about it." Suddenly a voice appeared, and at the same time a huge icicle directly pushed Jellal away. Boom! The icicle hit Jellal hard on the ceiling. The strange magic was terminated. Erza. Natsu and Gray arrived. Seeing Erza's appearance, the two were furious. "I don't care who you are." Natsu showed his sharp dragon teeth. "Erza is not like this, showing weakness." Her voice and body are trembling. "This is not how Erza should be. She should be strong and brave." "Erza. You bullied Erza. I will beat you hard, and when Erza wakes up tomorrow morning, all the nightmares will be over." 8 years of grudges. Gray stepped forward. "We will settle with you as Erza's family. Come on." Natsu and Gray roared at the same time. "Natsu." Gray Erza looked at the two of them with emotion, and suddenly felt someone around her. She turned her head and looked at Yevlet. Yevlet smiled at her gently and said, "Erza, now, leave it to us. Don't disturb the passionate boys, drive away the nightmare of my sister's past, and protect my sister's happy future." Erza's eyes shed tears, and she smiled with relief. "Stupid brothers, please." "Oh." Natsu, Gray and Yevlet answered at the same time. Boom. Gray's ice pillar shattered, and Jellal floated and slowly fell from the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent. "Even if I kill you first, it won't take much time." What greeted him was the magic of Natsu and Gray. Fire Dragon's Roar. Ice Shape Lancer. Meteor. Jellal sped up, dodged 2 spells, and instantly appeared in front of Natsu and Gray. 7-star sword. Boom boom boom. After all the attacks were launched, it was found that they only penetrated the wall. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Ice Shape Battle Axe. Damn it. Jellal dodged quickly and narrowly avoided it. Bully trickster magic. It's as scary as the rumors say. Then I'll get rid of you first. Yevlet smiled when he heard Jellal's words. Boom. Jellal's magic pierced through the phantom. My magic is actually pretty rogue. Yevlet smiled and said, as long as I don't attack, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone in this world to find me, at least Jellal, you can't. That's right. As long as he doesn't attack directly, it's hard for others to find him. Reed is a rare exception. Just like in the battle with Phantom. He was detected by Joseph because he used the pistol teal and fired magic bullets. Because the magic used magic in a way that was not the essence of fraudulent magic, it produced magic fluctuations. But now he has 2 big thugs, Natsu and Gray. It's impossible for him to fight Jellal in close combat with a knife. This is what is called. As long as he doesn't attack, he is invincible. Let's not talk about whether you win or not, anyway, you play boxing with Shadow first. Unless Jellal also has group attack and detection methods like Joseph. But it's a pity. He doesn't. Damn it. Jellal finally found the dilemma. He couldn't attack Yevlet, so he couldn't get rid of the deception magic. Unable to get rid of the deception magic, it was difficult for him to deal with Natsu and Gray. When the two attacked, even if he could sense their magic, the magic had already hit him. He couldn't even counterattack. Even dodging was difficult. Boom boom boom. Jellal had no confidence at all at this time. What he attacked was all illusion. The attacks he received were both ice and fire. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't stand such a beating. Ah! Jellal burst out with magic. It's a trick, right? Anyway, this Paradise Tower has failed. At worst, it will take another 8 years. Dark Paradise. A huge amount of magic power gathered, this is a super terrifying magic. Even the light was absorbed, Jellal held up a black hole and was about to smash it down. Suddenly, a huge amount of emotional information filled Jellal's brain. Do I really want to kill them? How can I continue to make mistakes? Bang! Yevlet held the cane with both hands and hit the ground heavily. It's over, Jellal's mind was completely taken by him. It would have taken some effort, but Jellal's mind had a huge crack because the magic spirit power failed to be successfully launched. Then I won't be polite, slurp. So Yevlet was like a king who found a crack in his egg. Ahem. Anyway, it's over. Seeing Jellal holding up the magic and standing there in a daze, he fell into a state of stiffness. Natsu and Gray seized the opportunity and directly output magic at full power. The opportunity is hard to come by, so we must attack with all our strength. This is the end of bullying Erza. Gray roared, ice-shape ice cannon. Apologize to Erza. Natsu also merged his body into the flames and jumped high. Dragon Slayer Secret Crimson Explosion Blade. Boom. 2 powerful spells knocked Jellal away, he broke through the ceiling and flew into the depths of the night sky. Before he lost consciousness, he looked down. Erza. Are these your companions? How reliable. Chapter 54, Lucy, why are Yevlet's figurines the most expensive? Gray. Natsu shouted. Gray immediately released magic, and a slanted icicle shot straight into the sky. Natsu ran up the icicle and grabbed Jellal, who was already in a deep coma. Gray breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was over, and he could finally take a break. It's over. Natsu threw Jellal to the ground and smiled cheerfully at Erza. It's over. Gray also smiled at Erza. It's over. Yevlet smiled gently. You. Erza's eyes were filled with tears, and she stretched out her hands and hugged all 3 of them. Thank you. When Yevlet and the others returned to the dock, the boat came back again. Natsu, Erza, Gray, Yevlet. Lucy waved happily. Mr. Gray. Juvia was also very excited. Sister Erza. Erza. Shiu and the others also shouted. Wait for the boat to dock. Jellal. Everyone looked at Jellal. He was carried by Simon. Simon said seriously, Jellal must be responsible for what he did. I will take him for treatment and then send him to the Magic Council for trial. No one raised any objections. What about you? Erza asked Xiangshu and the others. Sister, we want to travel and see the outside world. Xiu said seriously. Well, if you want to join the guild, come to Fairy Tale. Erza said. We will. Erza and others were chatting. Yevlet glanced at the boat, placed a fake body on the spot, and then walked away along the beach. It didn't take long. He saw a man walking very hard with a stick. The man heard the footsteps and stopped. Turtle Dove turned around and looked at Yevlet with a complicated expression. Her mood was really complicated. Originally, she was ready to die here. But she was saved by Yevlet. Now, if she wants to die, to be honest, it has faded a lot. Because she has more reasons not to die. But if she doesn't die here, the new president will definitely not let it go. She doesn't want to die, and she doesn't want her brothers and sisters to be threatened, and she doesn't want to implicate Yevlet. The new president has a strong desire for revenge and is cruel. Although Yevlet is powerful, the magician has too many tricks to trick people. So, she thought for a long time and finally came up with a solution. That is to leave, stay away from everyone. Just treat her as dead. Then, with some beautiful memories, I lived alone in a foreign land until the day I wanted to die again. Yevlet threw a card over, there was a communication crystal inside. Toriju caught it, nodded slightly to Yevlet, and said apologetically, "Thank you." After a slight pause, she said again, "I'm sorry." Yet. Yevlet's figure disappeared. Toriju sighed and turned away. Rested in the hotel for a few days. Although it didn't recover. But it's almost there. Simon took Jellal to surrender. After explaining all the misunderstandings and what happened over the years, Zio and others also said goodbye to Erza formally. Everyone stayed here for another day, and then set off to return to the guild. On the mountain road, a group of wizards of the council, escorting 2 prisoner cars, moved slowly forward. There were voices discussing in the distance. "Is it them?" I heard Jellal's voice. "Let's do it." Boom boom boom. The powerful magic suddenly attacked the team. The attack came too suddenly, and no one reacted. In a flash, some died and some were injured. Sizzle. The prisoner car was torn apart. Jellal. Hearing the sound, Jellal reluctantly opened his eyes, but because of the backlight, he didn't see the person clearly, but he already knew who it was. The brand new and majestic guild stood before his eyes. "This is the new guild," Lucy was shocked, "so beautiful." "Love." Happy replied. "It's really nice." Gray looked up and down carefully, and couldn't help but say. "Mr. Gray, clothes." Juvia reminded, the little girl blushed, but couldn't bear to look away. "Hey, where are my clothes?" Gray reacted suddenly. "Well, very good." Erza nodded with satisfaction. Natsu said nothing, hiding his mouth behind his scarf, looking unhappy. "Let's go in and take a look," Yevlet said. Everyone walked into the guild. It was very spacious inside, and the first thing that caught my eye was an open-air cafe. Now, fighting will not be confined to a small place in the future. Yevlet felt that he would become a regular here. There was also a store next to it. "Max, what are you selling?" Happy flew over, very curious. "Ah, Happy, welcome back." Max said, "Sell some clothes, cups and the like, by the way, there are also figures." Max pointed proudly at a cabinet with many figures on it, all with prices marked. "The ones with high prices are on the top." Puff. Happy laughed as soon as he saw it, "Lucy's figures are so cheap." Lucy wanted to cry but couldn't, her mood was very complicated. She is a beautiful girl after all. How come she is placed at the bottom? Why is Yefrit's figurine on the top floor? Happy was very surprised, and the price is the most expensive. Even twice the price of Erza. "Ah, that is not a figurine, it is a cursed doll, which can be used for acupuncture." Musk explained with a smile. "So scary." Lucy couldn't help but said, "But I feel it is understandable." "Love." Happy agreed. "Cursed doll, right?" No one noticed. Yevlet was in the store, he found an account book and looked through the transaction records. "Enter the guild." Wow, Lucy made a surprised sound, "It's much more spacious than before." Levy walked over with a smile, "And there is a swimming pool inside." "Great," Lucy said happily. "There is an amusement park in the basement." Levi introduced, "The biggest change is the second floor. Now anyone can go up to the second floor, but if you want to take an S-level mission, you still need an S-level wizard to accompany you." "Humph." Natsu snorted. "What's wrong, Natsu? You have been acting weird since just now." Lucy asked. "It's different from before," Natsu said dissatisfiedly. "You'll get used to it," Gray advised. "You're back." President Makarov came over. "President." Everyone looked over. Makarov smiled and waved to everyone, and said to Juvia, "Juvia, you can officially join the guild." "Great." Juvia was happy. "Congratulations, Juvia," Lucy said. "Welcome, Juvia." Levi didn't let bygones be bygones. "Thank you, everyone. I will get along well with everyone," Juvia said quickly. "Congratulations, Juvia," Gray said with a smile. "Mr. Gray." Juvia blushed and said, "I am not talented. Please give me more advice in the future." Gray thought this sentence was strange. Chapter 55, Happy, there is a relationship. There is another new member. Makarov said. It's me. A response came from the other side. Everyone turned around, except for Yevlet, who had known for a long time. Everyone's face changed. What? How could it be him? Lucy exclaimed. You guy. Natsu and Gray were in sync and took a fighting stance. A tough style, a rebellious face, and fashionably nails on his face. This person is the Iron Dragon Gajeel. President, what's going on? Erza immediately said angrily, Juvia is fine, but this guy destroyed our guild. It doesn't matter, I invited Gajeel back. Makarov said with a smile, Gajeel is actually a good child, but he was led by some adults with wrong ideas, so he did some wrong things. Since he has been released by the council, it means that he has not made too many mistakes in the past. For children who are not very bad and want to correct, don't be too harsh, give him a chance. But you can't. Lucy looked at Levi and said indignantly, he hurt Levi. I have apologized. Gajeel said with his head down. He actually felt guilty, but he was a real straight man, not like Yevlet, so a blunt apology would not have a good effect. Is this how you look like you're apologizing? Gray said angrily, didn't you see that Levi is scared? I can't stand it. Flames erupted from Natsu's body. Gajeel didn't burst out his magic power, as if he wanted to get beaten up to make up for it. Forget it, Natsu. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Erza finally said, since it's the president's decision, then trust the president. But... Natsu gritted his teeth. Gray was silent for a few seconds, and then he retracted his magic power. Forget it, Natsu, the previous grudges have already been settled. He destroyed our guild and hurt Levi, but he was seriously injured. Since the president said to give him a chance. Natsu. Hearing what Gray said, Lucy calmed down and hugged Natsu's arm. Damn it. Natsu immediately retracted the flames. Don't play tricks, otherwise, Natsu and I will not easily get away with you. Gray stared at Gajeel and threatened. Natsu. Not interested. Gajeel turned his head. Humph. Natsu snorted. Just then. The room suddenly became dark. Hey? What's wrong? Lucy was a little flustered. Click. The next second, the light in front turned on. Miraja was sitting under the spotlight. There was a stage. She sat quietly, holding a guitar. Miss Myra. Lucy was surprised. Miraja smiled at everyone, and the magic microphone flew to her mouth. She said, to celebrate Lucy's safe return, the reconstruction of the guild, and the welcome of new members, let me sing a song. Everyone was quiet. Without you by my side, stroking the desk. Miraja played the guitar, and a beautiful voice came. Everyone listened quietly. Even Natsu was lying on the table, not making any noise. Although I encountered many dangers, I finally came back. I felt completely relaxed when I heard the beautiful singing voice of Miss Myra. Lucy exhaled and lay limply on the table. Cherry-colored hair appeared in her sight. Natsu. Lucy couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently patted the bottom of the spoon. Lord Gray. Juvia carefully sat down next to Gray. Erza looked at Myra Jane with complicated eyes, and I don't know what she was thinking. Mirajana's song gradually approached the chorus. After singing the last line of lyrics, she looked at everyone and smiled slightly. This is fairy tale, welcome back to our home. Everyone smiled back, raised their glasses, and then drank them. Kana, you are not very good today. Some people teased behind him. That's not the case. Kana said unyieldingly. Then. A basin of beer was poured over the confused Yevlet. Plop. Yevlet fell asleep in 1 second. This guy Gray was speechless. Erza held her forehead. Ha ha ha, stupid Yevlet. Natsu laughed. So fast. Lucy couldn't help but say. Love. Happy responded. Oh no. Kana turned around, a little embarrassed. She had just lifted the barrel a little roughly, so some of it spilled, and Yevlet was right in front of her. The person sitting with his back to him was also unprepared. It was such a coincidence. Myra on the stage also saw this scene and shook her head with a smile. Ha ha ha, Yevlet. Everyone in the guild laughed. Mirage finished singing the whole song and put down the microphone. Next, let me sing a song. Gajeel came on stage. This guy can't have such a trick. Natsu and Gray were very shocked. I want to bring you my original song. Gajeel was dressed very showy, a white suit, a white hat and sunglasses, and deliberately suppressed his voice when speaking. Bright colors. The first line of lyrics stimulated everyone's ears. What kind of hell devil sound is this? It's like scratching a blackboard with nails. And the kind that several people sing together. It's so ugly. Get off, Gajeel. Everyone cursed. Who wants to listen to you sing? Natsu rushed to the stage and punched Gajeel away. You bastard! Gajeel also fought back, and the two started fighting. Let me do it. Gray stood on the stage. Go for it, Gray-sama. Juvia's eyes were full of stars. Bang! Suddenly a table flew out and hit Gray on the forehead, knocking him to the ground. Asshole! Gray was furious on the spot. How dare you hurt my Gray-sama? Juvia burst out her magic at full power. Boom boom boom. The guild war broke out instantly. Lucy and Happy dragged Yevlet to hide under the table, holding their heads with both hands, and said in a trembling voice, I knew it would turn out like this. Love. Happy responded. What love? Love. Lucy. Mirajana's voice came. Miss Myra. Lucy looked up and found that Myra Jane had also hidden under the table without knowing when. Leave Yevlet to me. Myra Jane smiled. Yes. Mirage tidied Yevlet's clothes and carried him on his back. Looking at this series of gentle and skillful movements, Lucy's eyes became a little strange, it seemed to be the same last time. Happy covered her mouth with her cat's paw, rolled her tongue, and made a teasing sound, there is an affair. Mirage smiled gently at Happy. Happy and Lucy shuddered at the same time and dared not say more. Mirage came out from under the table with Yevlet on her back and bypassed the battle area. Pushing open the door of the guild, the sun shone down. She squinted her eyes, the sun was a little dazzling. So she took out a card from Yevlet's pocket, flipped the card flexibly with her fingers, and a hat appeared. She covered Yevlet's head with her backhand. Good afternoon, Yevlet. Chapter 56, Bad Exchange Magic. Yevlet's Diary. On the nth day, I was probably too tired yesterday. I just arrived at the guild and fell asleep while listening to Miss Mirajana's song. Thanks to Miss Myra Jane for sending me home. She is an angel. On the nth day, I woke up with a headache, so I lay down and read novels all day. On the nth day, I was in a good mood in the morning. I went to find Natsu to fish, but he was not there. He was probably at Lucy's place. Forget it, I'd better not disturb them. Bad luck, Air Force. On the nth day, I was performing magic on the street. I saw Juvia getting a haircut and changing her hairstyle. She felt a little cuter than before. Gray actually blushed. That's right, he has always liked this type of books, there are many books under the bed. Juvia accidentally hit his cute spot. On N+4, the shop was open for half a day, but the business was so good that I had to close it while I was having lunch. I will go to the guild tomorrow to find a lighter task to take. The harvest festival is coming soon, and I will have to buy a lot of things at that time. Yevlet came to the guild. It was a rare sight to see Natsu. He was standing in front of the task board with Gray, looking at a somewhat strange commission. The reward was very high but the content of the task was not easy to understand. He took down the strange commission and put it on the table. Everyone came over curiously to take a look. Yevlet, you have rested enough too. Erza said. Yeah. Yevlet nodded, came to Erza's side, and looked at the commission on the table. I can't understand a lot of it, but I can roughly understand it here. Natsu found some words he could understand on the paper and began to read. Wujo, Dalu, Biziki. What does it mean? I don't understand it at all. Gray said. Juvia doesn't understand it either. Juvia next to Gray shook her head. It's glowing. Lucy suddenly shouted. The letter of entrustment emitted a colorful, rainbow-like light. Yevlet stepped back decisively, but felt that he had stepped on empty air and fell off the table. Wait. Table? Yevlet rubbed his head and looked at the table above. The touch of his body. Something was wrong. And this perspective. So strange. Erza. Holy light. Wait. Yevlet widened his eyes and had a bad idea in his mind. What happened? It's so cold. Gray, who was shirtless, said. Why do I feel unstable? It's like putting a backpack in front of me. Juvia looked down in confusion, and then she was stunned. It's so strange, it seems like something is going to come out. Natsu couldn't help but open his mouth before he finished speaking. Boom! A flame rushed straight towards Myra Jane. Miss Myra Jane, be careful. Everyone was shocked. Hey! Myra Jane shouted, change clothes. Isn't this Erza's magic? Everyone was confused. Boom! Natsu's flame directly enveloped Myra Jane. Stupid, Natsu, shut your mouth quickly. Juvia was anxious, put her right hand on her left palm, and released magic. Ice shape. As soon as she used her magic, she suddenly turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. Ah! Erza was a little surprised, but not panicked. She looked down, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she whispered, sure enough, I am bigger than Erza. Ah, it's so strange, my chest is so heavy, wow, what is this thing? Lucy said in shock, and then put her hands on her chest. Hey! Natsu exclaimed, he looked at Lucy, his face full of disbelief. You are Natsu! Natsu shouted, stop it! Natsu rushed over. Lucy, you! Me! Lucy was knocked down by Natsu with a confused face. Hey, Natsu, don't be so rude to girls. The people around said. Stop! Happy jumped onto the table and shouted loudly, everyone, stay still and don't do anything. Everyone stopped. I have an announcement. Happy said, don't be confused about the current situation. Obviously, we were attacked by a magic just now, and now the soul has been swapped. In simple terms, Natsu and Lucy have swapped. Natsu's soul is in Lucy, and Lucy's soul is in Natsu. Gray and Juvia. Me, Yevlet, and Happy. And me. Erza raised her hand and said, actually, I am Myra Jane. Myra. So that's why I feel heavy. Erza said halfway and suddenly shut up. By the way, Juvia, how can I change back? Gray Juvia said. Ah, Gray-sama, just put away the magic power. Juvia Gray said. Gray Juvia pondered for a few seconds, and finally successfully turned back to human form, but he immediately complained again, by the way, I'm really not used to it, in various aspects. Do you usually fight with such an inconvenient body? Lord Gray, you'll get used to it, and Juvia also feels uncomfortable somewhere. Juvia Gray said with a red face. Lucy's breasts are too cumbersome. Natsu Lucy spoke bluntly. Shut up. Lucy Natsu sat on the other person anyway, and directly pressed his mouth roughly. You home with you. Natsu Lucy wanted to resist, but found. Woo woo woo. No matter how Natsu Lucy resisted, he found that he couldn't move. Haha. Lucy Natsu laughed. She felt the strength of Natsu's body. She didn't expect the difference in strength to be so big. She was always led by Natsu's strong strength, but now it was completely the opposite. Woo woo woo. Under Lucy Natsu's forced suppression, Natsu Lucy could not escape no matter how hard she struggled. On the other side, Gray Juvia had put his hand on the corner of his clothes without noticing. Gray-sama, stop it. Juvia Gray had been on guard against Gray's habit and rushed over. Gray Juvia was also overwhelmed. Hey, Juvia, what are you doing? Gray-sama, this is my body, don't take off your clothes. I don't have that idea. Do you think I'm a pervert? Then take your hand away from the corner of your clothes. Hey? When? Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that taking off clothes is a habit engraved in Gray's soul. Erza's armor is so uncomfortable. Myra Jane Erza said, let me look for it. Do you still have such clothes? Change clothes. As the magic was activated, Myra Jane Erza appeared in front of everyone in a maid outfit. Oh! A feast for the eyes. Thank you, Miss Myra Jane. Maid say go. Everyone shouted. Myra. Erza Myra Jane was speechless. She pinched her arm and clenched her fist. Your body contains such terrible power. No, I don't. Mirage Erza smiled gently. Speaking of which. At a certain moment, everyone looked at Yevlet. To be precise, they looked at Happy Yevlet. Happy, can you use Yevlet's magic? Makarov asked curiously. Yes, come and show it. Everyone was very interested. Happy Yevlet frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head, no. Yevlet, there are two ways to use Lit's magic. The first one. I can't understand it at all, but the second one. Happy Yevlet suddenly pointed at Kana and said, sad, Kana. Hey. Kana put down the barrel with a confused look on her face, and suddenly, a huge sadness surged into her heart. Woo. Kana sat on the ground and burst into tears, looking extremely sad. Awesome. Happy Yevlet said in shock, and he pointed at Makarov again. Hey, hey. Makarov was shocked. Angry. I am so angry, Natsu, let's fight. Makarov yelled and rushed towards Lucy Natsu. No. Lucy Natsu jumped up in fear, and seeing Makarov rushing in front of her, she instinctively punched out. Boom. Makarov was directly knocked away. Sorry. Lucy Natsu apologized quickly, but a flame spurted out of her mouth. Woo. Lucy Natsu shut up quickly. Ha ha ha. Happy Yevlet laughed very proudly, I finally understand how Yevlet feels. Who's next? Happy Yevlet stretched out his finger and circled it. His action made the hairs of all those who were crossed by his finger stand up. At this moment, everyone also understood. Happy the Dragon Slayer also became a dragon. Will you become Yevlet if you get Yevlet's magic? This is too scary. Natsu. Happy Yevlet pointed at Lucy Natsu. No, Happy, I'm Lucy. Lucy Natsu said in fear. It's okay, Natsu, call me, Lord Hobbit, to listen. Lucy Natsu waited in fear for the punishment to come. But a few seconds passed, and nothing changed. Hobbit, my magic is not used like this. Yevlet Hobbit said. Oh, then what about this? Hobbit Yevlet grinned, pointed at Yevlet Hobbit and said, repent, Yevlet. Woo woo woo. Yevlet Happy confessed on the spot, I'm sorry, Master Hobbit, I shouldn't have teased you normally. You are so handsome and powerful, and you are super good at fishing, unlike me, who always comes up empty-handed. Moreover, I always secretly cut up your and Natsu's fish baskets. It's really too much to do such a bad thing. Everyone was not gloating at this time, but shuddered. Because Habit was obviously floating. I never expected it. Usually, Yevlet used more five senses to deceive, and being deceived was just being deceived. But now, Happy prefers to use emotional guidance. Look at Yevlet Happy's confession. By the way, it turns out that Yevlet can completely subdue everyone in an instant. Fraud magic, so scary. Happy Yevlet pointed at Juvia Gray and said, worship me, Gray. Master Habit, you are so great. He pointed at Myra Jane Eluza again and said, Eluza, you should admire me too. Harpy, you are so powerful that you can use Yevlet's magic so well. You are the most handsome, heroic, powerful, lovely, invincible, blue, flying, and special cat in the world. Myra Jane Eluza said. Max. Macau. Litas. As Harpy Yevlet continued to use magic, the whole guild was full of praise for Harpy, and all kinds of exaggerated compliments were heard. President. Harpy Yevlet pointed at Makarov who had just entered the guild, and the old man looked confused. Worship me. Harpy, you are the most powerful wizard in the fairy tale guild. I will make you S-class. Makarov said immediately. Ha 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 ha. Happy Yevlet put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Yevlet, you can't do anything. Lucy Naz turned to Yevlet for help, but found that he was still there confessing. I'm sorry for saying privately that you took advantage of my luck to catch fish. I'm sorry for stuffing mustard into your fish to retaliate against you for laughing at me. I'm sorry for stuffing loaches into your fish basket to scare you. Lucy Naz turned her head helplessly. Just then, a little guy quietly touched behind Happy Yevlet. Romeo Makarov's son, yearns to become a wizard, and always hangs out in the guild. He is one of the few people who was not affected. He realized the urgency of the situation, so he secretly hid a bottle of beer behind him. Happy! Romeo shouted. What? The Harpy Yevlet turned around, Romeo jumped up and stuffed the beer bottle into his mouth. Plop! With the sound of falling to the ground. Everyone in the guild stopped their forced actions and breathed a sigh of relief. Harpy! Yevlet Harpy gritted his teeth. But he suddenly felt his sight was lifted up, and he was picked up by someone, and he looked back. Elu. Ah, no, Myra Jane? Myra Jane Erza sat on a stool holding Yevlet and laughed. There aren't many opportunities like this to grab Yevlet's body and manipulate it at will. When she said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yevlet? Natsu Lucy shouted, rushed to Yevlet's body, took out a watercolor pen, and started painting on Yevlet's face. Ha ha ha, Natsu, your painting is too bad. Look at me. Gray Juvia squeezed over, took out a pen and started painting. You two guys. Yevlet Happy struggled wildly. Ah, I won't let you run away. Myra Jane Erza smiled gently. What are you going to do? Yevlet Happy looked at her in horror. Don't worry, Yevlet, I just remembered a magazine I read recently, in which a dance artist created a hula dance, so... No. Yevlet Happy shouted. It's okay, it's the body of the Happy, isn't it? I'll help. Erza Miraja came over. Damn it, the Happy's body was too weak, so Yevlet could only let them do whatever they wanted no matter how hard she tried, and was eventually forced to wear a small grass skirt. Miraja grabbed Yevlet Happy's hands with one hand and her feet with the other. Erza pinched Yevlet Happy's belly and swung it left and right. Not bad, Yevlet. You're really talented, Yevlet. Erza, I want to see belly dancing. I want to see pole dancing. The people around him started to make noises. Damn it. Yevlet couldn't resist and finally had to lie down. Ahem, okay, you've had enough fun, but there's not much time left for you to mess around. At this time, Makarov said. Everyone looked at him. This kind of magic is not just a simple and fun thing. Makarov said with a serious face. Everyone was a little panicked when he heard him say that. Makarov said, if I remember correctly, this is an ancient magic called. If this magic cannot be solved within 30 minutes, it will never be restored. Hey? Everyone was shocked. President, can't be restored means Erza Mirage said in shock, we can only use other people's bodies? Perhaps it is the spiritual identification that completely changes one's soul to match the setting of this body. In other words, not only magic, but even personality and cognition will change. Makarov said with a serious face. President, how do we remove the magic? Erza Mirage said. Ah, I don't know either. Makarov shook his head helplessly. Don't do that. Lucy Natsu shouted. Go find Levi. Gray Juvia shouted. Where's Levi? Everyone realized that Levi was an expert in this area, super professional. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads. How much time is left? Erza Mirage asked. 15 minutes. Kana said. Please, everyone, come with us to find Levi. Of course, no problem. Everyone immediately went out to find Levi. Damn, if only Valian was here. Gray Juvia slammed his fist and said. Valian's telepathic magic can communicate with people in a large area, but he is not here today, he is on a mission. Mirage Erza stopped fiddling with Yevlet. Yevlet, you can fly now, please. Of course. Yevlet immediately released magic, grew wings, and flew up. Compared to his deception magic, Happy's flying magic is very simple and has no difficulty in mastering it. Damn, I'm not used to it. Natsu and Gray were in the same boat. They were not used to the bodies of girls. They fell flat on their faces after running just 2 steps. Woo! Lucy and Juvia also blushed because they could feel the thing they didn't have. Whether walking or running, they would encounter it. That feeling was too strange. But the situation was urgent at this time. They couldn't care less and could only use the lizard running method. Some lizards can spread their legs and run quickly on the water. Thanks to the good physical fitness of Natsu and Gray, this running method is not slow. But they didn't run for long. They stopped again, too shaky. Erza Mirage shook her head. It seemed that these 4 people could not be relied on. Yevlet flew quickly in the sky. Found it. He found Levi, in the park. Is that Laxus? In the park, there are not only the 3 Levis, but also the Iron Dragon Gajeel and Laxus. Looking at the situation of both sides, it seems that they are in a confrontation. Before Yevlet flew over, Laxus attacked Gajeel. Boom! A thunderous punch hit Gajeel. Chapter 57, Yevlet, Laxus, you want to fight me? Gajeel didn't resist and was knocked out dozens of meters by the punch. He didn't stop until he smashed a big rock. The smoke and dust dissipated. Gajeel leaned against a broken stone in despair, his body was burnt and he was seriously injured. Hey, Laxus, this is just a grudge between us. There's no need to hit so hard. The brown-haired man wearing a hat said reluctantly. Sarasuk, he, Jellal and Levy formed the driveway engine team. Today they were going to beat Gajeel up to vent their anger for Levy and themselves. In the previous battle with the ghost, Gajeel beat 3 people. Because Gajeel joined the guild, they would be partners in the future. So he and Jellal decided to beat Gajeel up severely, even if it was to settle the grudge, and everyone would be trustworthy companions in the future. Gajeel understood this, so he did not fight back. But Laxus appeared and attacked Gajeel with such powerful magic, which was completely beyond their expectations. They just wanted to vent their anger, not to kill Gajeel. Ah! Laxus turned his head and looked at the 3 people. His magic power was surging, and he exuded the terrifying aura and pressure of a powerful magician, which made the 3 people tremble uncontrollably. Laxus! Levy mustered up her courage and said, there is no need for that, and this is a matter between us, it has nothing to do with you, don't attack Gajeel. Crackle! The lightning on Laxus flashed, and Levy hid behind the tree in fear. Don't attack them. If you want to vent your anger, come at me. Gajeel stood up reluctantly. Gajeel, you idiot, don't say such things at this time. Sarasuk was anxious. Laxus is a person who can't be provoked. It was the old man's idea to let the people of mystery enter the guild, right? Laxus was very dissatisfied, tolerating former enemies will only make people feel weak and vulnerable. So that any scoundrel dares to challenge the authority of Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale needs a. Stop your great speech first, Laxus, there is no target audience for you here. Suddenly a voice interrupted Laxus's words. A blue cat with wings slowly fell down and faced Laxus. Laxus looked down at Yevlet Harpy. Yevlet, what strange thing are you doing again? Laxus recognized at a glance that the soul of Yevlet was in Harpy's body. Ah, just some novel experiences. Yevlet said. You always like this kind of noisy things, but they don't contribute to the guild at all. Laxus said dissatisfiedly. What's wrong with being noisy? Yevlet said, it's great that everyone gets together and is happy, not caring about strength or personality, and recognizing and tolerating each other. Moreover, being noisy can reflect everyone's personality, and everyone's personality will make things more interesting. Laxus, if everyone is as competitive and utilitarian as you, that's not Fairy Tale, it's a black magic cult or a dark guild. What do you mean? Laxus was angry, and lightning flashed violently on his body. This is the body of a harpy, he can't withstand your lightning. Yevlet said calmly. I don't care about that kind of thing. Laxus retracted the lightning and said, you can't withstand my lightning either. Maybe. Yevlet replied. Laxus snorted angrily and turned away. Laxus, come to me fishing when you have time. Yevlet shouted. Laxus didn't answer. Are you Yevlet? Levy asked after Laxus left. By the way, Levy, we are in trouble here, hurry up and follow me back to the guild, and talk as we walk. Yevlet said. Okay. Please send Gajeel to treatment, I will follow Yevlet back to the guild first. Levy said to her 2 teammates. Okay. Along the way, Yevlet explained the cause and effect of the matter. Levy frowned. When they arrived at the guild, they didn't say much and immediately started to study. Everyone knew that Levy had been found, and they returned to the guild one after another. How long will it take? Lucy Natsu was a little upset. 2 minutes, Kana said. Oh no. Everyone was panicked. Half a minute left. Kana reported. I'll try. Levy said with a gambler's face. Biziki, Dalu, Wu Zhao. Shua. The letter of entrustment flashed with colorful light. Success. Everyone was overjoyed. The colorful light shrank. I'm back. Natsu spit fire to the sky. Yet. Gray took off his clothes in a second. Great. Lucy and Juvia were relieved. Wait. Something seems wrong. Suddenly someone found something wrong. Is that my body? Ah, my soul has been swapped. Why is this happening? Except for Natsu and others who have returned to their original state, and Levy, Everyone else has been swapped. What? A great body. Kana dropped the barrel and posed in various positions. The president's body, such a terrifying magical power. Makarov covered his chest, his face full of shock. It's terrible. Levi was shocked. But what happened next had nothing to do with Yevlet. He slept soundly. Yevlet's diary. On N+1 day, the exchange magic yesterday was quite interesting. Although I fell asleep after the exchange, I heard that they exchanged many times afterwards. In the end, the president remembered that this magic only needed to destroy the medium, the letter of entrustment, so everyone was worried in vain. By the way, did the president really just remember it? Yevlet came to the river with a lot of bags. The sun was shining. Natsu and Happy were not there again. He had to come alone again. Humph. If you don't come, then don't come. Look at me enjoying the luck alone. I caught a big one today. Crack. The sound of crushing branches came from behind. Laxus, fishing? Stay away from me, don't think about sharing my luck. Yevlet said without looking back. I'm not interested. Laxus replied. Yevlet looked back at him. Laxus folded his hands on his chest and leaned against the tree. The thunder gods are back. Yevlet asked. You really know? Laxus was not surprised. Although you don't want to admit it, I think I still know something about you. Yevlet said confidently. Yevlet, do you really disagree with my point of view? Laxus asked seriously. What if I say yes? You will become the S rank of the new guild. What if I don't agree? Then there will be no place for you. Ha ha ha. Yevlet laughed and dropped the fishing rod, turned to look at Laxus, and said, Laxus, you are going to fight me. I have been thinking about this for a long time. Laxus's face was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 58, Yevlet, I have a suggestion. Now is not a good time. Yevlet said. Of course, but that day won't be too long. Laxus said. Harvest Festival. Yevlet was a little helpless. Don't make trouble on that day, it's obviously a very happy and relaxing festival. I think it's just right. Laxus said. There will be many people on that day, and everyone will gather in the guild. Yevlet understands why Laxus chose to take action on that day. Okay, then what is your purpose in coming to me? Yevlet asked, and immediately said, wait, don't tell me first, let me guess. You plan to use force, but the sister said that the salt is still twisted and the liquid barrel is not loose as joint efforts, so. Yevlet tilted his head, are you going to pull me in advance? You have the ability. Laxus said with a cold face, but it still needs to be tested. Ha ha ha. Yevlet laughed, Laxus, you really made me look at you with a new perspective. I thought you would be completely arrogant. Laxus did not answer. Actually, I have a suggestion. If you agree, I can join you. Go ahead. Yevlet said, first of all, Laxus, you have to understand that no matter what your reason is, as long as you attack everyone in the guild, you may be expelled from the guild. What you want to be is the president of Fairy Tale, not the president of a dark guild. Laxus raised his chin slightly. Yevlet said, I don't want to take such a risk. If you want to convince me to attack my companions in this way, I won't join you. Laxus' eyes flickered. Yevlet said, but we can change the way we play. Oh. Laxus was slightly interested. S-Class selection. Yevlet said with a smile, use this year's S-Class wizard contestant selection as an excuse to hold a selection battle. Laxus opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Yevlet before he could speak, I'll go and persuade the president. Laxus was silent. Accept my kindness, Laxus. Yevlet pushed his glasses and said threateningly, you don't want to face me and Erza at the same time. You who have fought with Joseph with me should understand that even if Natsu and I join forces, your chances of winning will not exceed 50%. Laxus lowered his head and thought. Laxus, why do you want to become the president of Fairy Tale? Yevlet asked. Why ask such a boring question? Laxus looked down. Don't pretend, Laxus, you know, my magic is fraud magic. Yevlet said with a smile. Because I like it, right? Because I like it, and because I feel proud, I don't want to see anyone bullying Fairy Tale. Tisk. Laxus turned his head. It seems that this statement is too corny for you, haha. Yevlet laughed. So. Yevlet stopped laughing and looked at Laxus seriously, said, some ideas do not necessarily require sacrifice to verify. Using my method, you can still prove your strength and express your ideas as much as you can. Don't be so extreme. The reason why fairy tale is warm and makes you love and proud. It's not because of a few powerful wizards with weird personalities. It's not because of the praise of some ignorant outsiders. It's because there are many companions who can trust and care about each other. Just like now. Just like me. Yevlet's eyes were serious. I can help you facilitate this conversation, provided that, Laxus, you don't really regard me and all of us as become enemies. Yevlet pushed his glasses. Believe me, Laxus, what you expect is definitely not to be defeated by me in an instant here and now. Laxus was silent for a long time, and said, I understand why the old man likes you more. He has always liked you and is worried about you. Yevlet said, you are his grandson. If possible, he will definitely hope that you can inherit fairy tale and become someone he is proud of. He will never have such an idea. That's because you have never communicated seriously. Laxus turned his head, not wanting to argue with Yevlet who used fraud magic, as the result would be that he would be confused. Make a decision, Laxus. Yevlet looked at him. One vote in favor. Suddenly a voice came. The two looked over. The whole body was covered in a black robe, even the forehead and nose were covered, leaving only a pair of eyes. Mr. Gang. Yevlet greeted, it's rare. I want to participate in what you said. Mr. Gang said in a deep voice. Oh. Yevlet tilted his head slightly and asked, do you have something you want to convey? Yet. Mr. Gang nodded and said, I don't have much time, and I'm a little worried. Both looked at Laxus. Yevlet. Laxus looked at Yevlet and said seriously, I won't show mercy. Of course, the final battle is between the four of us. Yevlet smiled. I won't show mercy either. Mr. Gang said. Then, you will see. Yevlet pushed his glasses, how terrible the second level of fraud magic will be. Wait and see. Mr. Gang disappeared. Humph, you'd better not be defeated by Erza first. Laxus turned into thunder and left. Yevlet smiled slightly. Laxus, you are starting to be fun. Fishing, really, such trivial matters always disturb my fishing. Yevlet put the matter behind him. He turned around and wanted to continue fishing. Wait. Where is my fishing rod? Evening. Fairy tale, the president's office. President, this is the situation. Yevlet sat on the sofa, drinking a glass of orange juice. He told about his meeting with Laxus and Mystogan. And he told about his plan to fight in the name of S selection. Laxus, has it become like this? Makarov was very troubled by this grandson. He was so cute when he was a child. But I don't know since when, he became more and more rebellious. Even this time, if Yevlet hadn't persuaded him, he would have attacked everyone in the guild. The result would definitely be that Laxus would be expelled from the guild. Even if he was really the strongest in the S level, even reaching the level of Saint 10, or even Makarov. But if Yevlet plus any of the S class, even Natsu and Gray, Laxus will lose. Makarov already knew that Yevlet's magic had entered the second level. Yesterday, Habib accidentally used Yevlet's magic, and he knew that as long as Yevlet wanted, he might really be able to defeat Laxus in an instant. After all, even he himself could not resist that kind of magic. If Yevlet really went all out, the consequences the blow to Laxus might be devastating. Yevlet, are you sure that Laxus will not hurt everyone? Makarov was very worried. Laxus's magic was extremely destructive. Once he stopped, things would be irreversible. I believe in Laxus. Yevlet said earnestly. President. It is better to open up than to block. Let Laxus perform well for once. And this time, Mystogan also has something he wants to do. Chapter 59, Myra Jane, Yevlet may become a good father. Fairy tale always makes a big splash on the Harvest Festival. This year is no exception. However, the activities for the townspeople are still at night. There are internal activities during the day. The guild is going to hold the Fairy Tale Miss Selection Contest, and the winner will receive 500,000 J. 500,000 gold. Lucy's face is full of longing. Always following Natsu to do tasks, although the commissions she chooses are all relatively expensive, she has to pay a lot in the end, so that she, a young lady, always has to worry about rent and food. Lucy has no chance. Happy said. No, I'm a beautiful girl. Lucy said angrily. But Erza, who is super popular, will participate, not to mention Myra Jane. Lucy suddenly became sad. It was really stressful to compete with these two. Max sells figures in the store. Lucy had observed for a while, and later found that he really arranged them in a rigorous way. The most popular one is Yevlet's cursed doll. The second is Erza and Myra Jane. Even Natsu and Gray are above her. As a blonde beauty with big breasts, she is in the bottom row. Even Gajeel, who just joined the guild, is in the second to last row. Damn it! Lucy recalled that before she met Natsu, when she bought the white puppy key in Harjan Town, she wanted to use her beauty to seduce the boss to get a discount, but she only got 1000J cheaper. Is she really unattractive? No. You can't think like that. Lucy said unwillingly, at least, I'm younger than them. Levy is also 17 years old, said Happy. Oh, shut up, Happy, don't let me despair before the game. Lucy collapsed a little. Don't worry, Lucy. At this time, Natsu, who had been silent and looking around, suddenly turned his head and smiled with big teeth. I will vote for you. Thank you, Natsu. Lucy nodded with emotion. At least this idiot would not vote for others, which would comfort her. That big brother has no clothes. No, don't look. An innocent child's voice suddenly came out, and then his mother quickly covered his eyes. Lord Gray, clothes. Juvia reminded. Ah, when? Gray suddenly realized. Gray, pervert. Natsu said. What, you guy, are you looking for a fight? Gray was furious. Ah. Seeing that the two were about to fight. The townspeople had long been used to it and immediately hid far away. A dusty and burly traveler followed the crowd to the street and accidentally bumped into someone. The magician was performing magic for a group of children and was showing off his skills at this time. His index finger was raised and the cards were spinning at high speed at his fingertips. When he was touched, the cards fell out. Hey! The children sighed. Why did you block the way? The traveler found that he had bumped into someone, but he did not repent. When he looked back and saw the other person, he thought he was a guy who was easy to bully, but instead turned the tables, accusing the innocent magician with a bad attitude. The magician smiled slightly and did not seem angry. Hey, uncle, it was you who bumped into the magician brother. That's right, brother Yevlet didn't provoke you. Don't speak in such a tone, why are you so fierce, brother Yevlet is not afraid of you. The children stood up for the magician. Even if it's my fault, so what does it have to do with you, a bunch of little brats? The traveler said angrily. Humph, bad adult. Leave quickly, bad adult, you are not welcome here. The children said. I don't like you, a bunch of naughty kids. The traveler left with a curse. Yevlet glanced at him, turned back and smiled. Okay, let's continue the magic. The traveler had just taken a few steps when a strong emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He saw a woman dressed in a coquettish way in front of him. The tall fat made him drool. He reached out and patted her. You're looking for death. Who knew that the one who turned around was a muscular man, his face full of anger? Someone touched his butt, and it was a man. No, it was obviously a woman. The traveler saw the nearly 2-meter-tall bald man and didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, waving his hands to explain. You still want to touch a woman? The bald man knocked him down with a punch. Well done. The people around cheered. Here. Yevlet ignored the commotion. He spun the cards and asked a little girl, Little Mary, what harvest gift do you want? I want an apron, because my mother's apron is very old. What a filial child, thinking about your mother, just like a hero. Look, the beautiful apron cape is already on you. Yevlet said with a smile. The little girl reached behind her and grabbed a new apron. Thank you, brother Yevlet. The little girl was so happy that she jumped and wanted to give Yevlet a kiss on the face. Yevlet bent down and received the little lady's thanks. He looked at another little boy with a runny nose and said, Jack, what gift do you want? I want a lollipop. Then take this card. Yevlet handed the card over. Okay. Jack took the card, but suddenly found that he was holding a palm-sized flat lollipop in his hand. "Ah, thank you, brother Yevlet." Jack was very moved and wanted to give Yevlet a kiss on the face, and then put his nose. This knot was smeared on Yevlet's face. "I want one too, Yevlet brother, I want a gift too. I want a new doll. I want a puppy," the children shouted. In the distance. "Isn't Yevlet a germaphobe?" Lucy watched Yevlet wipe the saliva and snot on his face with a handkerchief with a smile, feeling incredible. She was even a little worried about the child just now, afraid that Yevlet would be angry and play tricks on him. Because Yevlet is also a gentle person. Someone answered her. "Ah, Miss Myra." Lucy turned her head and saw Mirage walking to her side. Mirage smiled slightly, walked to the position where she stood side by side with Lucy, then looked in the direction of Yevlet, and said with some emotion, "Yevlet may become a very good father. The premise is not to teach the child to love pranks." Lucy said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, but after learning Yevlet's deception magic, it will be difficult to restrain yourself." Myra Jane laughed. "That's right." Lucy nodded in agreement, and she suddenly imagined a scene in her mind. The Fairy Tale Guild 15 years later. A blonde child wearing a scarf, holding a celestial key in his hand, spewing flames from his mouth, and shouting, "Idiot who uses ice! Idiot who uses fire, you're asking for a fight!" The one who responded to him was a boy wearing only shorts and with blue hair. His left hand was water and his right hand was ice. The war was about to start. Ice fights fire, and water resists celestials. A white-haired gentleman boy, leaning on a cane, smiled sinisterly in the corner, holding a camera in his hand. Wait. Why would a child who looked like a replica of Natsu have blonde hair? Lucy shook her head violently and suddenly blushed. "Lucy." Myra Jane looked at her in confusion. "No. Nothing," Lucy said in a panic. Myra Jane blinked, smiled, and said, "I'm going to buy something over there, so I'll go first." After that, she left. Ah. Natsu and Gray faced each other forehead to forehead. "Enough." Lucy pulled Natsu away. "Okay, Gray-sama, put on your clothes first." Juvia also persuaded Gray. "Humph." The two of them turned around with their arms folded at the same time. Chapter 60, Yevlet, Drunk. In the afternoon, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, the Fairy Tale Guild became lively. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. The beauty competition among fairies, the Fairy Tale Miss Selection has begun. I am the host, Max. First of all, with a beautiful face and an appetite from another dimension, she is worthy of being the Fairy Tale Dionysus. Kana Alyapalana." The beautiful and generously dressed Kana walked onto the stage from the backstage, and everyone cheered from the audience. "Then, please show your magic," Max said. Kana posed in a seductive pose and took out the card. As the special effects of hundreds of cards spinning around her body faded away, Kana had already changed into a swimsuit. "I'll take the money for the drinks," Kana said confidently. "Swimsuit? So cunning." Lucy in the backstage couldn't help but say. Under the stage, Yevlet, Natsu, Gray, Gajeel, and Elfman sat in a row. "By the way, who are you going to give your vote to?" Yevlet asked. "What about you, Yevlet?" Gray asked. "I'll give it to Lucy, she looks like she wants to win," Yevlet said. "No need, I'll give my vote to Lucy," Natsu said. "You're the best," Yevlet said. "Then I'll give it to Lucy too," Gray said, "she seems to really want to win." "I'll give it to Levi," Gajeel said. "I'll definitely give it to my sister," Elfman said. On the stage, Max shouted, "Although she's a new member, she's S-class and more delicate than a raindrop. Juvia rocks." Juvia, wearing beautiful clothes, came out and looked towards Gray generously. "Please convey my feelings to you. Mr. Gray, look at me." Juvia also used magic to change into a swimsuit. She has a graceful figure and is very attractive. "Are you still going to give it to Lucy?" Yevlet leaned forward, walked around Natsu, and looked at Gray with a teasing look. Gray was silent, his eyes dodging. Max shouted on the stage. "The third contestant. The guild's proud signature girl. Her beauty intoxicates the whole world. Mirage Strauss. Day. Mirage walked slowly to the center of the stage. She was not flustered or shy, and smiled gently as always. Boom! The whole guild was boiling instantly. What a high popularity! Lucy was stunned. Mirage said, I can transform, so... Puff! The magic was activated, and Mirage turned into Yevlet. Yevlet on the stage pushed his glasses and said, fraud magic is just a weak magic. The audience was silent. Everyone was shocked by Mirage's move. I had already prepared my vote, but I didn't know whether I should vote for her. Ha 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 ha, Yevlet, that's too much like you. Natsu patted Yevlet's shoulder and laughed. Indeed, it's exactly the same. Gray nodded in agreement. Yevlet pressed his hat with his hand, no. Maharaja on the stage also pressed his hat with his hand, and then said, please vote for the beautiful and gentle Miss Maharaja. Everyone was silent, with mixed feelings. Miss Humara looks like she's going to be eliminated. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew, Max said, the beautiful fairy queen who needs no explanation. Erza Chocolito. Erza. The crowd below was noisy. I'm doomed to fail. Lucy gave up on the spot after seeing this. Then there was the made limited edition Erza. Levy, accompanied by special effects of text, and Bisksa in a swimsuit came on stage one after another. Next is Dash. Super Rookie Dash. Lucy. Lucy came on stage, but the response was mediocre. Lucy, come on. Yevlet stood up and shouted. Lucy, we are counting on you. Gray also supported. Come on, Lucy. Natsu shouted. Thank you. Lucy took a deep breath. I have already come on stage, and with the support of Natsu and others, I have to do my best. Well, what I am performing is Dancing with the Stars. Okay, losers leave. A voice came from behind Lucy. I haven't finished the performance yet. Lucy said dissatisfiedly, but turned around and found that it was someone she didn't know. The fairy refers to me. The beauty refers to me. The winner is of course me, Alba Green. The person who came was quite narcissistic, holding a fan in his hand, slightly covering his face. She said, okay, the winner has been decided. The boring fairy tale miss selection is over. Next is the more interesting celebration. What are you talking about? Lucy didn't know Alba Green. She was confused, but she saw the fairy tale emblem on her chest, so she didn't treat her as an enemy and raise her vigilance. No, Lucy, leave her. Gray shouted in panic, don't look into her eyes. Ah! Lucy didn't have time to react before she looked at Alba Green. Ka! In an instant, Lucy turned into a lifelike stone statue. Alba Green! Accompanied by a roar. The temperature in the room rose sharply. Natsu, don't worry. Laxus came out from the backstage. Laxus, what are you going to do? Makarov asked. Just play some more interesting games. Laxus grinned. The game to choose the strongest player of fairy tale. This has nothing to do with Lucy. Natsu, whose body was burning fiercely, stepped on the floor and crushed it step by step towards Laxus. Why is it irrelevant? She is also a member of fairy tale, but she has been eliminated. And they. After Laxus finished speaking, the curtain of the stage was opened. Behind. All contestants including Erza, Levy, Myra, etc., all turned into stone statues. Laxus. Makarov looked at him angrily. Asshole, Laxus. Natsu exploded and rushed towards Laxus. Do you want to smash her, Natsu? Laxus moved his feet and came behind the stone statue of Lucy. Boom. Natsu landed in front of the stage, staring at Laxus fiercely, and angrily questioned, what do you want? I said, a game. Laxus said, the rules of the game are very simple. I have set up magic circles around the town. They will be placed there. As long as you defeat the people guarding there, you can unlock the magic. It's very simple. Alba Green added, just pay attention to the time. If it exceeds 3 hours, they will turn into sand. There are so many people here, Laxus, you three want to deal with more than 100 of us, too arrogant. Gray said. Of course there are more than us. Laxus smiled and said, when have you seen only 2 people from the Thunder God group appear? Yevlet. Someone suddenly shouted. Yevlet turned his head and was poured a bottle of wine. The one who attacked was the captain of the Thunder God group Fried. Oops. Yevlet will fall asleep after drinking. Max stopped talking halfway. After being fed a bottle of wine, Yevlet did not fall asleep again. He still stood. Then, his body swayed. Then he raised his head and smiled at everyone. Hey, Fried, what kind of wine did you give him? Makarov asked nervously. Of course it's whiskey. Fried laughed. Whiskey. The faces of the old men in the guild who were more than 2 years old were pale. What's wrong? Is there any problem with this kind of wine? But fortunately, Yevlet didn't get drunk. He was there. Some newcomers who have been in the industry for less than 2 years cannot understand the old people's expressions of despair. It's better to get drunk, said Max, who was holding the microphone. If Yevlet drinks this kind of wine, he will become terrible. It's like the darkness in his heart has been drawn out. He will become a monster who acts only for his own evil taste. When everyone heard this, their faces changed. Yevlet licked his lips. The sweet taste is just a drink. Speaking of which, how much misunderstanding does the outside world have about him? Misunderstanding 1, Yevlet is always in the air. Rumor, he only occasionally goes in the air. Occasionally. Misunderstanding 2, Yevlet is easy to get drunk, and different wines have different ways of getting drunk, such as falling asleep after drinking beer and becoming evil after drinking whiskey. Rumor, a complete rumor. It's obviously a prank by Kana and the others, such as pouring magic potion into the wine water and the like. This is a magical world, it's easy to make magic potions with various effects. Anyway, this is a game. But Yevlet doesn't intend to let everyone play easily. After all, this is a game he had planned for a long time before Laxus came to him. Is Laxus the protagonist? No. The protagonist is everyone. He grinned. Cursed doll, right? The most sold, right? More than 500 orders for the next generation upgrade version, right? Chapter 61, Gray, fortunately, I have a genius level reaction. Laxus smiled and said, Yevlet, how about it? Do you want to participate in this fun game? Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They felt a chill rising from the spine to the back of the head, and then cold sweat gushed out from every pore like a waterfall. So this is what Laxus was thinking. It is indeed difficult for them to fight against all the people in the guild. Even if Erza is turned into a stone statue. But Natsu, Gray, and others can delay Laxus. If the rest of the people rush forward, although the thunder gods have good strength, they will definitely be taken down. But if Yevlet is added 2s level strengths, and the two have cooperated before, against the Phantom Guild president, this is a big trouble. Yevlet. Gray looked at Yevlet seriously and said, now is not the time to play pranks. Why not? Yevlet smiled evilly and tilted his head. Haha. Laxus laughed. Yevlet looked at him and said with a smile, such an interesting game, of course I will join it. Then, let the game begin. Laxus burst into a dazzling light. Everyone was so stimulated by the strong light that they couldn't open their eyes. When the strong light disappeared, Laxus, the thunder gods and all the stone statues disappeared. Everyone, good luck. Yevlet took off his hat and put it on his chest. He took a step back and disappeared. Asshole. Natsu rushed towards the door, but hit the air wall head-on. What's going on? The wall showed the text of the spell no one over 80 years old is allowed to enter or leave. It seems to be a barrier used to block the president, but, Natsu, why can't you pass through? Gray asked in confusion. How should I know? Natsu was confused. Damn it. Thunder gods, I will never let you off easily. Laxus. All the members of the guild ran out of the guild. Leave it to me. Gajeel walked to the door confidently. Then I'll leave it to you, Gajeel. Makarov hadn't finished speaking when he saw Gajeel's head hit the barrier. Everyone was silent. Gray. Makarov looked at Gray and said seriously, it's up to you. Go and rescue Erza first. Okay. Gray nodded seriously and turned to leave. When Gray came outside, he saw a man standing at the end of the street, and his expression immediately became complicated. Yevlet, time is running out, I won't show mercy to you. Although Gray said so, he was not confident in his heart. He had not been able to find a way to defeat Yevlet. Yevlet's magic is simple to say, and the principle of cracking is also simple, but it is very difficult to do it. It is far from being as simple as using an ice shield to block fire and using an earth shield to block water. Deception magic. Deceiving the five senses. The first method is to determine the position of Yevlet when attacking by sensing the magic fluctuations for a moment. By sensing the magic fluctuations, you can determine the direction, and calculate the distance based on your reaction time to avoid the attack. But this requires extremely high perception ability and short-term calculation ability. So far, only Joseph, who is at the 10th level of Saint, can completely do such a difficult thing. Gray has tested it, and he can only do it a few times with great difficulty. Then the second way is to use self-confidence to determine that you have been deceived, and you can also remove a layer of magic. But deception does not disappear after removing one layer. It is a continuous influence, unless you leave the range of influence, otherwise, it would be meaningless to solve one, several, or even dozens of deceptions. And during this period, what if Yevlet mixed in the truth? Confidence will kill you. As for guiding emotions, the solution is even simpler, just be determined. But that day in the guild, Habit knocked down one by one in front of everyone, and no one could stand it. Gray also experienced it, in an instant, his mind could not resist, and his heart was full of worship Habit. So, Gray's body was bursting with cold magic at full power. Facing Yevlet, wanting to fight without wasting magic is a dead end. Only by learning from Joseph and using large-scale magic can there be a chance of winning. Ice creation. But just when Gray was about to use large-scale magic, he saw Yevlet raised his gun, and his pupil shrank. Bang! Gray dodged quickly. Are you serious, Yevlet? This is not a prank. Gray said anxiously. Don't worry, I can't kill you, but I put tattoo potion on the bullet. Once you are hit, a tattoo will be imprinted on your body, the expiration time is 1 month. In this month, it cannot be removed no matter what. Yevlet laughed. Gray's face turned pale. I can tell you which tattoos there are. Yevlet smiled evilly. Gray. Dance for me. You guy. Before Gray finished speaking, he heard Yevlet say, I like big-breasted beauties. When Gray heard this, he didn't dare to be hit by this bullet. But this bullet was in a tricky position, heading straight for his waist. Gray quickly twisted his waist. Bang bang bang. A few more shots, accompanied by Yevlet's devilish voice. I am defeated by Natsu. I like Bisksa. Blue hair is my hobby. Kana's swimsuit is ugly. Miraja is a black-bellied person. I, Gray, am a little princess. I love to wear skirts. I want to be a girl. Erza is a fool. Macao's avatar. Natsu's avatar. You are a devil. Gray is in tears. He dodged and maneuvered among the bullets fired one after another. With his genius-level reaction ability, he always managed to pass by the bullets. Although it was thrilling, he was not hit by a single bullet. Hey! Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise it would be too. Gray was lucky. But is it really so? Macao and Wakaba stood on the side of the street, watching the scene in front of them in silence. Their faces were ugly, and there was absolutely no smile of gloating. They were still panting. They were wearing maid outfits. They were the last batch of victims. Gray wasted some time, so he didn't know. Just now. Everyone who left the guild experienced everything he experienced. Avoiding bullets? No. It was dancing. Yevlet stood at the end of the street and deceived everyone who came out of the guild, using lies to trick them into dodging bullets. But in fact, it was to make the other party twist their bodies into various dance moves while dodging. Just like now. Gray seemed to have passed the test steadily despite repeated thrills, but from the perspective of Macao and Wakaba, he was wearing a maid outfit, twisting his waist left and right, like dancing, it was extremely eye-catching. And all of this has been experienced by everyone. At the end of the street, Yevlet didn't hold a gun in his left hand, but just made a pistol gesture, and then emitted magic fluctuations, and his right hand was holding a camera, he was filming. Yevlet flew out a card, but Gray didn't notice it because it was not mixed with magic and was just a card-flying technique. Until it was in front of him, it turned into a cat ear headdress. Gray lowered his head confidently, thinking he had dodged the bullet, but he was wearing a cat ear headdress. Cat ears, maid outfit. Two very imaginative things. But the wearer is Gray. No. There are also Macao, Wakaba, Max, the drive engine team and everyone else. Chapter 62, The Essence of the Game. Yevlet flew out another card, which turned into a long curved strip. Cattail. Makarov and Wakaba couldn't bear to watch it. Let's go. Makarov said. Let's go. Wakaba turned and left. Rescue Gray? Defeat Yevlet? Don't be funny. How can you be sure that Yevlet is really there? Even if Yevlet appeared in front of him, the Yevlet Gray saw was not the Yevlet they saw. And was the Yevlet they saw the real Yevlet? Someone just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Yevlet, but what he encountered was just another pole dance. In front of everyone. It's embarrassing. Once is enough. Anyway. This time, everyone is embarrassed. Thinking like this, I feel a little comforted. So. Makarov and Wakaba decisively tore off their clothes, then turned around and left. Huff, hi, hadash. Gray was panting, and his physical strength was a little exhausted. He finally mastered the firing pattern of Yevlet's new pistol, that is the attack speed. He can get close. Gray kept dodging bullets and gradually approached Yevlet, with magic ready to go. When he got close enough, he was sure that Yevlet didn't have enough time to dodge the attack. Gray made his move. I like Natsu the most. This was the tattoo text from this bullet. Ice shape, hammer soldier. Gray resisted the bullet and used magic, thinking that at worst he could just bandage and pretend to be injured. The huge hammer hit Yevlet. Boom. The ground was cracked. The illusion disappeared. Hey! Gray felt something was wrong, looked down, and almost fainted on the spot. Yevlet! Gray's roar was heard by Makarov and Wakaba, who had already run far away. The two were not gloating over the misfortune, because they thought of the same tragic experience they had just had. They are all uncles with wives and children. Wearing maid costumes and twisting waist dances. Buzz! Suddenly, the barriers on all sides rose. Makarov and Wakaba's faces changed drastically. The barrier said the only winner will be revealed before the spell is unlocked. Just climbed out of a trap. Another trap appeared. The two uncles looked at each other. This time it was for real. Unlike Yevlet's prank, Fried's spell was highly mandatory and they couldn't break it violently. Then there was only... Boom! Fights broke out everywhere in the city. In the guild. Natsu and others were forced to stay here. The wall was updating information, showing who was knocked down by whom from time to time. Damn it! Natsu had the spell on his head, but he couldn't break the barrier. The entire guild was locked, and there would be no omissions. I didn't expect Laxus to do this. Makarov's face was very ugly. Natsu said, "Don't worry too much, old man." Natsu. Makarov looked at him in surprise. Natsu said, "Although Laxus is very awkward, he is also a member of the guild. I don't believe he will really kill his companions. He just wants to take this opportunity to prove himself." "You guys, you actually have such an IQ." Gajeel widened his eyes, feeling incredible. "Natsu, you actually believe in Laxus so much." Makarov was also shocked. "And Yevlet?" Natsu said, "Even if he likes to play pranks, he will occasionally let us get hurt by the enemy, because he won't interfere with our battles, but he will never watch his companions die." "But..." Natsu changed the subject and gritted his teeth and said, "Using companions to force everyone to fight each other is too despicable. This must be Yevlet's idea. Then Laxus and the Thunder Gods will implement it. This time, their pranks are too much. I'm going to teach them a lesson." Makarov was silent, and he looked at Natsu with a new eye. This kid always figured out some key things at the critical moment. Natsu. Laxus suddenly appeared. "Laxus, stop this prank immediately. If you want to fight, just come." Natsu yelled and rushed towards Laxus, but he passed through his body. He didn't expect this, his feet slipped, and he rolled out. "It's just a thought body." Laxus smiled and said, "Do you think it's just a prank? Even if I don't believe you, I will believe Yevlet." Natsu said seriously, "But, Laxus, everyone in the guild, Lucy, Erza. They are not tools for you to coerce everyone. You pissed me off." "So what, things are developing in the direction I expected," Laxus said indifferently. Makarov looked at his grandson seriously. He remembered what Yevlet said to him. He never really understood Laxus. He is not a perfect old man. He will make mistakes. Laxus. Makarov's voice softened, and he said, I give up. Tell me, what do you want? On the surface, this game involves 4 parties. Laxus, Mystogan, Yevlet, and the guild members. But in reality, it involves 5 parties. There is one more, Makarov. With Yevlet in the middle, everyone except the guild knew that. The other 3 parties wanted to express their ideas through this opportunity. Laxus wanted to prove himself, see himself clearly, and be recognized, and perhaps there were other things. Mystogan also had his own purpose. Yevlet, he remembered the grudge. No, he just had a bad taste, not a. Help Laxus and the president, help them find an opportunity to communicate. And Makarov agreed to this ridiculous game because he also wanted to take this opportunity, as Yevlet said, to get close to Laxus's heart, and see what kind of person this only, most beloved, and proudest grandson is, and what kind of person he wants to be. Is this the opportunity now? Makarov felt that he was a little confused. He didn't know if this was the time that Yevlet said. However, he hoped that Laxus could open his heart to him. Laxus saw Makarov's attitude, and he did not waver. I don't want you to surrender so easily. Laxus said. He pretended to think for a while, and then said, but if you are sure you want to admit defeat, then give me the position of president of Fairy Tale. This is originally mine, you should have given it to me long ago. No. Makarov shook his head with some disappointment. Laxus, is this all you want to say? Chapter 63, Gray vs Bigusro. After getting Laxus' answer, Makarov looked at him seriously and said in a serious tone, Laxus, you don't understand what a guild is and what a companion is. If you can understand, becoming the president is not an honor, but a responsibility to take on the lives of your family, you will never say such a thing, treating the guild as private property. Laxus. Makarov said earnestly, the guild is not a name, nor a position. Even if I agree, you will be the president. Is it because of those stupid and weak people? What qualifications do they have to question me? Laxus was very angry at what Makarov said, and his expression was distorted. Laxus, why do you always say such things? Natsu said seriously, strength or weakness is not important at all. If you want to become the president, at least you have to get everyone's recognition. Get my recognition. Recognition. Laxus looked at him contemptuously and said, Natsu, then come to me and see how much weight your recognition has. Laxus disappeared after he finished speaking. This bastard. Natsu gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely correct him. But we can't get out. Gajeel said. Gray will find a way. Natsu said with great trust. Buzz. On the barrier, the battle information was constantly refreshed. Some people were constantly defeated, and some people were constantly victorious, and then they continued to set off. Gray also defeated several people one after another. But Gray vs Bigusro. Everyone frowned immediately. This is not a good fight. Happy, Bigusro is very powerful and must be guarding a magic circle. Go help Gray. Natsu said. Love. Happy immediately set out to find Gray. On the other side, Gray saw Bigusro with strange makeup in the square, a black background with white vertical stripes, with thick purple stripes from the chest to the waist, a helmet covering half of his face, and sticking out his tongue slightly, revealing the guild emblem on it. The stone statue behind Bigusro is Myra, who is now placed in a magic circle. Gray, are you going to challenge me? Bigusro grinned. Since we have met, I will naturally defeat you. Gray adjusted his breathing. Haha, let's start. Bigusro laughed wildly. His magic is puppet possession, attaching the soul to the puppet. The most common one is to control 5 small puppets. The appearance is cylindrical, with different facial expressions, and they also have very cute names. There are many combinations of 5 puppets, and each combination has different magic. Ha ha ha, Gray, come and feel the enthusiasm of the babies. Bigusro controlled the puppets to change their combinations and bombarded Gray with magic. Gray kept using ice to resist, which was a bit strenuous. He aimed at an opening and threw a magic directly. Caw-caw. All 5 puppets were frozen. Gray immediately seized the opportunity and rushed towards Bigusro. It's useless, Gray. Bigusro was not panicked at all. After all, the distance between the two was very far. He said, "My magic is a magic that can transfer the soul of the puppet. Even if the puppet is frozen, I can still transfer it to another puppet." He pulled out 5 fitting puppets from the clothing store next to him. What a troublesome magic! Gray frowned. It seems that the magic that was not wasted at Yevlet can only be wasted here. Then freeze your body as well. Can you still transfer your soul? Gray released his magic power at full power. What dangerous magic! Bigusro turned and ran. Stop! Gray hurriedly chased after him, ran a few steps, but stepped into a trap. Oops! It was Fried's trap. Gray was trapped in a small barrier with an exit on it, but he couldn't fly. Gray, fighting with Natsu for many years, has your brain become as useless as Natsu's? Bigusro laughed triumphantly. Buzz! A line of text appeared in front of Gray. Magic cannot be used in the barrier. Damn it! Gray gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, it's just that magic can't be used inside the barrier, but for me who is outside the barrier and has a long-range attack system, it won't be affected. Bigusro said proudly. Baby, let Gray have a good sleep. 5 puppets flew over and were about to bombard Gray with magic. Gray! A shout appeared in the sky. Gray looked up and saw that it was Harpy. Ah, Harpy, if you enter the barrier, you can't fly either. Bigusro laughed. Boom boom boom. Magic bombing. Gray's clothes were thrown high up, and blood appeared on them. Seeing this, Bigusro was shocked and couldn't help but reduce the output of magic power. Gray! Harpy flew down, grabbed the clothes, and pulled out Gray who was holding the other end. Harpy took Gray away from the barrier, and Gray was covered in wounds. Ha ha ha, babies, chase after him. Bigusro laughed wildly. Harpy, throw me over. Gray said. But you will get hurt. Harpy said worriedly. It's okay. Gray said seriously. Harpy sprinted and threw Gray towards Bigusro. Are you looking for death, Gray? Bigusro controlled the puppet and aimed at Gray. You can't fly, how can you avoid my magic in the air? Then you can try to hit me. Gray burst out magic. Seeing this, Bigusro did not dare to be careless and also output magic at full power. Magic penetration puppet light killing cannon. The terrifying light cannon hit Gray. Gray! Harpy shouted worriedly. Ice-shaped Gray was not panicked at all, and released magic towards the light cannon. Wall! A huge ice wall appeared. Let's face it head on, Bigusro. Boom! The light cannon penetrated the ice wall. Haha, Gray, you lost. Bigusro laughed triumphantly. Really? Gray fell down from the ice wall. At the critical moment, he dodged the light cannon that penetrated the ice wall and used it to penetrate the ice wall, creating a lot of fine ice crystals, temporarily blocking Bigusro's sight. Not good. Bigusro hurriedly wanted to retreat. But Gray was too close. Ice blade. 7 consecutive dances. Gray's right arm and left elbow were wrapped in long ice blocks, forming 2 unsharpened ice blades. He spun and crashed into Bigusro. Boom! Bigusro, who was unable to avoid it, was directly hit by Gray's combo and flew up. Boom! Bigusro fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Buzz! The light of the magic circle dissipated, and the petrification effect was lifted. Gray breathed a sigh of relief. Gray! Myra Jane and Happy hurried to care for Gray. In the guild. Haha, I knew Gray wouldn't lose. Natsu shouted happily. Makarov breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 64, Yevlet, the photos I took are all very valuable. Somewhere in the city. Hey. 2 uncles were panting. It was Makeo and Wakaba. They were very familiar with each other, and their strengths were similar. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses very well, so it was difficult to tell the winner after fighting for a long time. Change the rules. Suddenly, the words on the barrier that trapped them changed. The 2 stopped and looked at the new rules. The 2 of you each tell the other's hidden secrets, and the one with more value wins. The 2 were stunned. They were just about to suspect that this was Yevlet's trap. After all, Fried was not such a boring and gossipy person. But all kinds of complex emotions suddenly surged from the depths of their hearts, and they could not control their emotions. Macau immediately said, Wakaba always confesses to the new girls who joined the guild, and once said that if Kana agreed to his confession, he would divorce his wife. Asshole, Macau. Wakaba said angrily. Macau also said that although Erza is very irritable, she is also very attractive. If it is Erza, it doesn't matter if she is beaten. How dare you betray me? Macau said angrily. Your statement is also too much. Wakaba said. Seeing that the two were about to fight, this time the red eye special effect was turned on, and they were going to fight for real. What an unexpected answer. Yevlet suddenly appeared, his expression somewhat helpless. I thought you would only say things like the other party hid private money, but I didn't expect that your sister would steal the party's money. Yevlet. The two were about to get angry, but suddenly calmed down. It would be unwise to quarrel with Yevlet now. Macau was the first to give in. Please, don't tell my wife. Me too, don't tell anyone, or I'll die. Wakaba also begged. How many needles did you put on my cursed doll when you bought it? Yevlet asked. The two were stunned at the same time. Macau said a little unconfidently, about 2 or 3 needles. I'm about the same. Wakaba said with a guilty conscience, and immediately said flatteringly, I'm just following the crowd. This kind of thing is very boring. I didn't think that this kind of gadget could have any effect on you, but everyone it's all popular, so I bought it to try. Yes, that's right, we are all uncles, how can we like such boring things? Macao said quickly, I just poked it twice out of curiosity, and then put it on the figurine cabinet, with the same treatment as other figurines. Really, believe me? Believe us? The two looked eager and sincere. Hey, Yevlet sighed, actually, you are lying. The two were shocked when they heard this. But Yevlet said, but after all, I have already played a prank on you, so let's end this matter like this. Great. Yevlet, you are worthy of being handsome and kind. The two uncles praised him generously, and they were relieved in their hearts. It was still the same Yevlet, who loved to make fun of others, but had a bottom line. That's what I thought, but Yevlet pointed in another direction helplessly and said, unfortunately, I promised the two ladies to ask for your private money. The two looked over and their faces turned pale in an instant. Wakaba. Macau. Two angry voices echoed across half the street. Yevlet turned around reluctantly. Ah! Yevlet! A scream like a pig being slaughtered came from behind. Yevlet turned his back to them, raised the camera, and pressed the shutter with a compassionate face. Click! Whoosh! Harpy was flying in the sky. After he helped Gray defeat Bigusro and rescued Myra Jane, the two of them teamed up to find the next opponent. Harpy felt that his magic power was insufficient, so under Gray's persuasion, he returned to the guild. He could recover his magic power at a faster speed with the help of the president to cope with the next battle. Harpy! Someone shouted below. Mrs. Maggie, what can I do for you? Harpy landed. Maggie, the owner of the food store, took good care of Natsu and Harpy. I have some delicious fish snacks here, do you want to try them? Maggie said. Love. The Harpy answered excitedly, but then hesitated, but I have to go back to the guild now. Something happened in the guild. Really? Well, take some back to eat. Maggie said sympathetically. Thank you so much. The Harpy said happily, if it tastes good, I will buy a lot. Thank you for your patronage. Maggie said, come with me. She took the Harpy into the store. The Harpy suddenly froze, even the magic was lifted, the wings disappeared, and it fell to the ground. Harpy! Are you okay? The person in front of him asked with concern. Yevlet, the Harpy's voice trembled, I'm not a combatant. Meeting Yevlet alone. The Harpy felt a big red danger hanging over his head. Of course. Yevlet said with a smile, by the way, a few days ago, you used my body and my magic. It was very cool, right? Ahabi trembled after hearing this. If it were normal, he would not be so scared. After all, although Yevlet likes to play pranks, he is a man of measure. But now Yevlet has been fed whiskey by Fried, and he has completely turned into a monster who acts with evil taste as the purpose. That's hard to say. Habi trembled all over, thinking back to 2 years ago. That was a day that everyone in the entire guild felt was a disaster. Yevlet asked in a questioning voice. Yevlet. Habi quickly unwrapped the package, half painful and half begging, saying, I'll give you all my fish. You are a magnanimous person, don't bother with a cute little cat like me. I don't want your fish, I want something else. Yevlet said. Just want something? Habi was slightly relieved. As long as he was not targeted by Yevlet in this state, he could give him whatever he wanted. Yevlet was very smart and would definitely not ask him to give something he didn't have. Okay, what do you want? Habi asked. Yevlet said with a smile. Cat bell. Bell. Habi was stunned and shook his head and said, I don't wear a bell. Hee. Yevlet smiled evilly and looked down at Habi. Habi suddenly felt a wisp of cold wind passing through his buttocks, bringing a hint of coolness. What are you going to do? Habi took a step back in fear, but bumped into someone. He turned his head and saw several people dressed in white coats and veterinarians. This cat needs to be sterilized, right? Asked the leading veterinarian. That's right. Yevlet nodded. Yevlet. Habi was shocked and tried to fly away. But an anesthetic needle pierced his back. Natsu, help. Habi fell asleep before he finished speaking. When he woke up again, there was a round headlight in front of him, surrounded by doctors wearing masks. He lay on the operating table, numb all over, with pain below. You wake up, kitten. The doctor took off his mask and said with a smile, Congratulations, the operation is very successful. Habi looked down, and he was sticked in it. A little female cat comes, what should I do? Although it is impossible to cut Habi, but this will not affect the value of this photo, the emotional value brought to Yevlet. He did not get comfort, but was laughed at by Naz. Habi was so angry that he threw a cat punch at Natsu. Natsu apologized and vowed to beat Yevlet up. However, he couldn't leave yet. This made Natsu and Gajeel very anxious. Natsu was not worried about the safety of the others. He believed in Laxus and Yevlet even more. Especially since Habi was teased but not hurt in the end, it was known that Yevlet still had a bottom line. He only played pranks, and although his bottom line was much lower than usual, he would not hurt his companions. Natsu was anxious about Laxus. He didn't want to see Laxus continue to make mistakes. Moreover, in this celebration, he was the only one watching his companions fight and was anxious. This made it difficult for him with such an impatient personality to tolerate. Gajeel was worried about the petrified people, especially Levy. He paid more attention to Levy because of guilt. Although he didn't have that kind of feelings now, this was a sign, at least, compared with Erza, Myra, Lucy, Kana and others, Levy was more important to him. He didn't know Yevlet and Laxus, nor did he trust them that much. Just then, the information on the barrier was updated. Elfman vs. Freed. Oops. Seeing the information update, Makarov and Natsu were shocked at the same time and couldn't help but worry. Freed is not an easy character to deal with. East of the city, Gray and Myra Jane, who were running, received the news it was Valian's telepathic magic. It's bad, Elfman and Freed are fighting, the president asked you to go over to support. Mirajan's heart tightened. The two hurriedly went to find Elfman according to Valian's address. Buzz. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Gray's feet. Not good. He reacted very quickly and pushed Myra Jane out. A barrier appeared and trapped Gray inside. Gray! Myra Jane exclaimed. Miss Myra Jane, you go first, I'll find a way to leave. Gray said. Then be careful. Myra Jane did not delay and hurried on. Outside the city. Wearing red clothes and green hair, Laxus's right-hand man Fried, he was using powerful magic. One eye turned into a demon, the white of the eye was completely black, and the iris was purple. He held a long sword and slashed across Elfman's chest. It did not cause any damage, but the spell text appeared. What is this? Elfman was confused. Stop it here, Elfman, don't stand up again, you lose. Fried said. No, I can still fight. Elfman panted. He had just fought, but he didn't touch Fried at all, not even a piece of his clothes. Fried knocked him down several times, but he always stood up with his strong physical fitness and firm mental will. Enough, Elfman, if you keep fighting, you will suffer something more painful than death. Fried said, looking into the distance. He didn't want to see Elfman's body full of scars. During last year's harvest festival, he and Elfman got drunk. But he will follow Laxus. No matter who it is, Laxus can't stop him. Fried, Laxus is wrong. Elfman said, raising his arms. Ah! Fried sighed, backhanded a sword, pain. Ah! Elfman screamed in extreme torture. Fear dash. Elfman, just fall down like this. When you wake up, everything will be over. Ah! Elfman screamed in pain, his face full of fear and collapse. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a familiar figure running towards him. He cried and stretched out his hand to the other party. Sister dash. Elfman. Mirage saw her brother's painful look, and the hand she stretched out was exactly the same as the shadow of her sister Lysana's hand back then. Ah! Mirage's mental defense collapsed, and she let out a sharp roar. Boom! A terrifying magic power suddenly descended, allowing people in the entire town to feel it. Fear rose in people's hearts, as if a demon had descended into the world. Information update in the guild. Mirage vs Freed. This is Miss Mirage's magic power, so exaggerated. Natsu. Couldn't help but say. But it feels a bit like Yevlet. Happy said. Because Myra Jane received the devil, and Yevlet is a devil after all. Natsu said. Yet. Gajeel and Happy both nodded in agreement. Makarov looked solemn. Not long after. Myra Jane, win. I won just like that. Natsu blinked. The next second, the barrier that sealed the guild was broken. Boom. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. I'm burning. Levy. Gajeel whispered, and ran out as well. Outside the city. Miraja had transformed into the form of the demon queen. She lowered her head arrogantly and looked at Freed, who was seriously injured. Cold sweat broke out on Freed's forehead. As expected, she was the S-class wizard of the same level as Laxus, the demon Miraja. She was so overwhelmingly powerful. Buzz. The magic circle in the distance dissipated, and the petrification was lifted. It was Erza standing inside. Boom. Erza took a step forward, her eyes were cold, and she turned to surprise when she saw Miraja's appearance. Miraja. You go save everyone, I'm going to beat up some bastard. Miraja said coldly. Okay. Erza nodded, and mourned for a guy who had brought it upon himself. I'll leave Elfman to you, Litas. Mirage looked at Litas, who was defeated by Freed before. No problem. Litas nodded. He didn't have the strong physique and will of Elfman, so after being defeated by Freed, he couldn't stand up and was not tortured. Although he was injured, it was no problem to take Elfman back. Boom. Mirage flapped his wings and soared into the sky. On the other side. The time was slightly advanced. Gray was trapped in the barrier and was thinking about getting out. Ah, isn't this Gray? Yevlet passed by with a drink in one hand and a snack in the other. Yevlet. Gray looked at him and was helpless. He met this guy again. He would rather fight with Laxus and be defeated than face Yevlet, a troublesome guy. Clang. The barrier was cut open and Gray was rescued. You're welcome. Yevlet took back honey. You are also guarding a magic circle, right? Gray said. Of course. Who is it? Juvia and Yevlet and Gray looked in a certain direction at the same time. Lucy. Yevlet. Accompanied by the roar, the rolling heat wave hit him. Chapter 66, Yevlet vs Natsu and Gray. Natsu is very angry. Gray said. Yet. Yevlet gulped his drink. I am also very angry. Ah, this. Yevlet took 2 steps back and said, I seem to have been tricked by Laxus. He has a very sharp vision. Swish. Gray's attack came suddenly, and the ice spikes directly pierced Yevlet's phantom. Boom. The rolling heat waves, followed by the raging flames, covered Yevlet. Natsu, use large-scale magic, Yevlet is most afraid of this. Gray shouted hurriedly. It just so happens that I have nowhere to vent my anger. Natsu responded. Boom. It's like a fire dragon in the world. The huge fireball, like a small sun falling from the sky, evaporated the water of the hot spring. Half of the sky was dyed orange-red. The residents of half of the town felt like they were in the hottest time of summer, with burning skin and dry mouth. There was a clear rise in temperature. Fortunately, my cloak is fireproof. Yevlet couldn't help but say. After all, he was a fragile person, so of course he had to take good defensive measures. The wizard's cloak he wore was made by himself, the crystallization of wisdom. It can not only prevent water, fire, and lightning, but also resist ordinary weapons, and disperse the kinetic energy of physical attacks to reduce damage, to prevent being stabbed from behind. The rapidly rising temperature at this time made Yevlet frown. It is worthy of being Natsu. The rolling heat waves burned the air, and even the natural magic was driven away, which made it difficult for Yevlet to infect him with magic. Fortunately, he had already reached the second stage and planted enough magic seeds in Natsu's body, otherwise he would really treat him as an enemy. Yes, it's really a big trouble, at least more troublesome than Sandesi and others on Karna Island. However, there is no need to take down Natsu immediately. Now, as long as Yevlet wants, everyone in the guild, including the president Makarov, can make him kneel down in a second. This is the terrifying part of the second level, the fog wets the clothes silently. But playing like this is too boring. There will be deep hidden dangers. When the outside world spreads that Yevlet can make people kneel down in a second, most of the enemies facing him will not confront him head-on, but will choose to sneak attack. Or infinitely exaggerate his strength, and then in order to avoid accidents, set traps and siege such a strong man, and in an instant hit all the damage. How scary! He is a squishy. So, Yevlet prefers to give people a feeling of, I am only a little stronger than you, you can win with a little more effort. So, the more cards you hide, the less time you have to waste. Use your special moves slowly, and your life will be guaranteed. So, the last time Happy borrowed his body, he showed everyone in the guild a second kneeling, which was equivalent to revealing one of his biggest cards. Fortunately, everyone didn't pay much attention to this at the time. Of course, people like the president and Erza will definitely react afterwards, but they won't leak it out. However, if you don't use the power of the second realm for the time being, it will be really difficult to face Natsu and Gray at the same time. Natsu's demon god-like physique, it's okay to eat fire, but the most feared thing is that he doesn't eat fire, eats something else, and then develops a new form, which is even more scary. Ordinary wizards get weaker and weaker as they fight, the consumption of magic power and loss of physical strength are difficult to make up in fierce battles. But the Dragon Slayer is like this, who plays hard from the start, and doesn't need any tricks or trump cards at all. The offensive wave is more fierce than the other. And Gray is evenly matched. Not a Dragon Slayer, but almost the same. Everyone thought he was an ice mage, but in fact, his physical strength is evenly matched with that of normal Natsu, his magic power is also much more exaggerated, and his IQ is also high, making him a very troublesome character. Really? Facing two strong guys? Yevlet, a fragile skin, is under a lot of pressure. Boom! A huge iron block weighing 100 tons fell from the sky. Natsu didn't care, it was obviously fake at first glance. Yevlet didn't have the ability to control physical magic. Boom! But he was hit hard on the head and fell to the ground. Gray looked back and was speechless, a large broken stone. Natsu scratched his head and sat up, unscathed. What a great head-turning skill! Yevlet approached Gray with his shackles, and without drawing his sword, he used his cane honey to hit Gray's legs fiercely. Bang! It hurt his hands. What a great diamond kick! Hwalala! The ice spread rapidly. Yevlet immediately launched a magical influence, completely deceiving Gray's 5 senses. Hwa! The spreading ice turned a corner, and Natsu just got up, stepped on the ice, and slid directly into the distance with the ice. Darkness! Yevlet directly blocked Gray's 5 senses, and then kicked him out. Bang! Gray was kicked back, 5 meters. Yevlet, is this all your power? Gray immediately broke through the first level of deception with confidence. He patted his stomach nonchalantly and stood up. Yevlet! Natsu also rushed up with a roar. Natsu, help! In the sky, Lucy fell down holding her skirt. I won't be fooled by this trick. Natsu said proudly. What about this? Yevlet's voice appeared in front of him, but a force grabbed Natsu's scarf and pulled him back. Dong! Natsu stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot, and his body stabilized instantly. He turned around and punched. Shua! Suddenly, Natsu was startled and quickly rolled to the side. Looking back, a knife flashed. It turned out that Yevlet slashed at his side. Boom! The terrifying ice spread over and instantly sealed Yevlet. But this was obviously an illusion. Natsu stood up, back to back with Gray, and looked around vigilantly. This is the trouble with deception magic. It is very simple to crack deception magic. Firmly believe that you are being deceived, you can crack the current deception, and then strengthen your will, you will not be guided by emotions. But deception magic is a magic that locks individuals within a range. Even if you can crack one level, there are still 2, 3, 5, or even 10 or 20 levels. Who knows how many levels Yevlet will set? Moreover, as long as Yevlet does not use magic attacks other than deception magic, such as pure fists and feet, then you really can't find its trace at all, and can only passively take the beating. Natsu suddenly closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The temperature in the space beside him and in front of him instantly rose, and the air was dispersed by the heat wave. Gray also immediately burst out with magic power. Crack, crack, crack! Gray's front immediately turned into a land of ice and snow. With the two of them as the center, this area was half magma fire and half snowy ice. Found it! Natsu shouted. Chapter 67, Myra Jane ended the game. In the distance, Yevlet pushed his glasses. The two of them worked together to create an ice and fire magic domain. Ice and fire blended, magic power was disordered, and water vapor formed a domain in the sky. Yevlet's first level magic was greatly affected and the effect was weakened. This is Natsu's fighting talent. Perhaps even he himself couldn't figure out what was going on, but he did instinctively do something similar to Joseph used black fog to restrict Yevlet. And Gray also had great tacit understanding and cooperated immediately. However, this was not the kind of black fog magic after all. Although it could weaken the magic effect, the water vapor was not under the control of the two people. It could not feed back information. If it was really the black fog that Joseph could report, Yevlet would have flipped the table directly. The power of the collision and explosion of the two magic forces forced Yevlet to retreat far away. You have no other means at such a long distance, Yevlet. Gray said, but I know that your pistol is not ready yet. Stand firm, Yevlet. Natsu swung his arms, looking like he was going to punch Yevlet hard. Okay, then you have to grit your teeth and don't cry. Yevlet drew out his long sword. Boom! Countless ice spears rushed towards Yevlet. Natsu also rushed up. Yevlet's eyelids jumped and retreated to the side. The ice spear hit the place where he was standing and stabbed into the ground. The crisis was not resolved. It was better to say that the ice spear was a feint. Ah! Natsu rushed to the face and punched Yevlet's stomach hard. It felt real. Is it Yevlet? Fountain? Natsu was confused and punched the fountain. Then Yevlet was Gray. Natsu turned back and shouted. But it was too late. Shua! Yevlet skated on his skates and turned very gracefully, pulled out honey, took out a card with his left hand, held it against the blade, and then used the back of the knife to slash Gray's side. The card suddenly spurted out a powerful force, and this attack was added with magic. Boom! Gray was chopped away by this powerful knife. Damn it, the distance is so far, and the magic power around is so violent, how can it affect us? Gray covered his abdomen, and this knife almost broke his bones. Ever since Yevlet killed a demon and used its body to create honey, he rarely needs to use cards to help with this knife that can cut iron like mud. Yevlet originally made some auxiliary cards to make up for his own power gap. Like the one just now, sticking to an object will burst out a strong driving force. It is equivalent to pushing the knife to cut the enemy, thus making up for Yevlet's relatively insufficient power. But with honey, it is not necessary. Not to mention the flesh, even if there is no skill, if you seize the opportunity, you can also chop Erza's armor into pieces. However, facing Gray, you can't use the blade, you can only use the back of the blade. The back of the blade is not that sharp, so you can only use the long outdated technology to enhance the explosive power. As for what shocked Gray, the distance is far and the magic power around is chaotic, why can he still use fraud magic? This is of course because he has reached the second realm. The second realm is to directly control the magic seeds in his body. Whether it is the deception of the five senses or the guidance of emotions, the magic seeds can be activated to complete it. There is no need to connect the network cable on site. Just. Faced with Gray's question, Yevlet did not answer. Just think that the strength of his magic has increased. It makes people mistakenly think that it is a quantitative change rather than a qualitative change, and it is also a kind of hidden card. Magician. You must know how to hide. Yevlet. Natsu ran back again. Yevlet would not give the two a chance to work together. He pretended to attack Gray again with a fake body, but actually turned around, pressed the card with his left hand, pressed it against the blade, and then slashed Natsu's side with a knife. Boom! Natsu was also chopped away by this knife. Yevlet did not stop. He did not choose to continue attacking Natsu, but targeted Gray again. The continuous use of deception of the five senses made Gray unable to distinguish between the real and the fake, and the defense he made was completely useless. If it was really an enemy, Yevlet would have finished him off with one strike. It was just Gray. Yevlet just used the back of his knife to slash him. After several slashes, Gray couldn't hold back. Boom! After a set of combos, Yevlet kicked Gray to the ground with a handsome high whip kick. Hoo-hoo! Yevlet was a little out of breath. Gray, who had been beaten, was still in good condition. Forget it, I'm tired. Hoo-hoo! The air behind was scorching, and Natsu caught up. Yevlet directly deceived the two people's five senses. When the two people sensed each other's magic power and knew they were deceived, they couldn't stop. Boom! Natsu punched Gray in the face, and the ice pillar used by Gray also hit Natsu's abdomen firmly. The attacks of these two people were really powerful. Boom! Gray was hit by Natsu's punch and flew dozens of meters away, smashing through several layers of walls. Natsu was also hit by Gray's icicle and knocked down more than 10 trees, falling into the depths of the forest. Ahem! One covered his face, the other covered his stomach, and barely got up. Yevlet directly affected Natsu's five senses, letting him run around for fun. And he walked towards Gray. Gray's brain was a little confused by Natsu's punch, and his body was swaying. He could only stand by the wall, which was a good time to make up for the blow. The warm-up exercise stopped here. But Yevlet had only taken a few steps. Buzz! The magic power was like a prison, and the terrifying magic power fell on his head. Yevlet's body froze. The next second, a demon queen appeared in front of Yevlet. Hello, Myra! Boom! Before he finished speaking, Myra Jane punched Yevlet in the abdomen, and a sharp pain made him stop talking. Yevlet fell forward, and Myra Jane hugged him, then turned to look at Natsu in the distance. Great! Yevlet fainted, the magic was lifted, and Natsu naturally came back to his senses from the deception. He immediately rushed up and wanted to attack Yevlet. Natsu, go help Erza! Demon Queen Myra Jane raised her chin and looked at Natsu arrogantly, her eyes revealing a look that did not allow rejection. Natsu stopped his foot. He is not a fool. Natsu! Lord Gray! At this time, the magic circle was lifted. Lucy and Juvia also released their petrification, and they excitedly rushed towards the two. Natsu didn't mind at all, laughing. Gray was a little embarrassed, but didn't make a strong rejection. Miraja looked at the scene in the distance, her mouth slightly raised, she held Yevlet in one hand and stroked his hair with the other. Fragrant. Soft. Yevlet opened his eyes, and in front of him were two mountains, blocking most of the golden sky. Yevlet licked her dry lips and said, Miss Miraja, your punch was a bit heavy. Who told a guy to go against everyone when he was not drunk? This is the end of wanting to be a villain. Miraja's voice came from above, and she had returned to normal. She also knew the cause and effect, and firmly believed that Yevlet was not drunk. How long have I slept? Yevlet asked. Not long. Myra Jane said. Natsu and Gray went to find Laxus. Erza and Mystogan are still fighting. I can't lie here. Yevlet said, if I don't go to the appointment, Laxus will laugh at me for the rest of my life. You. Myra Jane smiled and helped him up. Hiss. Yevlet rubbed his stomach. It was obvious that Myra Jane had treated him, so it was just a little painful, but it didn't affect his movements. Yevlet, thank you. Myra Jane said suddenly. Yevlet didn't answer her. Myra Jane looked at Yevret's back, her eyes sparkling and gentle. Chapter 68, Laxus vs Gajeel. Myra understood. Today's battle is inevitable. If Laxus is allowed to act recklessly, the guild will definitely undergo a major change today, and even a very bad result. Game. This must have been Yevret's idea. He persuaded Laxus and the guild leader. He gave the grandfather and grandson who had rarely communicated and could not understand each other for many years a chance to talk. He was going to take charge of the situation. He was going to guide a bad result into a good one. Maybe. Mirage blinked. Laxus, Mystogan, the guild leader, they all had reasons to participate in this battle. Yevlet must have one too, and that reason was probably This arrogant guy had his own unique way to protect the guild. Marate remembered that Yevlet had said, magic cannot be understood by people, and magicians do not need to be understood by people. But Yevlet, it is not only magic that is wonderful, there must be someone to applaud the magician at the right time. Lidas and Elfman supported each other on the way to the hospital. Fried also lost, and I am the only one left. Suddenly a nice female voice came from the shop next door. Lidas and Elfman looked over cautiously. Alba Green, a girl with glasses wearing a green skirt and a beautiful figure, walked out of the store slowly. She held a fan in her hand and fanned it gently. Alba Green, it's over. Lidas said vigilantly, Biguslow has been defeated by Gray, Fried was defeated by Miss Myra Jane, and even Yevlet has lost. What does it matter? Alba Green said nonchalantly, as long as Laxus is still there, it's not over yet, and no one can defeat Laxus. Still stubborn? Then there's nothing I can do, although. Before Lidas finished speaking, he was attacked by Alba Green. Boom! A huge explosion blew the two away. Alba Green not only knows petrification, if you look into her eyes, you will be petrified. She also knows word magic, scale powder magic, and flying magic. She can cause considerable damage by detonating fine scale powder. Ahem! Lidas reluctantly climbed up, but when he looked up, he met Alba Green's eyes and turned into stone in an instant. Alba Green, don't go too far. Elfman used magic and turned into a burly beast king. Elfman. Alba Green looked at Elfman's body and said teasingly, your name is actually quite cute, but you look quite manly. Elfman didn't care about these at this time, he took influenced by the soul of the beast king, he not only has a powerful vision, but also a sense of smell and hearing. He tore off a piece of cloth and covered his eyes. Are you afraid that you will be so moved by my beauty that you can't help yourself? Alba Green said. Alba Green, I won't show mercy. Elfman rushed to Alba Green. But Alba Green grew wings behind her and flew up directly. Can you find me by smell? But what's the use? The fairy scale powder has spread all around you. You can't see the danger, and you can't smell it. Elfman, howl in pain like a man. Boom boom boom. The scale powder bomb exploded. Ah! Poor Elfman fell down again with a scream. Water restraint. Suddenly, a woman's shout came from behind. Alba Green didn't react at all and was directly wrapped by a ball of water. Open, the gate of Taurus, Talos. Moo. A cow holding a double-sided axe appeared and slapped the water ball with the axe. The water ball was scattered, and Alba Green inside was like a fly, being slapped hard by the fly swatter. Boom! Alba Green fell on Elfman. Oh, it's bad. Lucy covered her mouth, her face a little red. Miss Lucy, you. Juvia was also shy. What a nice posture. Taurus Talos said, I'm so envious. Okay, let's go. Don't hesitate. In front of him, Elfman was lying on his back, and Alba Green, who was wearing a skirt, was lying on his back in a 69 position with him. Fortunately, both of them fainted. Maybe they both fainted. Elfman quietly turned his head to the side. Alba Green's face could not be seen, but her ears were so red that they were almost bleeding. Lucy and Juvia hurriedly went up to control Alba Green, but in fact they pulled the two apart. This posture was not good. Church Caridia Cathedral. Laxus sat on the steps with a gloomy face. Fried Bigusro and Alba Green both lost. Yevlet, did you lose too? Why did you lose? Why? You will lose too. Suddenly a voice shouted. Laxus raised his head and looked at the church door. A person walked out of the light. Gajeel. He clenched his fists and looked at the magic circle behind Laxus. The one here is Levi. I just joined the guild not long ago. I don't know what conflicts you have with our guild, and I don't know what kind of person you are. Gajeel mobilized his magic power while walking. I know you are the grandson of the president. Maybe, as Natsu said, you have a compelling reason. But so what? Levi, who turned into a stone statue, is behind you. I came to save her. Ha 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 ha. Laxus covered his face and laughed for a while, then he put down his hand, with an extremely dissatisfied expression on his face. Our guild? You are qualified to say such a thing. Boom. A lightning bolt struck Gajeel. This time, I won't take it hard. Gajeel dodged. Forget it, before the real strong man arrives, I'll let you see it. The whale under the thunder. Boom. Laxus made a move. So fast. Gajeel was shocked. The pressure Laxus brought to him by this move was far greater than that of Natsu, who had fought with him until both were injured. They are both dragon slayers, but the gap is so big. Gajeel is at a disadvantage. The Iron Dragon met the Thunder Dragon. In addition, the difference in strength is obvious. After just a few moves, Gajeel couldn't resist. Not fast enough, just taking a beating but unable to fight back, and the attributes were restrained. Gajeel was just used as a sandbag, and he had no power to fight back. You only have this ability, and you still want to save Levi. Laxus said disdainfully, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Boom. The terrifying thunder was absorbed by Gajeel. The powerful impact pushed him out of the church and did not stop until it knocked down a house. Gajeel climbed up from the ruins with difficulty. Laxus looked at him with a squint and threw a thunderbolt. Boom. Gajeel fell down again. Laxus turned his back and walked towards the steps. He said lightly, if you stand up again, you will die. Chapter 69, Laxus vs Natsu and Gray, Erza vs Mystogan. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. A charred hand stretched out from the ruins. I'm not afraid of death. Gajeel's difficult voice came, but I must save Levi. Snap. Gajeel's hand was suddenly grabbed by someone, and then a force pulled him up. Fire Dragon. Gajeel leaned on Natsu. Levy is also our companion. Gray cut off a section of the iron bar with his ice blade and handed it to Gajeel. Crunch, crunch. Gajeel began to eat. The Magikai's strength was recovering rapidly, and some of it was restored, and even his injuries were suppressed. He sat down with his buttocks, and ate with big mouthfuls while pulling the iron bars around him. Laxus. Natsu and Gray walked towards the church, and the two walked in unison. As they walked step by step, their magic power exploded rapidly. Half of it was fire, and half of it was ice and snow. Hi la 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 la. The golden thunder flashing on Laxus' body made a sharp and piercing sound like 1,000 birds singing, which was the explosion of magic power. Natsu, Gray, how much have you improved over the years? Boom. Laxus rushed towards Natsu. At least I won't lose to you. Natsu punched him. Laxus was extremely fast and powerful. He caught the punch and threw Natsu directly into the air. Caw-caw. But in an instant, he was frozen by Gray's ice. Laxus smashed the ice with a punch. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu kicked his feet on the ceiling and rushed down. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Laxus punched back. Boom. Natsu was blown away, and the ground under Laxus' feet caved in, but he did not kneel down, but withstood the blow. Ice Shape Lancer. Gray seized the opportunity and released magic, but only pierced the lightning clone. Laxus had already circled behind Gray and opened his mouth to suck. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Buzz. A golden lightning beam enveloped Gray. But when the beam disappeared, Gray's body shattered, and it turned out to be an ice clone. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Natsu rushed down in a rotation. Thunder Dragon's Jaw. Laxus punched with both fists. Boom! Natsu was blown away again. Ice Shape Hammer Soldier. The huge hammer smashed down from above. Laxus raised it with one hand. Boom! Caught it. Laxus just bent his arm slightly. Seeing this, Gray sweated coldly. Before Natsu, the Fire Dragon, could make a move, Laxus had already turned into lightning and approached him. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Punch. Boom! Natsu was knocked away again. It seemed that Natsu had never fallen from the sky since the beginning of the fight. Ice Shape, Ice Spring. The Ice Spring, which was always successful, did not hit. Laxus turned into thunder, turned back in a Z shape, flew back, and then faced Gray's face with a Thunder Dragon's Roar. Gray created an ice shield to resist in a hurry, but still failed to block it and was blown away. Fortunately, he blocked part of the attack. Iron Dragon Stick. Shua. An iron stick stretched out from the back and hit Laxus. Laxus dodged sideways, then turned into a bolt of lightning and followed the iron rod back. Gajeel was startled and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Laxus appeared in front of Gajeel and punched him. Boom! The ground was shaking slightly. Gray sighed. Facing Yevlet's teasing, he was helpless. Facing Laxus's strength, he felt powerless. Park Square. I really didn't expect that you would join this game, Mr. Gang. Erza's face was complicated. Everyone who participates in this game has his own purpose, Erza, I have one too. Mr. Gang said lightly. In the magic circle behind Mr. Gang, Biska and Kana are inside. Next to him, many guild members fell here, including Biska's boyfriend Alzak. Erza Alzak forced himself to overcome sleepiness, but he couldn't stand up, so he could only look at Erza for help. Biska, please forgive me. After saying that, Arzak fell into a deep sleep. Change clothes. Erza put on the most commonly used heavenly wheel armor, a well-balanced and excellent armor with long range, close combat and defense, and multiple swords for attack. Silver armor, 4 steel wings, and gorgeous appearance. It's rare to see you take action. Since we are already face to face, Mist Gang, I will not hold back. Erza said firmly. Miss Gang's eyes were a little complicated and nostalgic. They really look alike. No, they are one person. You will protect everyone, Erza, no matter which world you are in. Skyscraper. Mr. Gang made a move. His magic is mainly based on 5 magic wands, and uses illusion magic and attack magic around sleep magic. The skyscraper's move is very similar to Yevlet's deception magic, using illusions, creating things, and changing people's emotions. The floor suddenly collapsed, and the tentacles from hell wrapped around Erza. In the grey sky, a blood-red magic eye as big as a city opened. A feeling of fear surged. This trick is far inferior to Yevlet. Do you want to fight me with this thing? Erza's magic power burst out. She is determined and strong enough that she will not be fooled by this trick, not to mention Yevlet's high-intensity training every day. I'm not welcome. Erza rushed towards Mr. Gang. Mr. Gang took out his magic wand and launched a magic attack, but was cut off by Erza's sword. Skywheel Circulation Sword. Multiple long swords, it quickly spun into a highly lethal circle, cutting towards Mystogan, and Erza followed closely behind. Triple Magic Circle Mirror Water. The triple magic circle appeared, and the circulation sword was deflected and flew towards Erza. Erza split the circulation sword, and at this time, she was very close to Mystogan. Mist Phantom Naraku. A strong sleepiness that affected her mind surged into her brain. Erza staggered, almost unable to resist this terrifying sleepiness. Phantom Dreamland. That terrifying sleepiness was comparable to Yefrit's attack. Erza lost consciousness for a moment, her eyes lost focus, her eyelids drooped, and she actually fell asleep. But Mystogan did not pursue the victory, but quickly retreated. Shua. A sword passed by the place where he had just stood. Erza opened her eyes tiredly. As expected of Erza, such a strong will. Mr. Gang had been prepared, but he was still shocked. Yevlet agreed, Erza was the most troublesome person he had infected, it took him a long time, and her will was so strong that it was terrifying. 5-layer magic circle. Mr. Gang wanted to use more powerful magic. 5 overlapping magic circles formed a light column and sealed Erza in it. At that time, I was picked up by Group 9, and I met many people who wrote light novels. Thanks for their mutual help and promotion. Friends who are interested can take a look. This cartoonist is crazy. Fairy tale, I am not the most terrifying wizard. Simultaneous travel from the flower era. The heaven shattering, becoming the holy body of Mars. Sweeping the ages from slaying demons and eliminating evil. Zombie simulation of Doluo continent starting from the broken martial spirit. I can evolve infinitely. Rebirth, my childhood sweetheart has a crush on me. Dragon Clan, Lu Ming Fei in the heavens. Magical girl, but Sea Tiger Blast Fist. Pokemon, but Ocean Lord. Magical boy, but Little Flower Fairy. I participate in big events in the heavens. Dragon Clan, Realm of Rebirth. Days as a teacher at Castle Academy. Flower, I can't lose in my career. Chapter 70, Laxus vs Makarov. Sleep, Erza. Makagura. The terrifying magic power bursts out. Mr. Gang holds the magic wand and doesn't hold back at all. Change clothes. Vetra armor. Erza changes clothes immediately. The Vetra armor has extremely strong magic defense, and it can also resist Mr. Gong's sleep magic to a certain extent. But resistance alone is not enough. Erza took a deep breath, sank her feet, and directly raised the 2 huge semicircular shields in her hands, and rushed towards Mist Gang despite the magic effect. Seeing this, Mystogan quickly retreated and used magic to bombard Erza. Ha! Erza switched to the purgatory armor, rushed out despite the attack, and slashed at Mystogan. Boom boom boom. The church was even more lively. The four were all external wizards, and their destructive power was top-notch. Ordinary buildings were not paper-made for them, but at most foam boards. The battle scene almost turned the entire church into ruins. Laxus! Natsu roared and rushed forward, and Gajeel followed. Gray responded calmly, protecting himself while assisting the two Dragon Slayer wizards. Laxus was still at ease under the siege of the three. Time was like sand in the hands, and a few minutes passed quietly while rubbing his eyes. Park Square. Big and small pits, the battle went from fierce to gradually peaceful. Huff, huff, huff. Erza panted, and Mystogan also held his wand, his physical strength was exhausted. Mystogan, what do you want to say? Erza asked. The battle is not over yet, Erza. Mystogan clenched his wand. Well, it seems that only by making you fall down completely can I know what you are thinking. Erza straightened up. The movement on the church side disappeared. Day. 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 A short figure walked from the end of the street, the setting sun shone, and the shadow arrived at the collapsed door of the church first. Fairy Tale President Makarov. He clenched his fists and walked steadily. Inside the church, Natsu, Gray, and Gajeel, although they all looked unwilling, they had indeed fallen down. Laxus was covered in wounds, and his upper body clothes had long been torn, revealing his muscular body. He sat on a collapsed pillar, his elbows resting on his knees, his head down, as if he was asleep. Until Makarov walked in front of him. Laxus raised his head and laughed sarcastically, is this the Fairy Tale Guild? The strongest guild that was defeated by just a few people. Laxus. Makarov sighed, even Natsu can understand this truth. I have always hoped to avoid this battle, but Yevlet is right. Some things may only be taught to you with fists. Will he say such a thing? Laxus laughed, the one who never used his fists, a cunning and despicable guy. You can still fight, Laxus. Makarov said. Of course I have the strength to defeat an 80-year-old man who should have retired long ago. Laxus stood up and said, Old man, see if I am qualified to inherit the guild. Boom. The battle suddenly broke out. Makarov is not someone that Natsu and the others can compete with. The strong pressure Gray felt from Laxus before, now it's his turn. As a veteran of the 10 Saints, Makarov knows a lot of magic and has rich experience in fighting enemies. Compared with him, Laxus has no advantage in any aspect. At most, he is a young man and a dragon slayer, so his physical fitness is better. Among the many magics he knows, Makarov is best at gigantic magic and light magic. The former has extremely strong combat power in physics, and the latter also has powerful magic bombing capabilities. Laxus is not to be outdone. He is covered with dragon scales, especially his elbows are very hard, and he can even withstand magic bombings. He rushed to Makarov and fought him fist to fist, with his body. Old man, is this all your strength? Laxus laughed wildly, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. Laxus, I'm old. Makarov stepped back, struggling to deal with it. Laxus has grown a lot over the years, and compared to the naive child back then, his magic has become manic and powerful. Is it because of magic that his personality has become like this? The mind constructs magic, and magic affects the mind. Laxus. Yevlet has always believed in you, but can you really turn back? Makarov fell into confusion and self-blame. I am an incompetent grandfather, and I don't have much confidence in you. Ha 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 ha. Laxus laughed grimly, Old man, fight back, is that not enough? Let alone other things, Laxus, your strength is not enough. Makarov's eyes became serious. Boom. His attack became more fierce, which surprised Laxus a little. Ha ha ha. Laxus was not panicked, nor was he afraid of getting hurt. He output his magic power to the limit. Boom boom boom. The whole town could hear the movement here. Sometimes thunder was thunderous, sometimes giants appeared. The earth was shaking. Old man, you should have changed your mind a long time ago. The ghosts, that bunch of trash, have been provoking us for so many years. If I were the president, I would have defeated them long ago. Laxus roared. Over the years, no matter where I go, I can hear them talking about fairy tale. Makarov is old. Fairy tale has no successor. Fairy tale can only wreak havoc, just like the Dark Guild. Why hasn't such a guild been banned? Why? Old man, tell me, why? Obviously, our fairy tale is a prestigious guild in the entire continent, why do they dare to say such things? Laxus, we can't control what others say. No matter how great a person is, there will be people who spit on him behind his back. Makarov replied. No. Laxus denied, this is because you are weak, this is because fairy tale has a group of weak people, a group of people who don't obey discipline. I want to be the president of fairy tale. I want to make fairy tale the most powerful guild. I want to change the views of everyone in the world. I am not just you, the third generation president of fairy tale, the grandson of Makarov of the Holy Ten. I am also the fourth generation president of the world's strongest guild, fairy tale. I will lead fairy tale to a higher glory. Towards a more distant future. Old man, this is my determination. I will defeat anyone who stands in my way. Natsu, Gray, Erza, Mystogan, Yevlet, Guildarts. Including you. Grandpa. I want to be the strongest in the strongest guild. I am Laxus. I am the president of the strongest guild, fairy tale. I am the strongest wizard. I am the one who redefined the Doria family name. I am the one and only Laxus Doria. Makarov, the old man's heart was touched. Is that so? Laxus. So these are your true thoughts. Makarov recalled the past. The young and energetic Laxus. Grandpa, wizards are so powerful. When I grow up, I want to join fairy tale and become a wizard. Haha, okay. Grandpa, look at this new move I developed, isn't it powerful? Really powerful. Grandpa, I protected Lysina today. Laxus already looks like a big brother. Natsu and Gray are always fighting, should I stop them? No, that's their friendship. What a strange friendship, but I want friendship too. Don't worry, Laxus will also meet that guy who makes you want to beat him up, but trust him completely. Probably not, if I want to beat him up, I won't be friends with him. Besides, if I beat him up, it must be because he hurt everyone, just like the adults who bullied Lysina last time. Maybe there will be such a person. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I didn't defeat the enemy, I didn't protect Fried and the others. It doesn't matter, failure in life is inevitable, as long as everyone can come back. It's all because I'm too weak, I have to become stronger, so strong that no one can hurt my friends. Grandpa, I want to be the strongest wizard in the guild, stronger than Guildarts and you. Then you must practice hard, Guildarts and I are not so easy to surpass. Grandpa, I want to go out to practice. Laxus, be careful along the way. Grandpa, why do they always say you are worthy of being the grandson of the president? It is obviously me who has practiced hard and seriously, and they should praise me. Ha ha ha, why bother about such things? Laxus, why did you attack irrelevant people when you were doing the task last time? It's not irrelevant people, they laughed at our guild for not being as good as those guys of Phantom. It's just a laugh, no, they should be severely injured. I know. Laxus, I've already told you not to attack irrelevant people. Ah, I know. Laxus, did you kill all the people in the Dark Guild? So what? They are just a bunch of scum of the Dark Guild. Didn't Yevlet not hold back? Besides, who told them that our fairy tale is weak and can only send children to carry out commissions? Of course, I have to let them see my power. Yevlet is different from you. He has a firm character. It's dangerous for you to continue like this. You will fall into darkness. Why is Yevlet so firm and I am not? Old man, am I weaker than that guy who can only play magic? This is not about being weak or not. I am worried about you, Laxus. You have become different recently. I have never changed. Grandpa, tell me. Laxus raised his fist and punched the Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Am I wrong? This has always been my dream. It's fine if others deny me, but why do you deny me too? Even that guy Yevlet can understand me. It's you, who will stand on the opposite side of me. Laxus. Makarov looked at his grandson's crazy appearance, tears streaming down his face, but then he evaporated the tears with magic power. His wrinkled face was very serious, and he said seriously. Laxus, you are wrong. I told you before, but you have been devoured by the rapidly growing power in these years. You forgot, then I will say it again. Laxus. Makarov roared, the guild has never been a tool for you to show off your power, nor a step to help you become famous. The guild is a wall to protect your family. It is a weapon to protect your dreams. After all these years, even until now, I am still proud of you. But now, you have made a mistake. As your grandfather, I must wake you up. Makarov took a deep breath, if you want to surpass me, correct your mistakes first. Rain of light. Boom boom boom. Countless magic bombs hit Laxus like raindrops. Laxus resisted, then I will surpass you today. Dragon Slayer secret. Laxus. Gray exclaimed in the distance, do you want to kill the president? Laxus, you guy. Natsu, exhausted, tried to get up. President. Gajeel leaned his head against the ground, his body hunched, and tried to stand up with his hands. This move is too dangerous. When the Phantom was fighting, this move made the young Saint Joseph unable to withstand it, let alone the elderly Makarov. Ming Yu Lei. Boom. Light magic and thunder magic collided. A huge semicircle of magic explosion covered the entire area. After the explosion, smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sunset. Thunder dragons. Roar. Laxus spewed out a terrifying lightning column and pierced through the smoke and dust. Makarov on the opposite side raised his hand with a tired look. Field of light. Boom. Perfectly defended. Thunder dragons. Bang Chuan. Laxus rushed to Makarov and was about to punch him. Plop. But he saw Makarov's body sway, holding his chest, and fell backwards. Laxus was stunned. Makarov's face was very ugly, his facial features were tightly wrinkled, and he looked extremely uncomfortable. Old man! Natsu exclaimed. Old man! Laxus put down his hand. Don't hit me anymore, Laxus, your grandfather has a heart attack. Gray shouted if he doesn't receive treatment, he will die. Laxus was silent, and soon, his body began to tremble, and at the same time, he laughed, the laughter grew from small to large. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That's just right. Laxus raised his head and laughed wildly, that's my victory. The position of the president of Fairy Tale. It's mine. Laxus, you bastard. Natsu staggered to his feet. I will win the final victory. Use this invincible magic. Laxus opened his 5 fingers and posed with his hands as if holding a ball. Buzz. Magic power as deep as the abyss burst out. What kind of magic is this? Gray's face turned pale. It's like the old man's magic, Natsu said in disbelief. What a terrifying magic. Once it is released, everyone present may be. Gajeel was also shocked. Super magic, the law of fairies. Someone answered their questions. Chapter 71, The Law of Fairies. Yevlet walked slowly and said as he walked, use the sacred light to defeat the darkness and destroy all the targets that the caster considers to be enemies. It has a large range and super lethal magic. Yevlet, you actually know it. Laxus was a little surprised. The president wanted to teach me before, but I didn't learn it. I don't want to play this dangerous magic. Yevlet stopped. Using this magic consumes a lot of magic and physical strength. He doesn't need to do such a thankless task. If you can't win, you can run away. If you really want to fight, he has more cost-effective magic. And learning the laws of fairies also means accepting inheritance. Yevlet doesn't want to be the president. If he is the president, he will have to face the pressure of managing Natsu and others. This is too terrible. Besides, once you learn this big move, you will think of self-destruction when something happens, just like the stone man will completely lose his intelligence once he reaches level 6, just like the dotted line to Yasuo, it is easy to get hot-headed. Then come and stop me. Laxus said. Yevlet, stop him. Gray shouted. No. Yevlet shook his head and said, just use it, Laxus. The alliance bench was so handsome that Laxus, Gray, and others were shocked. But they all watched Yevlet bathe in this dangerous magic light, took out a bottle of medicine, and fed it to Makarov. After giving Makarov the medicine and seeing his expression relieved, Yevlet looked at Laxus and said, there has never been any invincible magic, Laxus. Haha, then I'll prove it to you. Laxus began to construct magic without hesitation. Yes, use that magic. Yevlet said in a relaxed tone, I'm looking forward to it. 3 Laxus began to count down. Yevlet, Laxus, you two guys. Gray shouted, stop playing. Laxus. Natsu mustered up his last strength and wanted to rush to Laxus, but his feet were still soft and he fell to the ground. 2. Gray and others were full of despair. Yevlet still smiled and said, yes, Laxus, release it, and then kill everyone who makes you unhappy, hates you, and disappoints you, including me, Natsu, Gray, the president, and everyone in the guild. I believe you have the ability. And I will never stop you from using this magic. 1. Yevlet shouted, release it, Laxus, I trust you, and the result that has been predetermined. Laxus's eyeballs were trembling. At the moment when the magic was about to be released, countless memories came to his mind. It was as if Yevlet's words were a key that opened the door to the deep memories sealed in his mind. Brother Laxus, thank you for protecting me. Lysina rubbed her tears and said, are you okay with your injury? It must be painful. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all, it's nothing. Lysina, I'm the grandson of the president, I should protect you. Laxus smiled, his clothes were torn, his body was covered with footprints, and his face was beaten, but there was no tears, only a proud and strong smile. 2 people were lying on the lawn. Damn it, Laxus, I will definitely beat you next time. Ha ha ha, Natsu, you are far from enough. Laxus, I'm hungry. Let's go, let's catch rabbits, can you still stand up? Of course. On the street. Laxus, what is that place for? It looks different from the surrounding shops. Gray, let's not get close to there, it's a bad thing there, Guildarts said. Okay, I remember. In the guild. Brother Laxus, come with me to do the commission. I want to save money to buy a birthday present for my sister, but she only brought Elfman with her. Brother. Is going to do a commission. Lysina said with tears in her eyes. Lysina, I'll go with you. Natsu said. I want to go too. Gray raised his hand. I don't want to go with you. Natsu and Gray started fighting. Let's go together, what's the commission, Lysina? Laxus took off his headphones. The commission to expel wild boars. Okay, Laxus, I'm going to defeat 3. Natsu shouted. I'll defeat 4. Gray replied. Then I'll defeat 5. 6. 7. Let's go, 2 idiots. Laxus knocked on each of them. At the door of the guild. Hey, liar, you always play tricks on everyone, do you think it's fun? Laxus looked at the new member with dissatisfaction. I think it's fun. The new member pushed his glasses. Don't be so arrogant in fairy tale, you guy. Laxus said angrily. Ah, I know, you are the grandson of the president Laxus, what, are you learning to manage the guild? It has nothing to do with that. What does it have to do with you what I do? You make people angry. Then come and beat me, little thunder dragon. You guy. After a fight. Laxus lay on the ground, looking at the man leaning against the wall in the distance, gasping with his mouth open, and asked, liar, what's your name? Yevlet. Humph, next time, it's you who'll be lying on the ground. No. I don't care about those memories at all. Laxus shouted, you all go to hell. The fairies' law. Activate. Buzz. The magic golden light enveloped the entire city. Everyone lost their vision in the golden light. But no one felt scared. Instead, they felt warm, as if they were basking in the warm sunshine in winter. The wizards even felt their magic power replenished. Natsu, Gray, and Gajeel stood up in disbelief, watching the golden light shrink in front of them and then condense into a human figure. Laxus. Why? Why? Laxus couldn't believe the scene in front of him. No one was injured. The fairies' law was clearly activated. But he looked at Yevlet fiercely, and the other party smiled. Laxus, are you satisfied? Yevlet smiled and said, Sundaragai, do you see your true heart clearly? No. Laxus roared, Yevlet, you used magic to influence me. Ah, so, then, I will be your opponent next. Yevlet said nonchalantly. I will defeat you. Laxus took a deep breath. He was almost out of magic power at this moment. He couldn't replenish his physical strength. In addition, the law of the fairy was released, but it didn't work at all, which made him confused and relieved. In short, it was a complicated emotion. Debuffs from all aspects. Don't even mention fighting Yevlet. Even fighting Natsu and the other two was extremely difficult. Natsu and the others stood up, but this time, they didn't make a move. Yevlet. Laxus rushed towards Yevlet, thunder roaring in his hand. I'm on Sanjiang. It's my first time on Sanjiang. It feels like I won an award. So happy _ Thank you for your support and the editor's trust. Thank you so much. Chapter 72, Yevlet, it's you who's lying on the ground again, Laxus. Faced with Laxus's strong attack, Gray and others were very worried, but Yevlet was very calm. Natsu tilted his head in confusion, he had a strange, indescribable feeling. Natsu's feeling was vague, but it was correct. Yevlet looked at the poor Laxus in front of him quietly. He was clearly attacking loudly, but he seemed to be retreating in fear. He couldn't face the facts, just like he didn't want to believe that an ugly monster had no intention of hurting people. That's it, Laxus. Yevlet said with a smile, and then activated the magic. His second level can silently plant magic seeds into people's bodies, and when used, it can be directly stimulated to instantly control the enemy's emotions, making anyone kneel down in seconds. Everyone in the guild, including Laxus, has of course been filled up by him. This statement seems a bit bad? Anyway. A sense of fear took away most of Laxus's consciousness almost instantly. I'm not afraid of anything. Laxus gritted his teeth, his whole body was trembling, every inch of muscle, every pore, every hair, all contracted and tightened inwards, trembling. He walked step by step with difficulty. So sad? In an instant, Laxus burst into tears again, his heart felt like it was being pulled up, his throat was blocked, and his nose felt sour as if lemon juice was poured into it. He gritted his teeth, the lightning all over his body had dissipated, but he was still approaching Yevlet. Laxus. Gray stretched out his hand, but he didn't come over to hold him after all. You are worthy of it, Laxus. Yevlet nodded involuntarily. This guy is also a monster of will. Helplessness. Depression. Regret. Emotions took turns. When he walked to Yevlet, Laxus almost became a puddle of mud, but he still relied on his will to stand firm. One of his eyes was closed and the other was slightly open. Almost crawling as if walking on his toes, he came to less than half a meter in front of Yevlet. He raised his hand as if lifting 1,000 pounds, and trembled into a fist. You lose, Laxus. Yevlet said. Laxus punched out, soft and weak, he couldn't maintain his balance, and fell forward. Yevlet stretched out his left hand and hugged his body, and Laxus's chin was placed on his shoulder. Yevlet said, this time, it's you who is lying on the ground, Laxus. So, put away your flattery and get back on the road of hard practice. Even a master has to have the heart of an apprentice. You have a lot to learn from the president. Next time, Laxus closed his eyes before he finished speaking and completely lost consciousness. Yevlet let go, and Laxus fell to the ground. Win. Gray breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps back, and sat on the collapsed stone pillar. Plop. Natsu fell back, snoring like thunder. Levy. Gajeel hurried over to see Levi in the magic circle. The magic circle was untied, Levi was released from the petrified state, and she burst into tears, she could hear everything that happened just now. Thank you, Gajeel, thank you everyone. Levi said crying. Gajeel breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't say anything. He turned to look at Yevlet. He understood that Fire Dragon and Gray were afraid of this guy, he defeated the powerful Laxus so easily. Fortunately, he was just a little naughty. If he really became an enemy, it would be hard to imagine how to deal with his weird and terrifying magic. Okay. Yevlet clapped his hands and said, Fairy Tale, S-Class Wizard Contestant Selection, is over. Gray was confused. Yevlet said with a smile, now I can tell you the truth. In fact, these are all agreed by the president, and then planned and implemented by Laxus, the Thunder Gods, Mist Gang, and of course me, about this year's Fairy Tale S-Class Wizard Selection Contestant. Gray opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Ahem. Makarov coughed twice, turned his head to look at Laxus lying beside him, and glanced at Yevlet, with a relieved smile on his face. An old bone, don't want to die, and there is a crazy boy who dares to do anything. Along with the sound of scolding, an old lady in a fiery red robe came over. Ms. Polishika. Yevlet smiled a little guilty. Humph, hippie smile. Polishika snorted coldly and said, carry this old guy on your back. Yes. Yevlet nodded, carried Makarov on his back, and walked behind Ms. Polishka in a somewhat dejected manner. Park. Mr. Gang knelt on one knee with a half-broken magic wand. Erza retracted the long sword and said, Laxus's side is over, it seems that Yevlet won. On our side, you won. Mr. Gang said. Buzz. The magic circle dissipated. Biska and Kana were both released from the petrified state. Mr. Gang, do you have anything to say? Erza asked. Mr. Gang said, I'm just a little worried. But no one has changed. The heart to protect companions. Strong faith. Fairy tale can go on forever. It will always be a warm and safe guild. Why are you saying this? Elsa frowned. Mr. Gang looked up at her and smiled, I have no regrets, Erza, it was such a hearty battle. After saying that, he stood up and limped away. Elsa frowned, always feeling that Mr. Gang had something to say, as if he was leaving forever. He didn't say it, so he must have his reasons. Elsa was worried, but she didn't ask any questions. Caring is one thing, and respect is equally important. The fairy tale battle at the Harvest Festival made the whole city watch the excitement, but also caused some heavy losses. Although no one was hurt, the damage to the building gave Makarov a headache. The heart didn't hurt anymore, but it got a headache instead. The questioning of the council, the mayor came in person to ask for compensation, the journalists questioning, and the pressure from all sides. Tisk tisk. Yevlet shook his head and said to Laxus, who was wrapped like a mummy beside him, this is what the president of fairy tale should do, Laxus, go to practice. Laxus was silent and turned away. Soon after, the compensation issue was resolved, and Makarov finally regained a smile. The reason for the selection convinced everyone. Although everyone knew that this matter was not that simple. But no one cared about it. In short, a civil war that could easily split fairy tale turned into a controllable game. Yevlet made a great contribution. But he didn't care about these little things. He cared more about the all-member recovery carnival in a few days. This was his suggestion. After everyone rested for a few days and recovered their spirits, it should be lively. Everyone agreed, so they looked forward to that day. Yevlet smiled and pushed his glasses. It was time for him to close the net. Chapter 73, Freed, I don't want to leave fairy tale. At night, everyone gathered in the guild. Yevlet, come to me. Myra Jane said, the president said that I must keep an eye on you today. Yevlet glanced at Myra Jane, sat on the stool a little depressed, staring at Marajana's busy back and gradually losing focus, absent-minded, emptying his mind. What flavor of soda do you want? Miraj looked back and saw the stunned Yevlet, then smiled and said, promise not to make trouble. Of course I won't make trouble, Miss Miraj. I'm very sad that you don't trust me enough today. Yevlet said. I think I still trust you very much. Miraj put his index finger on his chin and said thoughtfully, I trust you will never propose such an activity for no reason. Yevlet heard this and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and clench his fist, put it on his chest, and said with a sad face, you said such hurtful words in a gentle tone, which made my heart hurt like a knife. Miraj mixed a glass of sparkling water, put it on the counter, and said, okay, don't act with me anymore, Mr. Yevlet, don't go too far. Praise your kindness and gentleness. Yevlet stood up, picked up the cup, and staggered towards Natsu's table. 3 mummies. Natsu, Gray, Gajeel. All of them were bandaged, their legs were stretched straight, sitting on the stool, their backs against the table, their feet stretched straight forward. Lucy, Juvia, and Levy, on the other side of the table, behind the 3 of them, whispered about the girls. Woo woo. Natsu made a sound, his mouth was tied. Gajeel, woo woo. Gray, woo woo. Natsu, woo woo woo. Gajeel, woo woo woo. Gray shook his head slightly, woo woo. What are they talking about? Lucy looked puzzled. Juvia doesn't understand either. Juvia shook her head. I don't know either. Levy said. As Yevlet approached. Natsu, woo 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 woo. Gray, woo 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 woo. Gajeel, dot. I understand this, it seems to be calling Yevlet's name. Lucy analyzed. That makes sense, Miss Lucy. Juvia also nodded. Hello, beautiful ladies, you are still charming today. Yevlet raised the cup in his hand. Good evening, Yevlet. Lucy said. Mr. Yevlet, thank you for protecting Lord Gray. Juvia said. Yevlet, Laxus, and the Thunder Gods. Are they all right? Levy was a little worried. After the events of the previous few days, Laxus and the Thunder Gods disappeared without a trace after receiving the initial treatment. Everyone was worried that they would leave because they couldn't get over it. No problem, they will come later. Yevlet said. After calming everyone down, Yevlet sat next to Natsu and put her elbow on his shoulder. Woo 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 woo. Natsu hummed. Don't worry, there's still time, there are still 10 days. Yevlet said. Yevlet, can you understand it too? Lucy asked curiously. Well, he's asking about the machine exhibition. Yevlet replied. Oh, that's the one you're going to see, is it about to start? Lucy understood, Yevlet had given Gray and Natsu a ticket each, Alex's machine exhibition. Well, they are worried about not being able to make it, but there is nothing to worry about, they will definitely make it. Yevlet said. Wu Gray breathed a sigh of relief. Ka. The lights around him suddenly dimmed. A spotlight was lit on the stage in front. It was several members of the guild, who took advantage of the alcohol to perform on stage. Natsu and Happy were fascinated by the show, but unfortunately Natsu was injured and couldn't go up to perform. Yevlet finished his drink, took out a card, and turned it on his fingertips. He performed several shows in succession. When the spotlight was turned on again and the beam was turned up, the guild became quiet. Standing on the stage were Laxus and the Thunder Gods. Everyone was looking at them. Yevlet flicked his finger, and the card flew upwards, and immediately turned into a golden black streamer and flew back to his hand. He flicked it out again and repeated the action. Although everyone accepted Yevlet's statement, Fried said with the microphone. But everyone and we all know that this is not the case. Laxus and our willful behavior hurt everyone. We made a mistake and will never use some excuses to fool around. I heard that we disappeared for a few days and everyone was worried about us. This made me prepare a lot of decent words, but now, I can't say them. Fried put down the microphone, bowed deeply, and said, this time, I'm sorry everyone. I'm sorry, Lidas. I'm sorry, Elfman. I'm sorry, Myra Jane. I'm sorry. Fried said many names in a row. Everyone listened quietly. I'm sorry. Fried's voice was a little choked, but I really don't want to leave Fairy Tale. It's shameless to say this. But please forgive us. Fried bowed again. I'm sorry, Gray. I'm sorry, Happy. I'm sorry. Gajeel said, and also reported a long list of names, and then bowed. I'm sorry, Alba Green also apologized sincerely. Last was Laxus, and everyone looked at him. Laxus's lips trembled. He was in a dilemma. Of course he knew he was wrong. But his pride made him really unable to. Laxus. Suddenly a voice shouted. Laxus looked over, and Yevlet flew a card towards him. Just as Laxus was about to catch the card, a hand reached out and caught it. It was Yevlet, who had already come to the stage. He reached out and pressed Laxus's head, saying, I'm sorry, everyone. After saying that, he generously pressed Laxus's head down and bowed with him. You guys are really something. Yevlet, you guys, this joke is too big. Fried, your magic is really powerful. Gajeel, you idiot, since it's an S-level selection, please show mercy to me who is at the bottom of the combat power. Alpagaline, you are right, and I think you are the Fairy Tale lady. Everyone laughed. Laxus. Erza said. Everyone looked at her, waiting for what she was going to say. Learn your lesson, idiot. Erza said. Give these idiots some punishment. Kana shouted, then picked up the beer and poured it on the stage. Kana. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 74, Yevlet, I want to show you magic. Yevlet. Laxus quickly reached out and pulled Yevlet behind him, then he used his face to hit the beer. Yevlet, follow me. Myra Jane ran out, grabbed Yevlet and ran off the stage. Give these idiots some punishment. Everyone splashed beer at a few people. Several people stood there, watching everyone laughing and having fun, with complicated feelings. Thank you. Laxus finally uttered 2 words. Shut up, Laxus, this is not like you. Even if you make a mistake, don't change your personality. You should be the strong and proud Laxus. There is no need to change yourself for anyone. Someone shouted. Laxus was stunned. Kana turned to look at Makarov, the president across the table. Makarov whispered, these idiots. Then he picked up the wine and drank it. Kana clearly saw some tears overflowing from the corners of the old man's eyes. After pulling Yevlet off the stage, Myra Jane breathed a sigh of relief. Yevlet was speechless and said, Miss Myra Jane, I always feel that your rude behavior comes from some rude logic, and the reason for this rude logic is that you don't trust me enough. On Myra Jane sighed. Yevlet is obviously very smart, but she is always stubborn about this kind of thing. So she said, it's not because of anything rude, but I plan to go on stage to sing, and then I want to change a set of clothes, and pull May to see if the clothes are suitable. I see, I'm in for a feast for the eyes. Yevlet nodded with satisfaction. Mirage used the dress-changing props. Shua. Mirage appeared in front of Yevlet wearing a purple short dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and 2 slender straight thighs. Simple and stunning? To be honest, this dress is quite ordinary. But Mirage looks very beautiful in it. So the overall effect is still eye-catching, and even makes people breathe faster. 5 points. Yevlet raised his left hand and said. Only 5 points. Mirage was a little disappointed. Full 5 points. Yevlet put his right hand in his pocket, as if he was taking something out. What are you taking out? Mirage was a little confused. It's just missing a flower, isn't it? Yevlet took out a card and it turned into a purple flower, beautiful and fragrant. Thank you. Mirage took it with a smile and pinned it on the chest of her clothes. Then she walked towards the stage. Soon, Milage's beautiful singing voice came from the stage. Yevlet came backstage and began to set up the projection device behind the curtain. Soon, Mirage's singing ended. Yevlet walked towards the stage. Everyone just woke up from the beautiful and soft singing voice and saw Yevlet standing alone on the stage, still a little intoxicated, and they were all watching him quietly. Next, I will perform magic for everyone. Yevlet said, by the way, I will also open a small shop in the guild soon. Please support me when the time comes. Yevlet is going to open a shop. Lucy expressed doubts, didn't he open a shop? What does the new shop sell? Still those magic props. Snap. Yevlet snapped his fingers, and the curtain slowly opened. A projected page, similar to the menu page of a TV, appeared in front of everyone. There seemed to be a head and a name on it, but they were all blurry and completely unclear. My magic is called dash. Yevlet paused for a moment, then said in a more serious tone, mind reading. I wonder if everyone is interested. Yevlet asked with a smile. No problem, Yevlet. Let's get started, Yevlet. Although Yevlet's magic is strong and magic is also very powerful, mind reading is still impossible. There was a commotion below, everyone was curious, expectant and questioning. Dong dong. Yevlet knocked on the ground with his cane, signaling everyone to be quiet. He said, my magic performances have never been wrong. As for this mind reading, it's very simple. First, here are 2 pieces of paper. Yevlet took out 2 cards, shook his wrist, and they turned into 2 blank papers. This first piece of paper will write down everyone's answer after I read everyone's mind. This second piece of paper is what I want to say in advance, and then I will control everyone to say what is written on the paper. It's a very simple and magical magic, right? Yevlet smiled confidently. Everyone was looking forward to what he said. The first piece of paper will guess what people want to say. The second piece of paper will control everyone to say what he wants them to say. How is this possible? There are so many people present, even if he can guess 1 or 2, it is impossible to guess everyone's heart. Yevlet's magic has no effect in this regard. Now, I start writing. Yevlet looked around and found that there was no table. He sighed in his heart. He really wants a magician's assistant girl. It feels like he has to do everything by himself, which is not very magician-like. Yevlet took out a card, threw it to the ground, and it turned into a table. He put the paper on the table, wrote a few words, then folded the 2 papers and said, "To prevent people from saying that I cheated with magic, I will give these 2 papers to Laxus." Laxus, who was watching the show with his arms crossed, looked confused, but was pushed by Freed. He walked onto the stage with a somewhat unhappy expression, took the 2 papers, and said, "Yevlet, you'd better not make mistakes in your performance. I don't want to embarrass myself with you." "Don't worry." Yevlet patted his shoulder and said to everyone, "Laxus will definitely not allow me to cheat with magic, so you can rest assured." "Of course." Everyone nodded. "Then, the second step of the magic is to borrow the projection magic behind me." Yevlet pointed behind him. The projection screen was very blurry, everyone could barely see clearly. It should be the avatars and names of the guild members. It's troublesome to explain. To make it easier for everyone to understand, I'll first use an example to explain. Yevlet randomly selected an avatar and clicked it. There were many options, but the picture was always blurry. Everyone tried to identify it. That avatar seemed to have a long airplane head. And he was holding a pipe. There were not many people dressed like this in the guild. Yevlet selected an option and clicked it. A new page popped up in a blurry picture, a humanoid creature, holding his head with both hands, twisting his waist left and right in the wind. "Pa!" Wakaba's mouth loosened and his pipe fell on the table. He trembled, and sweat poured out like a waterfall in an instant, but he felt cold all over and weak in his limbs, as if the sweat had taken away all the heat and strength in his body. Chapter 75, Everyone, no. The scene was silent. Everyone's expression was stiff, and they slowly turned their heads and looked at Wakaba. No one laughed. No one gloated. They looked at the projection, and began to recall the past. Then they all broke out in cold sweats, and their throats seemed to be stuck with a date pit. They couldn't swallow it, couldn't spit it out, and it hurt so much that they suffocated and couldn't speak. On the stage, Yevlet smiled slightly, pointed at the screen and said, "Yes, thanks to a member of the guild for bringing us a wonderful performance. He is right between you, he is one of you. When I say do you want to make the picture clearer? I guess he must have an answer in his heart." "Papa." Yevlet clapped his hands, "So. When all the pages become clear." Kaka. The projection behind Yevlet shattered instantly, as if an explosion had occurred. The entire screen shattered into hundreds of pieces like glass shattering and launched out. Finally, it was a sky full of fragments, hanging above everyone's heads, casting a starry sky. Everyone looked up, and almost in an instant, they found the figure they were most familiar with from the fragments. The picture became clearer step by step. "No!" Everyone shouted silently, but it was too late to stop it. The picture of each fragment became clear and three-dimensional, showing the guild members, some wearing maid outfits, some wearing bunny girls, and even dancing in women's swimsuits, extremely eye-catching and extremely socially dead. "Lord Gray!" Juvia covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes widened. She found Gray. Gray in the picture dressed in a maid outfit, wearing cat ears and a cat tail, walking like a catwalk, twisting his waist from time to time, and walking forward step by step, with a confident smile on his face because he was walking towards Yevlet at that time. "Mr. Gray, so cute!" Juvia's eyes were full of hearts. Wu Gray cried out. "Ka ka ka!" Natsu and Gajeel both turned their heads with great difficulty to look at the fragments, their eyes full of excitement they were locked up in the guild before and had never experienced the exit checkpoint. "Yevlet! You bastard! Yevlet, come here, I have a gift for you. Go to hell!" Everyone in the audience exploded. Seeing that he was about to be attacked by the crowd, Yevlet smiled and said, "Friendly reminder, don't attack the magician. Magicians are sensitive people, easily scared. If the hand shakes, something else will come out, then." The people who were shouting for killing were silent instantly. Does Yevlet only know this one thing? They recalled that they were locked in the barrier and answered questions. If the dance video is just embarrassing, the answers to those questions are absolutely killer. Ha ha ha! Suddenly there was laughter, and everyone looked over. It was Kana. She took a few sips of wine, and then laughed. "Gray, your action is too funny." "Woo woo woo." Gray collapsed on the spot. "It doesn't matter, Juvia thinks Gray-sama is very cute." Juvia said quickly. "Juvia, don't add fuel to the fire." Lucy was speechless. Even though he's an old man like Macau, he can still twist his waist very well. Someone said. Wakaba doesn't dance as well as Macau. Ha ha ha, Alzuk, I didn't know you could dance so well. After Kana started it, everyone accepted the reality. Forget it. Everyone danced anyway. Let's die together. Just think of it as being Natsu for once. I can't be the only one being looked at. You have to look at others too. So everyone was browsing the fragments. If you don't look at others, you will also be looked at, and you will suffer a great loss when you laugh at each other in the future, so you might as well let everyone see it now and laugh at it first. The guild was noisy. Everyone laughed at others with red faces and thick necks, laughing to the extreme. Only when you regard others as the focus will you not be cared about. Only when everyone has been laughed at will this matter not be brought up again in the future. Natsu, Gajeel, Lucy, Juvia, Levy. Yevlet suddenly appeared at Natsu's table and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if you are not selected this time, you will have a chance in the future." Lucy's body froze instantly. She was still watching the fun, because this matter had nothing to do with her. Woo. Natsu and Gajeel shook their heads quickly, and because of their injuries, they immediately grimaced in pain. Natsu, don't move. Lucy rubbed Natsu's neck quickly. On the other side, Iluza crossed her arms and smiled. She was also very happy to watch. Iluza. Yevlet appeared beside Erza. Is this your magic? Erza said. Yes, but the performance is not finished yet, I still need your help. Yevlet said. What do you want me to do? Please follow me. Yevlet quietly left the guild with Erza. Yevlet also visited Kana, Bisksa and other girls one by one, scaring them to make cute exclamations. After turning around, he returned to the stage. Dong dong. Yevlet knocked on the ground with his cane. At this special moment, the slightest movement from his side would affect everyone's heart. Everyone gradually quieted down. The magic is not over yet. Yevlet said. Everyone's body trembled. Do you want to continue? No. Yevlet said, next, it is the third step of the magic, which is also the final step. Remember what I said. This magic is called mind reading. I wrote 2 pieces of paper. The first one is, which is what everyone is thinking. Then, everyone please don't talk. Yevlet paused for a moment and said, please listen to me, do you want more things to be played on the screen? No. Everyone's first reaction was this sentence. But they didn't say it out loud, because Yevlet said not to talk. At this moment, they completely understood the so-called mind reading. The magic is fake. It's true to tease everyone. Using dance videos, he forced everyone to complete his magic. Let everyone present be a stand-in. Yevlet. You actually went to such lengths to make a magic trick a success. It's simply. It can be called terrible. Laxus. Yevlet took the first piece of paper from Laxus and opened it. Everyone could see that the paper said, no. So, am I reading minds right? Yevlet tilted his head and looked at everyone with a strange smile on his face. Everyone was silent for a while. Finally, Makao spoke, by the way. By the way. Everyone answered. That's not what I thought. Laxus snorted. Chapter 76, Everyone, my scalp is tingling. Yevlet smiled, but you are temporarily acting as my magician's assistant, so you are not considered an audience. Laxus was silent. All the dancers had to be Yevlet's agents. Even Natsu, Lucy, Kana, and others who didn't dance had been threatened by Yevlet. Erza, who didn't dance and wasn't threatened, had been tricked out by Yevlet. Miraja shook her head helplessly and lowered her head to mix the drink. She wasn't threatened, but she didn't plan to stand up. The Thunder Gods and others didn't dare to stand up at all. Laxus had been played by Yevlet, so how could they dare to stand up? Finally, Laxus was the most difficult to deal with. He couldn't be threatened, couldn't be tricked, and had the courage, but he was dragged to the stage by Yevlet, which was equivalent to standing on a fair perspective, so naturally he couldn't leave. President Makarov wouldn't come to spoil the fun either. So, everyone is in control. The magic isn't finished yet. Yevlet smiled and said, there's still a second piece of paper. Everyone's heart trembled again, still coming. Wait, let's take a break, I'll advertise by the way. Yevlet said, I will open a small store in the guild, please come and support it. What to sell? Yevlet thought for a while, then said, just sell some photos, and memory crystals that record pictures and sounds. There will be a store opening event at that time, and there will be benefits for everyone. There was silence at the scene. Okay, the advertisement is over. Yevlet picked up the second piece of paper and unfolded it. There are 2 words on it, I buy it. Well, everyone. Yevlet asked loudly, will you say such a thing? No one will make trouble. Everyone shouted in unison, I buy it. You have to shout. You have to buy. The things sold by Yevlet can only be bought and destroyed by yourself, and must not be circulated. Thank you, everyone, the magic show was a complete success. I will also wait for you in the shop. Yevlet took off his hat, bowed and left the stage, leaving only the audience with crooked mouths and eyes, all with broken expressions. This magic is too exciting. A few days later. Fairy Tale Happy Shop opened. The sign at the door reads, Free trade-in, you sold figures in exchange for new ones for free, small print, only the clerk's hard work fee is charged, the figure is 20% off. Old figures. The first customer to arrive was Wakaba, who asked curiously. Well, they are some figures that can be pierced with needles. As soon as Yevlet said this, Wakaba's calmness, which had taken several days to stabilize, collapsed in an instant. Yevlet smiled and said, I took into consideration that some figures may become damaged after being used for a long time, and become old from new, which makes it inconvenient to use them in the future, so I gave everyone a store opening benefit. Trade in old for new. Exchange the old figure for this new one. Completely free. Yevlet took out a figurine, and the character was Max. This is clearly a cursed doll. Wakaba looked at the top of Max's doll's head, and there was a long needle trembling and swaying. He sighed. So. The root of the problem is here. Everything is completely clear now. After the guild was repaired, Max found a business opportunity and opened a small shop. At first, the business was not very good, until he put Yevlet's figurine on the shelf. It's called a figurine, but it's actually a cursed doll that can be pricked with a needle. So they bought it to play with and vent their emotions. Max made a lot of money from this. But the matter was exposed, everyone was very nervous at first, but many days passed, and Yevlet didn't target them, so everyone thought he didn't care. I didn't expect that here waiting. So. From giving Laxus advice, to proposing a carnival, to performing magic, until now. Yevlet went through so much trouble, not just to tease everyone, but also to take back all the cursed dolls and sell the cursed doll of Max, the initiator. Wakaba felt his scalp tingling. Change? Of course. Everyone has changed, but you don't. Yevlet can clearly define his goal. Give him an excuse, and he can give you the whole grey sky. Do you want to buy something? Yevlet asked with a smile. Buy. Wakaba said firmly, I'll buy everything. Then do you want to exchange the figures? Exchange. Wakaba said firmly, I'll exchange everything. Thank you for your patronage. By the way, for exchanging figures, each one will be charged 20% off the price as the hard work of the clerk. Yevlet said. No problem, it's my duty. Wakaba nodded decisively. I'm so sorry for being such a straightforward guest. Yevlet smiled and said, I really hope that all the guests who come after me will be as straightforward as you. Quick? No. But they are tactful. Besides, who dares not to be tactful when they come after me? Yevlet's small shop. Business is booming. But there are a few guests who are both unexpected and expected who choose to come when there are fewer people. Lucy, Juvia, Alba Green, Bisksa. I just came here with them. Lucy stated her purpose first. It's okay. Actually, I still have some products you might need. Yevlet smiled and said, do you need a photo of Natsu wearing a puppet costume? It's very cute. Lucy blushed immediately, hesitated for a long time, and then said, then give me one. There are also photos of him playing with puppies, taking care of children, and looking handsome in battle. Do you want to buy them? Yevlet asked. These are photos of Natsu performing some strange missions in the past, limited to the scope of Magnolia, and Yevlet happened to encounter them. Although it is rare, he has accumulated a lot over the years. Lucy hesitated for a moment and nodded, give me one of each. Lucy. Unexpectedly carnivorous. Alba Green covered her mouth with a fan and said with a smile. Lucy lowered her head and did not respond. Her ears were as red as if they were smeared with chili peppers. Gray also has a lot of such photos. Yevlet said. Please give me one. Juvia immediately shouted with anticipation. Thank you for your patronage. That. Alba Green, who always looked generous, suddenly blushed and stammered. Here is a blind box of goods, maybe it's what you need. Yevlet said sympathetically. To do business, you have to be discerning. Blind box? Then I'll buy one and try it at home. Alba Green breathed a sigh of relief. That. Do you still have the video of Arzik dancing? Biska had sent Arzik away in advance to ensure that he would not get here before her. Of course, there are some question and answer videos later. Yevlet nodded. Please sell it to me. Thank you for your patronage. After packing up the things, the girls paid and left with satisfaction. Yevlet looked back at the store and sighed, business is so good, they are all sold out. There were several large boxes piled in the corner, filled with cursed dolls. He took out the notebook, checked it, and nodded with satisfaction no one was missing. Chapter 77, Remarks on the Book. It's on the books. Thank you for the trust of the editor and the support of the readers. I will continue to work hard. Let me say something from my heart. It's been difficult during this period. I have been shut down for a long time. I wrote a lot, including complaints, self-motivation, and personality analysis. In the end, I deleted it. Because I understand that readers who can follow this and continue to follow are all readers who trust me. What everyone cares more about is the next plot, not other things. So, I won't say hundreds or thousands of words of redundant words. Next. I will keep working hard to tell everyone a complete story about fairy tale in my heart. By the way, there will definitely be more updates. As for the rules of updates. Honestly, I'm a newbie. I'm not smart enough, and I don't have much confidence in myself. I don't know what rules to set after all the calculations. I don't know how many first orders I will get, and how many orders I should increase to correspond to how many words I will publish. As for how much rewards and monthly tickets I will get, I don't even dare to think about it. Anyway, I will squeeze out all the time to publish more chapters. At least 4 chapters a day. I'm not very good at talking. I typed and deleted thousands of words, and now it took me half an hour to write these hundreds of words. Anyway. Thank you for your trust before and in the future. I will thank you with hard work and more chapters. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Chapter 78, Max, The Dream is Shattered. One day later. Max received the package. It said 557 custom-made products. His hands trembled, and he didn't want to open it. They had just been fooled by Yevlet, and he suffered heavy losses, because he exchanged all the inventory in the store for his cursed doll. Yevlet must have complete evidence and absolute certainty, so he didn't dare to keep any of them. But now the manufacturer has sent the second generation. Calculating the date, it will indeed be delivered in the next 2 days, but... Why don't you open it, Max? Yevlet's gentle voice came. No need, I'll take it home and open it. Max replied with a trembling voice. Is it something shameful? Yevlet asked. No. Absolutely not. Max quickly denied, saying, it's just some figurines. Then it's okay to open it, or do you have some secrets that can't be known to others? Yevlet smiled. No, no. Max was sweating profusely. Then open it. Maybe it's something unexpected. I'm also curious. Yevlet smiled. You are a devil, right? Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts when they saw this. But when they looked at Max, there was no sympathy. More than 500 new cursed dolls were all exchanged for Yevlet, and each one was charged a 20% discount for hard work. This is so cool. All these serious consequences are caused by you, Max. You are the source of all evil. If you hadn't sold those things, would we have bought them? If we hadn't bought them, would the following series of things have happened? Max trembled with his hands and tore open a corner of the package. Hey! He made a surprised sound and tore the package open violently. Swish! The figures were scattered all over the floor. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Because these are all Max's cursed dolls. You are so narcissistic, Max, buying so many of your own figures. Yevlet said with a smile, then he turned his cane with his fingers and left briskly. It can be seen that he was in a very good mood. Max wanted to cry but had no tears. Because the second-generation figures are made better and more delicate, the materials are upgraded, and there are many built-in voices and actions, the cost price is very expensive, and the purchase price is naturally more expensive. After some calculations, the purchase cost of the second-generation figures is just all his income from opening a store before. Doing business requires boldness, and he was very sure that he could sell them. But Max's eyes were blank, and he lost his dream of becoming a wealthy businessman. All this time was in vain. Both people and things were lost. In the corner, Yevlet took out the communication crystal. "Thank you, Mr. Yevlet, I didn't expect that the customer was willing to buy at such an expensive wholesale price." The fat businessman opposite was excited. Some time ago, the customer who had ordered a lot of figurines wanted to order a second batch. Originally, they only discussed upgrading the materials and making the workmanship more delicate, so the wholesale price would be higher, but not as outrageous as it is now. Later, Yevlet contacted him and asked him to change a character and add built-in voice and actions, the kind that can kneel and apologize. Then he was asked to sell it to the customer. Of course, this would increase the cost, so the selling price would also be increased. The businessman felt that this business could not be done, and no one wanted to be the sucker. But Yevlet persuaded him that as long as he did not say the name of the figurine, but only the product number, the other party would definitely buy it, and would never dare to return it after buying it. The result was really like this. After hesitating for a while, the other party actually placed an order. It was incredible. "You're welcome." Yevlet smiled. He was standing in the shadow of the corner, and the sun passed by the wall, not shining on him at all. Night. After a burst of swords and shadows, the enemy fell. Who? The woman, wearing civilian clothes and without makeup but still beautiful, knelt on one knee, holding a long sword and panting. Her pink hair was tied into a refreshing single ponytail, and most of it was stained red by blood, all coagulated together, like a stick covered with blood. She opened her collar and looked at her body. The old injury recurred, and the bandage wrapped around the wound was now completely stained red, and blood was seeping out. "Sister Dove!" A little child hugged her crying. "Anna, don't cry, be strong, I don't have time to comfort you now," Dove said. Day. There was a sound of footsteps approaching, and I heard the sound before I saw the person. "Hey, isn't this the former S-level, Captain Dove of the Three Crows?" "Jersey." Dove looked at the person. A muscular female wizard holding a sickle walked out of the darkness, mocking, "Captain Banjiu, since you faked your death and escaped, you shouldn't come back. Coming back now is just looking for death. But you are quite strong, having killed so many people. What a pity. You can't leave me alive." Banjiu took a deep breath, barely stood up, pulled Anna behind him, and said seriously, "Don't let my family suffer. I thought that if I went to die, the guild would no longer target my family, but I never thought that this was just part of the conspiracy. That bastard Wills Hito. He actually captured so many people for experiments. I will never let him go." Jersey smiled and said, "You will not have the chance to see the president, Turtle Dove, you are very tired, just rest here." Ding! The battle started. Mysterious underground passage. Da-da-da. There was a series of footsteps and voices. The magic props have been upgraded, and we can use magic feedback to help us communicate. We can completely get rid of the constraints of the five senses. Putin was killed in a short time. That Yevlet is too dangerous. Eliminate, we must eliminate this unstable factor that destroys peace. Destroy. Destroy. Fraud magic will be mine. Unlike the last time, the train tracks were destroyed. So there is no need to rush there in advance. Until a few days before the approaching, Yevlet and others decided to set off. Destination, Ahanida town. Event, watch the Alex machine exhibition. It's not just 3 people going. Because Yevlet had checked the area in advance, there were many places to play and go shopping in Ahanida town, so he agreed to the request of Natsu and Juvia. Natsu smiled with big teeth, "Take Lucy with you." Juvia's face was full of requests, "Please take me with you, Mr. Yevlet." Okay. Yevlet did not refuse. Iluza, Ahanida town? I heard it's pretty good there, I'll go see it too. So. In the case of the original Yevlet 3, Erza, Lucy, and Juvia also followed. There will be a few more chapters later, which will be uploaded one after another. Chapter 79, Happy, Never Play with Lucy Again. Before getting on the bus, Natsu and Happy were still very excited. After getting on the bus, woo! Natsu, please don't vomit on me, I just bought new clothes. Lying on Lucy's legs, Natsu vomited with a look of discomfort on his face, and scared Lucy to shout. Transportation helplessness. Gray shook his head and turned to look at Yevlet, transportation dependence. Natsu and Lucy sat in a row. Gray and Yevlet sat in a row. On the other side of the aisle, Juvia sat next to Erza, looking at Yevlet's side, biting her handkerchief in grief and anger. Why didn't she sit with Gray-sama? Swish swish swish. Yevlet turned the cards in his hand, and he asked, do you want to play cards? Okay. Gray nodded. Yevlet flicked the card spinning on his fingertips, and it instantly turned into a whole deck of cards. Lucy asked curiously, by the way, I've always seen you, Yevlet, use cards as a medium to take out various things. Well, the principle is similar to the dress-up magic. Yevlet nodded. So this is magic, not magic. Lucy laughed. This is magic. Yevlet said seriously. Lucy was silent. Gray said speechlessly, this guy is very stubborn about drinking, fishing, and magic. It's the truth, Gray. Yevlet emphasized. Yes, yes, it's the truth, deal the cards quickly. Gray nodded repeatedly. Yevlet began to show off his fancy shuffling skills. It was the first time that Lucy saw such a cool shuffling skill, and she was shocked and exclaimed repeatedly. Enough, deal the cards quickly. Gray was already used to it. Tisk, ruin the atmosphere. Yevlet was dissatisfied, stopped showing off his operation, and started playing cards seriously. Yevlet's luck is average, but he can always win by playing cards, cheating is meaningless. It's like fishing, of course it depends on your skills, and you will be particularly surprised after the harvest. But something unexpected happened today. Half an hour later. Yevlet covered his face with his hat. I'm sleepy. Puff. Lucy covered her mouth and laughed softly. Lucy, I don't want to play with you anymore. Happy faced the wall and was in autism. Hey? I'm sorry, Happy. Lucy apologized quickly. Lucy, idiot. Happy's voice was a little crying. Gray looked at the cards in his hand, then looked at the cards Yevlet threw on the table, and silently covered the cards on the table. On the other side of the aisle, Juvia bit her handkerchief wet. Damn Miss Lucy. I didn't let Gray win a single game. Gray-sama, play with Juvia, let's find the adventure. Guild, evening. Laxus stood in front of the task board. Laxus, do you want to do a commission? Fried asked. Yes. Laxus nodded. Sorry, my injury hasn't healed yet, so I can't go with you. Fried said regretfully. It's okay. Laxus's eyes were fixed on a commission. Fried looked over and read softly, assist the client to investigate the evidence of the Ahanida family's corruption and private imprisonment of civilians. The client is Edward Adrian. Ahanida. Fried frowned slightly. It's the tourist attraction that has been very popular recently. The developer of Ahanida town, the wealthy family that is famous all over the country. Yes. Laxus nodded. This task is not easy. The other party is a big family and must have hired many strong people. Fried said worriedly. Shhh. Laxus tore off the letter of entrustment. Have a good trip, Laxus. Fried said hurriedly. The Hartfilia house. The majestic head of the family stood in front of the huge French window, looking at the scenery in the distance. His eyes were deep and elusive to ordinary people. Master, the route to Ahanida town has been planned. The butler said softly. Yes. The head of the family turned around and moved away from the French window. Without Natsu, the guild is much quieter. Miraja sighed. There are some things to do today, so she left work early. Elfman? Walking on the street, Myra Jane looked at the two figures in front of her, and she recognized them, Elfman and Alba Green. She covered her mouth and smiled, and turned around and went home from another street without disturbing them. Just when she arrived at the door of her house, she saw a letter in the mailbox. Hey? Who would send me a letter? Tiffany. The people in the guild had something to say, so there was no need to send a letter to her. Myra Jane thought about it, and it could only be her friend, Tiffany. She picked up the letter and saw the name, and it was indeed Tiffany. Open it. A girl's projection appeared on the letter paper. She was beautiful, tall, with a protruding front and a curved back, and an exaggerated waist and hip curve. She wore a white tight training suit, and her trouser legs were tied to her knees, revealing her straight calves and tender white feet. Waist-length hair combed in a pair of ponytails. Hair color is somewhat special from the top of the head to the end of the hair, it presents a gradient color from white to green. 2 pointed ears like elves, small, delicate and cute. Iris is green, emerald green like 2 rare and precious gems. The beautiful face carved by the goddess herself is covered with sweat beads, crystal clear, which can easily arouse people's appetite. She should have written the letter during the training process, Myra Jane judged so. Long time no see, Miss Myra Jane. Tiffany said, recently I got 2 all-store discount cards for the big mall in Ahanida town. Do you have time these days? Do you want to go shopping with me? I have always heard that it is also a good tourist destination. It should be worth the trip. Ah! Myra Jane made a surprised sound, Yevlet and others, it seems that they are also going to Ahanida town. Myra Jane suddenly laughed, things may become very interesting. Come to Ahanida town again. After paying to enter the town, Erza and other girls were attracted by the dreamlike beauty in front of them. It's so beautiful, Lucy said. Ahanida town is in a canyon. Such terrain has prevented the town from developing. Until the arrival of the Ahanida family, a family as rich as the Hartfilia family. The mayor, John Ahanida, is a business legend who has been creating business myths all his life. In his old age, Ahanida town became a legend under his planning. The original terrain disadvantage was turned into an advantage by him. Abandoning half of the town, concentrating resources on the west side of the town, and casting the luxurious commercial street is well known throughout the country. This town is full of care. There are many exquisite artificial crystals inserted on the cliffs on both sides. It can filter the sunlight during the day, and in the morning and evening, it will reflect colorful but not dazzling light, covering the entire west town in this light. The houses are built in a fairy tale style, with various pleasing color combinations, plus the reflected light. When tourists come here, it's like entering a fairy tale world. Everywhere is a dream world that doesn't seem real. Not to mention the girls. Even Natsu and Gray couldn't help but nod, obviously they also appreciate the beautiful scenery here. Chapter 80, Ahanida Town Chapter Start. There are more tourists in the town than usual. Because Mayor John's 80th birthday is coming soon. It is also the 10-year celebration of Ahanida Town's rebirth from poverty to prosperity. For this reason, even Alex, a nationally renowned machine maker, was invited to hold a machine exhibition. Various discount cards and shopping coupons were also issued. With all the publicity, Ahanida Town was almost overcrowded. Fortunately, Yevlet was well prepared. When he left the hotel last time, he spent money to book a room for this period of time. So, he took everyone there directly. The only embarrassing thing was, he only considering him, Natsu, Gray, and the cat Happy. So only one room was booked. But now there are 3 more girls, which is obviously not suitable. The boss said there are no vacancies. Fortunately, Lucy and the other 2 didn't say anything. Lucy is used to it. She often opens the quilt to find a fire dragon lying inside. Actually, it's not impossible. Natsu's bed warming effect is far better than any other product on the market. Juvia was even more excited. As for Erza, she looked a little disappointed because this hotel doesn't have a hot spring. Everyone put down their luggage and took a short rest. It was already night, just in time to go out and play. Although he had played before, this time, Yevlet was still as happy as if it was his first time to play. There are fun things, and he will not get tired of playing several times. There are novel things, and there is also the fun of trying. Natsu, come and try this. Lucy shouted, pulling Natsu to a stall. This is a stall that uses guns to shoot gifts. Everyone also stopped. You have to queue up for a while. There are several couples in front, the man holds a gun, and when he hits, the woman jumps up with joy. If he doesn't hit, the woman punches him twice like a spoiled child. Learned it. Juvia's eyes lit up. If she becomes so cute, Gray-sama will definitely notice her. Yevlet turned around and found that Erza was staring at the top doll with a firm gaze, with an expression that she was determined to take it down. Finally, it was Natsu and Lucy's turn. Payment began. 1 gun for each person. Lucy, what do you want? Natsu turned around and asked. Hey? No, just shoot what you want. Lucy was a little happy, but still refused. I don't want anything. Natsu shook his head. There were all these things on the stall. He looked around and was not very interested in them. Okay. Then I want that one, and then I shoot this one myself. Lucy said happily. No problem. Natsu gave a thumbs up, very confident. Natsu's skills are naturally beyond reproach, but it is quite difficult to shoot it down. The soft bullet has little kinetic energy, so you can only shoot it a few more times. Juvia, what are you talking about? Gray in front asked. Hey? Is Gray going to give it to Juvia? Juvia was very moved and quickly pointed to a blue doll and said, I want that one. No problem. Gray's skills are needless to say, and of course, Juvia will not be bad either. Yevlet, help me shoot that one. Happy pointed to a cat doll and said. No problem. Yevlet nodded. Hey? Gray is going to give it to Juvia. Juvia was very moved and quickly pointed to a blue doll and said, I want that one. No problem. Gray's skills are needless to say, and of course, Juvia will not be bad either. Yevlet, help me shoot that one. Happy pointed to a cat doll and said. No problem. Yevlet nodded. Cough cough. There was a cough. Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Then there was a complaint. Sorry, I didn't mean it. The old man apologized. It seemed that something happened. Yevlet turned his head to look over. It was an old man in a white shirt. It seemed that he didn't have time to use a handkerchief when he coughed. Although he temporarily blocked it with his hand, it still made passers-by dissatisfied. What bad luck! The passerby cursed in a low voice, and didn't want to cause trouble when he was happy, so he took a detour. Sorry. The old man apologized again with great apology. Yevlet was watching his gaze, and the old man noticed it. He looked at Yevlet and nodded to him kindly. The old man walked behind Yevlet and soon disappeared in the crowd. Yevlet, what's wrong? Happy asked. He is Edward. Yevlet said, like the president, he is an amazing person. I don't know him. Habib shook his head and stopped paying attention. Edward, a very common and ordinary name. But this old man is not ordinary. Yevlet recognized him, because when he was a child, he followed his adoptive father to visit this person, Edward Adrian. At that time, he was the mayor of Lujitan town. Because he was quite capable, he did a lot of good things for the local area and had no black history, so he was very famous. Yevlet's grandfather admired this person when he was alive. Why did this old man come here? Yevlet was a little confused. Yevlet, it's our turn. Erza reminded. Okay. Yevlet retracted his divergent thoughts. Shooting dolls with a gun, of course, it is not difficult for Yevlet. Finally. Everyone was happy, but the boss didn't look sad either. There were only a few such powerful people, and most of the time he was making money. For example, the performance of this group of guests attracted a lot of customers for him. Boom boom. Thunder was heard in the sky. Ah, thunder? Is it going to rain tonight? It's going to rain, let's hurry back to the hotel. The pedestrians were worried. Yevlet and others didn't speed up their pace because they were not far from the hotel. When they returned to the hotel, it hadn't rained yet. Everyone washed up and gathered in the room. Under Erza's arrangement, the sleeping positions were arranged. Men on the left, women on the right, and Happy in the middle. Not long after lying down, Natsu and Gray snored. Fortunately, except Juvia, everyone was used to it. But just as I closed my eyes, there was a noise outside again. Come out, everyone come out. The shouts and knocks approached quickly along the corridor and finally reached the door of Yevlet's room. Emergency spot check, everyone inside come out. The door was banged hard outside. Click. Iluza opened the door and saw a group of soldiers standing outside, followed by a wizard covered in a black robe. She looked out and saw that all the guests in the corridor were driven out no matter what they were doing before. Everyone come out, your room will be searched. the leading soldier said in a very seriously. Yevlet and others got up and went out. Are they all wizards? The wizard covered in black robes asked in doubt. Fairy tale. Erza replied. As a member of a regular guild, there was nothing to hide. I've heard a lot about you. The black-robed wizard's tone was much friendlier. He said, a wizard broke into the mayor's house and stole a lot of money. The mayor was furious. He has sealed off the city and sent soldiers to search. So, I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night. Please understand. No problem. Erza nodded, and then emphasized, but don't be too rude and don't damage our things. Of course. The wizard was obviously relieved. The soldiers entered the room, and they were also considerate. They just went in and took a look and came out. Sorry for disturbing you. You can continue to rest. The wizard said, and then left with the soldiers. Everyone returned to the house. Something happened. Erza said with a gloomy face. Bad luck. Yevlet sighed. Going to the mayor's house to steal money, the thief was really brave. Happy said in amazement. Happy, how could someone with that kind of strength be short of money? Even if he really wanted to steal money, he would not go to the mayor's house. Gray analyzed calmly. Chapter 81, Reed's request for help. Natsu fell asleep and snored again. Erza looked at Yevlet. What do you think? What do you think? Yevlet pointed at Natsu and said, it's best not to involve us in any trouble, or Natsu, otherwise. He laughed, that beautiful commercial town is probably gone. Lucy suddenly shuddered. Yevlet was right. If they really offend Natsu and the others, and a fight breaks out, this town, which is not even half the size of Magnolia, will be completely destroyed. At that time, unless she asks her father to come, she will not be able to pay the compensation. Gray was silent for a moment, then said decisively, sleep. Sleep. Erza looked at Yevlet and said. Yet. Yevlet understood Erza's words. Don't take the initiative to provoke, but be vigilant. Ahanida family manor. At the front of the hall, as if attending court, everyone lined up on both sides of the red carpet, lowering their heads, with different expressions, but most of them were terrified. At the end of the red carpet, there was a very old man sitting in a wheelchair, and his face was very ugly. This old man was the patriarch of the Ahanida family and the mayor John Ahanida. Master. Suddenly an old man knelt down and begged for mercy from John. The account books and information were stolen. It's not my fault. The other party is very powerful. It was the wizards who failed to keep it. They have their own incompetence. John said coldly, but you are also unforgivable. Drag him away and feed him to the dogs. Master, spare my life. The old man was dragged away, and his begging voice was still heard until he was outside the door. Fortunately, the city has been sealed, and the little thief can't escape. John said viciously, when I catch him, I will cut him into pieces. Grandpa. A young man stood up and guessed, could it be that old guy Edward instructed it? You are about to step down, and he will take over. The old man is a little cunning and afraid that he can't control the town of Ahanida, so he wants to destroy us first. It's very likely. John said in a deep voice. Frank, how long will it take to complete the blood transfusion immortality experiment? John looked at a middle-aged bald man in a white coat who seemed to be doing experiments frequently. Frank said hesitantly, Mr. John, it may take some time. How long? John shouted. Also. It may take 20 days. You see there are still 20 days now. John said angrily, give me a week. Mr. John, 1 week is really not enough. Frank said hurriedly. Get out. John cursed. When they woke up in the morning, they found that the outside was under strict control. The streets were very deserted. The shops were closed and the tourists did not go out. It seemed that the thief had not been caught after a night. The commercial street that was prosperous in the past was so deserted today that it was scary. People hid in the house, squatted under the window, only showing the part above the eyes, and quietly looked at the situation outside. Dong dong dong. From time to time, there were some patrol soldiers running around nervously to take over. Barrier. Erza looked at the sky. Now not only is the city closed, but there is even a huge barrier, falling like a sky curtain, completely locking all the entrances and exits of Ahanida town. Maintaining such a barrier costs a lot of money. So the thief stole money? Who would believe it? It seems that the things that the thief stole are very unusual. Gray said. Yevlet, why don't you go out and take a look? Erza asked. Okay. Just as Yevlet nodded, he felt his pocket vibrate. He took out a card. This was the card he gave to Turtle Dove, and the other corresponding card. Inside was a communication crystal. Yevlet flicked his finger, and the card turned into a communication crystal and successfully connected. But the person on the other side was not Turtle Dove. Ryder. Yevlet looked at the little boy in the picture. Brother Yevlet. When Ryder saw Yevlet, he immediately wiped his tears and snot, and said with a sobbing voice, "Please save us." "What's going on?" Yevlet asked. Run, Brother Ryder, they are coming again." Ryder was about to speak when he was interrupted by another child. "Ryder, you are there?" Yevlet asked hurriedly, but the communication crystal had been hung up. "Did those children have an accident?" Erza asked hurriedly. On the way here, Yevlet had already told about the situation here, the difference between East Town and West Town, and the matter of Ryder and others. Erza and others also decided to go to Ryder and others later to see, and if they needed help, they would also help. But they didn't expect to receive the news of their accident in advance. "That's right." Yevlet nodded. "Go and see," Erza said immediately. "Is it true? Everyone in fairy tale is very kind. Seeing that many children are in danger, they will not stand idly by. I'll go and take a look first. It's not suitable to make a fuss now. My magic can detect secretly," Yevlet said. "Okay." Erza nodded. Yevlet set off immediately. The defense line between East Town and West Town was already very strict before. Now it is even more heavily guarded. All soldiers are wearing silver armor and holding sharp weapons, facing East Town, as if they are going to attack East Town. Yevlet strides across the border without anyone noticing. East Town is very quiet. Obviously, they are all very afraid of this sudden change. When Yevlet walked through an alley, he was stunned. There are traces of fighting ahead. There are more than a dozen bodies with miserable deaths. They are all wizards. And the other side of the battle. The knife marks that can split houses in the ground. With this feature, combined with the place he was in, Yevlet could only think of one person, Turtle Dove. There was more than one battlefield like this. It seemed that Turtle Dove was besieged by many people and fought his way out. Traces of battle could be seen from time to time, all the way to the small courtyard that was once full of children. Here, along with the surrounding buildings, and even half of the street, were destroyed by magic. There were also traces of Turtle Dove's battle. However, Yevlet did not find any children, nor Turtle Dove's body. Analysis of the situation: Turtle Dove and the children encountered the enemy and separated, and now both sides are being hunted. And his communication crystal has been unable to contact Reed and the others. Just when he was thinking this, the communication crystal suddenly connected again. It seems that Reed and the others have temporarily escaped from danger. As soon as the communication crystal was connected, Reed said without further ado, "Brother Yevlet, we are hiding from pursuers in the sewers of East Town. The passages here are very complicated. We can still hold on for 2 days. Please, come and save us." But fortunately, this time, their communication was not interrupted. Reed had the opportunity to continue talking and explain the reason. "So that's it. Since Gajeel left, Reed and others were captured by a group of magicians. Only a little girl named Anna was lucky enough not to be at home at the time and was not captured. Reed and his friends were imprisoned in an underground prison. Every day they had to endure great torture. First, they were infused with magic power by a strange magic device, and then their blood was drawn out. It was dark, and I don't know how long they were imprisoned. Until the day before yesterday, Gajeel broke into the place and rescued everyone. But they were immediately besieged by many magicians. Gajeel protected the children and hid in the sewers. However, there were many pursuers. After many battles, she was still unable to cope with the situation and many children were captured. It was not good to continue fighting like this. The final result would be that the children would be captured and she would die. Turtle Dove analyzed the situation. It was mainly because she was injured and her magic power was fluctuating, so she would be chased all the time. So she mustered up her courage, handed the communication crystal that she had planned not to use for the rest of her life to Ryder, and then led away the pursuers. Chapter 82, Turtle Dove, If There Is an Afterlife, I want to be a maid in Mr. Yevlet's manor. Sister Turtledove said that she asked you to come and save us, and she fought back to rescue Emily and the others. Ryder said crying. Brother Yevlet, we had no relationship before, and I even did something wrong. We can't give you anything in return, so I don't know if you are willing to take such a huge risk to save us. But... Ryder knelt down, kowtowed hard, and said, I am not afraid of death, but at least, I want my brothers and sisters to survive. Even if it's just one person. Only one person can survive. He can live with our memories and our dreams. For us, it's also a good ending. Please come and save us. Okay. Yevlet interrupted, we are in Ahanida town, and I am also at your home. Where are you now? I will come to you immediately really. Ryder was shocked. Of course. We are here, Ryder was about to say, but suddenly realized and said, Brother Yevlet, since you are already in the town, please go and save Sister Turtledove. We can still hold on for a while. I thought Yevlet was far away, so Turtledove would definitely not be saved. So if Yevlet was willing to help, Ryder and the others could only hold on for 2 or 3 days until Yevlet came to save them, because Turtledove said that Yevlet's magic made it easy to save people. But now that Yevlet is in the town, the plan will naturally change. Ryder still has the confidence to stick to it, so he should go and save Turtledove first. Of course, the risk will be much higher this way. Okay. Yevlet nodded decisively. Somewhere in the city. Edward left the window, sat down on the chair, and looked at the man opposite. Mr. Laxus, it seems that things have become troublesome. Edward said. Really? Laxus smiled, as long as Mr. Edward allows, I can immediately wipe out the Ahanida family and those dark wizards, and destroy the barrier. Next, you can do whatever you want. You can't do this, Mr. Laxus. Edward said, I'm not an inspector. I'm just the new mayor who took over, and my term of office will end in a month. John Ahanida is still the mayor recognized by the palace. If you kill him directly and hand over the evidence, both you and I will be in trouble. Of course, I'm so old, it doesn't matter if I die, but you are still young, and there is the fairy tale guild you represent, so there is no need to conflict with the kingdom for me. Edward sighed, those people in the palace care more about their own interests than anything else. The things in Ahanida town are not a big deal in their eyes, but when the rules are broken, they will think that this is their biggest enemy. What a trouble! Laxus frowned slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from a distance. What's wrong? Edward asked hurriedly. Laxus came to the window, observed the situation, and said, someone is fighting, with strong magic fluctuations, and the strength is not simple. Who did John provoke again? Edward frowned. Hehe, John has been corrupt and accepted bribes over the years, colluded with the Dark Guild, and arrested people for experiments. It is normal for him to provoke a strong person. Laxus sneered. Then I hope that person will be fine. Edward said. Of course he will be fine. Laxus said, because I want to go and see. Ah? Edward was shocked. It's not my character to sit and wait for death. Laxus left a sentence and immediately turned into a flash of lightning and left. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the roof. Natsu, who was lying on the window, was stunned. Laxus? Crash. Erza stood up immediately. Her mind was working quickly and she immediately thought of the thunders last night, just a few thunders, no follow-up, and no rain. Last night's thief was Laxus. Let's go. Gray said decisively. Everyone got up and set off immediately. The mayor's manor was full of corpses. Standing in front of him were the former guild members, numbering more than 100. Turtledove, who had completely become a bloody man, sat on the ground with his back against a stone, lowered his head, and held a broken long knife in one hand. The violent killing stopped. I didn't expect, Turtledove, that you could kill so many of me. A tall and strong man, a muscular man who is 2 meters tall, looked down at the dove with a condescending expression. The vice president of the Dark Guild Skeleton Guild, Sahan. Although they are just some trash, your strength is worthy of the reputation of your master and the Wuyuhu school. But, you have finally stopped here. Many wizards approached Banjiu step by step. Banjiu's eyes were blurred. She could only see herself dripping blood. The long sword had broken several times, and now only about 10 centimeters of the blade remained, it was completely unusable. It was not just the sword. Her body had already exceeded its limit. Before, she could still force it. But now, all functions were completely down. She could not continue to fight. Even if she was not killed, she would just sit here and die. After all, she did not even have the strength to lift her head. Wu Yulu. Master. I thought that I was just sacrificing myself, things will become better. But even this is a fantasy. Barakui smiled bitterly. Is the concept of Wu Liu just a false thing? Why can't I do anything and save anything? She has been practicing hard for so many years just to dedicate herself at some point, but what she is doing now is not dedication. It's just a desperate struggle. The future of Reed and others is unknown. Emily and others were taken away, and she couldn't save him. She didn't do anything. At the end of her life, before she lost consciousness, it might be a revolving lantern. Turtledove recalled a lot of things, mostly about her worries about Ryder, Emily, and others, but until the end, she suddenly became selfish. At least, let me die with a little beautiful fantasy, she said with her remaining strength. Mr. Yevlet, I heard that you are a noble. If there is really an afterlife, I hope to be an ordinary maid in your manner. That would be enough. This is the content of a novel that Turtledove had read before. The bad Viscount falls in love with me. After the heroine was killed, she was reincarnated as a maid of a Viscount. After the two fell in love, the enemy of the previous life came to chase her, and the hero bravely stood up to protect her, and the final ending was naturally a happy ending. Turtledove forced a smile, holding this beautiful dream. His thoughts kept sinking until he entered hell. First, my family doesn't have a manor. Second, don't be reborn yet. Why would you want to die if you can live? You Wu Yulu think about dying every day. A familiar voice came suddenly. Banju opened her eyes suddenly. Perhaps a hope gave her some strength. She reluctantly raised her head and saw a familiar figure. The figure stood in front of her, facing many enemies. In an instant, the figure blurred again. Because she was crying. Mr. Yevlet. Chapter 83, Yevlet, Thunder is coming. Who is it? A group of magicians looked at the enemy who suddenly appeared vigilantly. Yevlet said, what's the point of you knowing? You'll die soon anyway. Humph, you're so arrogant. Sahun snorted. This man looked ordinary, and his dress was more like that of an innocent nobleman than a wizard. He sneered, if you want to be a hero and save the beauty, don't you look at your own strength? Even if you don't say your name, we won't erect a monument for you. Go. At Sahun's command, many wizards were about to launch an attack. Yevlet stretched out his hand and shouted. Thunder. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down suddenly, and the flashing lightning stimulated everyone so much that they couldn't open their eyes. Laxus walked out of the lightning, looking at Yevlet with a bad face and unfriendly eyes. What a coincidence, Laxus. Yevlet greeted with a smile. After he enters the combat mode, he will spread his magic power to form something similar to a domain. His magic power cannot detect the terrain, but it can lock every individual creature that has emotions, so it is a perspective that ignores the environment, not a game like radar. Laxus's magic power is very manic and extremely recognizable. So when Laxus entered the range of influence of Yevlet's magic, he immediately connected the thunder last night and the thief incident together. Thunder, direct, and strong enough, who else can it be except Laxus, not to mention that he is standing here. Humph. Laxus snorted coldly, looked at the opposite side, and said, no one left. Dark Guild, what to leave? Yevlet said. Some people say there will be trouble. Laxus remembered what Edward said. How can there be any trouble? Yevlet said with a smile. The Dark Wizard of the Dark Guild rushed into the home of the mayor of Ahanida town to snatch the mayor's youngest son and take him back for evil experiments. It happened to be discovered by the Justice Wizard of the regular guild. In order to protect the mayor and the mayor's son, the members of the regular guild had to fight the Dark Wizard to death, and finally successfully rescued the mayor's son and protected the mayor, but they discovered something darker. The members of the regular guild felt that this matter was too serious and dared not make a decision on their own. They could only report it to the Magic Council and wait for the people of the Magic Council and the palace to take over the matter. Hearing Yevlet's impromptu nonsense, both parties were silent. Laxus turned his head and said with a complicated expression, you are more suitable to be the mayor than Edward. I see. Yevlet understood as soon as he heard the name. Mr. Edward must have hired Laxus. Thief? It should be to steal some evidence of evil transactions. Laxus attacked, and Phantom could not stop him, not to mention this group of scum, which was naturally captured by him. This must have scared Mayor John, so he immediately blocked the city. This is really... What is John called? Evil will be punished. He blocked the city. Locked in Fire Dragon Natsu, Thunder Dragon Laxus, Fairy Queen Erza, and Ice Wizard Gray. Phantom. It was still a battle behind closed doors. Thinking about the destructive power of these people, I can't help but mourn for John. In this case, let alone calling him John, even if he was called Joseph, it wouldn't work. What a good plan. Sahun's face was a little ugly. He said, but you are too arrogant. You want to defeat so many of us with just 2 people. Don't brag when you almost got through by yourself, Banjiu. Yevlet mocked. Pretentious. It seems that you don't know the horror of our skeleton guild, and you haven't heard of my vice president of the skeleton guild, the reputation of Poison Hand Sahun. Sahun naturally didn't believe what Yevlet said. He decided to teach these 2 young guys a lesson that can only be learned in the next life. Sizzle drop. It was like the sound of lard being boiled in an iron pot. Sahun's hands quickly turned green, and some small bubbles even appeared on the surface of the skin, which looked scary and disgusting, a benefit for those with clams. Have you heard of Fire Dragon Natsu? Yevlet said. What? Sahun was stunned. Boom. A pillar of fire directly crashed through the wall, and Natsu didn't care, and punched the Poison Hand Sahun. You're looking for death, my poison will kill you if you touch it. Sahun immediately raised his arm and wanted to fight with Natsu. Boom. A terrifying force directly knocked him dozens of meters away. Sahun hit the ground heavily, and the ground was broken into a big hole. His face was full of disbelief. What happened? The poison was evaporated. He looked at his hand severely burned. Yevlet, Laxus. Iluza and others came later. Is it an enemy? Gray asked. Of course. Yevlet said. Change clothes. Ice-style lancer. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Open, Taurus Gate, Taros. Water Whip. Everyone immediately entered the battle mode, and beat a group of dark wizards to the ground. Laxus also walked towards the enemy. Yevlet did not make a move. He turned to look at Banjiu, squatted in front of her, observed her, and nodded. Well, she won't die. Thank you, Mr. Yevlet, Banjiu said with emotion. No, thank Fairy Tale. Yevlet showed the emblem on his left hand and said, everyone is working hard to save you. Thank you, Fairy Tale. Banjiu said hurriedly. This guild is really desirable. Yevlet took out a bottle of potion and poured it into Banjiu. She recovered some strength and blood, and a light blush hung on her pale face. Don't worry, Emily and the others are still alive. Yevlet said. How did you know? Banjiu asked in surprise. Emily has awakened magic. Yevlet explained, it's a very rare type. I can sense it now. Emily is the seriously ill girl. Originally, she had no money for treatment and was about to die. Unexpectedly, after being captured and used for experiments, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Her magic power expanded. Although she didn't become a wizard, she hasn't formally studied magic, but she is already qualified, and her qualifications are extraordinary. Yevlet has been able to sense a magic power with special properties. From just now, it has been testing him, like a little girl, shyly reaching out her hand, wanting to hold his hand. Let's go. Yevlet picked up the dove and disappeared. He didn't walk far before finding a secluded corner. The dove's face was flushed. Close your eyes. Yevlet said. Yet. Turtle Dove nodded obediently, but soon fell asleep. Turtle Dove was seriously injured, and she couldn't bear it without anesthesia. Outside the town. A convoy stopped outside the barrier. Master, the town of Ahanida is closed. The butler's voice was a little surprised. The man in the car leaned out of the window and saw the huge barrier falling from the sky. He frowned slightly and said, then find a place to camp first. Something must have happened. I hope those children of Reed are fine. The butler said worriedly. The man didn't speak, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. The mayor's manner. The battle is in progress. Laxus. Yevlet suddenly appeared. Laxus took a step to the side with some disgust and said, "Don't touch me, you are covered in blood." "It's not mine." Yevlet was helpless. "Something's wrong? Come with me to save people." "Humph." Laxus snorted. "Erza, I'll leave these people to you." Yevlet shouted. "Go to hell." A wizard thought he had seized the opportunity, his arm turned into a long sword, and slashed Yevlet fiercely. "You!" But the situation suddenly changed, and the person he killed was actually his teammate. What happened? Before the magician could react, he was frozen by the ice. Da-da-da! The sound of two people's footsteps. Yevlet and Laxus walked into the house, which was very quiet. The house was in chaos, bookshelves were knocked over, books were scattered all over the floor, broken porcelain and antiques, broken glass, even with blood stains on it, shoes, clothes and even underwear were dropped. Obviously, the servants were dismissed. And the members of the Ahanida family fled in a hurry. Turtledove is indeed powerful, but Yevlet feels that it may not be entirely because of Turtledove. After all, the people of the Skull Guild have stopped her. John does have the advantages of a successful businessman, and he has such an intuition he keenly senses the danger, so he is in advance. Evacuate. He judged that the strong man invited by Edward was the dangerous enemy, and now it has been proved, but the situation is far more complicated than he imagined. It turns out that John's operation can be said to be fully predicted, and he can be called a master of escape. But unfortunately, they have a ghost reporting the location, and even more unfortunately, Yevlet's magic can lock the head. Have the people of the Ahanida family run away? Laxus asked. No, that old guy is courting death. Yevlet said with a smile. Underground laboratory. All the people of the Ahanida family are here. John patted the armrest of the wheelchair and roared, "They have already attacked, we don't have time." The old man's eyes were red. When the turtledove came to the manor, he knew that something was wrong. The old man Edward looked sick, but he was still a kind and honest official, but such a person could not fall for decades, and his ability should not be underestimated, and it was not just relying on an iron bone that could not be corroded. He immediately thought of the attack last night. The people of the Skeleton Guild had no power to resist that strong man. And he immediately took measures to seal the city afterwards, so it is very likely that the old man Edward did not leave the city. If the crazy woman had not broken into his manor, he felt that this matter could still be handled. But if this was rejected, things would have gone in the worst direction. Even if Edward was steady, the thief who dared to break into his private study and steal things, an arrogant person, would definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Facts have proved that his caution is justified. The Skeleton Guild is now beaten by a group of guys without any ability to fight back. It is only a matter of time before these more than 100 trash are killed. There are only two ways now. One is to escape immediately. But John is unwilling to do so. He will not live long, and he will soon lose his position as mayor, and after this incident, their family's property will definitely be frozen. So John chose the second way, fighting. Seeing John with bloodshot eyes, almost exploding with anger, Frank said with a guilty conscience after hearing the other party's unreasonable request, "But sir, the experiment is not yet completed, it's still a little short." "What's missing?" "The experiment on animals has been successful, but the experiment on humans has not yet been completed." Frank gritted his teeth and said, "You can never be injected before the experiment is completed." "Human experiment?" John said, "Why not just pull a prisoner?" "Prisoners are not okay." Frank shook his head and said, "Their bodies are too weak, and the blood of eternal life is originally extracted from their bodies. The effect of injecting them is unknown and has no reference value. It must be someone who has not had blood drawn." Chapter 84, Emily, this is a magic that brings happiness to people. The scene was silent. Some people who think quickly began to turn pale. "You go." John pointed to a young man. "Grandfather, don't." The young man screamed in fear. "Devoting yourself to the Ahanida family is your honor as a member of the Ahanida family," John said indifferently. When he was getting closer and closer to death, he was infinitely nostalgic for the beauty of being alive. He didn't want to die. So he started the experiment of the blood of immortality. Extract the best blood and blend it with healing magic. Then, by replacing the blood with healing ability, the aging organs in the body can be restored to their youthful activity, so that the body can become younger and achieve the purpose of immortality. For this purpose, he can sacrifice anyone. It's better to say. He made the Ahanida family so powerful, and these descendants a bunch of drunkards who eat his and use his things should die for him at this time. Grandfather! The young man screamed and was dragged away. Several researchers tied the young man to the bed. Frank and others were sweating profusely. Not tired, but anxious. The blood of immortality has not been completed at all. Including animal experiments. They had done a hasty experiment this morning. The mice injected with blood had a high probability of dying suddenly, and only 2 survived for a period of time. During that period, they became very powerful and violent, and finally died of suicide. They frantically destroyed everything they could touch, and in order to destroy, they didn't even care about their lives. At first, they broke their limbs, and finally used their heads to hit their brains out. So, there was no chance at all. Frank and others knew that the experiment of the blood of immortality would never succeed at this stage. They needed more experiments, but it was too late. Mr. Frank, what should we do? A subordinate asked anxiously. Frank gritted his teeth and said, the situation is critical now. John is gambling with his life, so we have to gamble too. How to gamble? Let the blood of immortality succeed, Frank whispered something in the ears of several people. After a while, Frank ran back sweating and said, Mr. John, we were almost there, but we failed and it turned into blood. Everyone's face changed. Go one more. John said coldly. Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly someone roared, things have come to this point, why are we still afraid of him? Are we going to be killed by him one by one? Grandfather, you forced me to do this. Father, I want to live. Everyone exploded. In order to live and not become a pool of blood, they have to overthrow John's brutal rule. Before today, they also fantasized that they could have a share of the blood of immortality. But now, faced with this immature experiment, they dare not gamble their lives. John? An old man sitting in a wheelchair. When you are powerful and we beg you, we are afraid of you. But now, what right do you have to say that if you let us die, we must die? How dare you disobey me? John was furious. We just want to live, what's wrong with that? The consequences of all this are originally your stubbornness. If you don't provoke the strong and don't study the damn blood of immortality, you could have spent your old age in peace. Our Ahanida family will not face such a desperate situation. Everyone roared at John. Kill him. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Kill him. All members responded and were about to take action immediately. Do you think I don't have the strength to suppress you? A bunch of ungrateful wolves. Boom. John's body exploded with magic power. Blood vines. A lot of blood-red vines suddenly grew behind John, they were all as thick as arms, twisting flexibly like snakes, and there were hundreds of them. Everyone was not afraid, or they had to fight to the death. Old man, how much magic power can you have in your aging body? Although I haven't become a wizard, I can do magic. Boom boom boom. A battle broke out. Seeing this, Frank immediately ran out of the laboratory. Go. He called his men, leaving everything behind, and ran away. But he didn't notice that a dark shadow followed them. The battle didn't last long and ended. Everyone was tied up tightly by the blood vine. When everyone wanted to resist, they suddenly felt that their strength was drained away. I didn't expect that John, an old man with most of his body lying in the coffin, still retained such a strong strength. Grandfather, no, spare my life. Everyone started begging for mercy again, but it was too late. John was panting, his magic fluctuating, he could feel that his body was as fragile as glass with thousands of cracks, it would shatter into pieces with a slight touch. He was already old and dying, and after such a battle, he had already lost most of his remaining life, and he didn't have much time to live. John barely suppressed his beating heart and rapid breathing, he looked at everyone, angry at what they did. He said viciously. As long as I'm alive, anyone can sacrifice. As long as I'm alive, the Ahanida family can be revitalized. You bunch of ungrateful people, all deserve to die. When I regain my youth, the Ahanida family will still prosper around me. You had a chance, but you gave it away with your own hands. Plop. As soon as John finished speaking, several people were thrown in front of him. John looked over and saw that the person who embarrassed him was a very thin, tall, one-eyed man. He said, Mr. John, this is another extra expense. Thank you. John looked at Frank and others lying on the ground. "Mr. John, spare my life." Frank and others kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Hee, whether you live or not depends on the next experiment." John sneered with a sinister expression. "Experiment on all these people, Frank? I think you and I both need a result that satisfies me." "Yes." Frank was desperate in his heart, but he had to pretend to be thankful on the surface. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at several of his men. He didn't show any expression, but everyone understood act according to the previous plan. John looked at the man and snorted, "Wills Hito, your trash can't stop those guys. I hope you won't let me down." "Of course not, Mr. John." The man replied. This man was the leader of the Skull Guild, Wills Hito. He was not in a hurry when his men were killed. Because there was no need. Who would have feelings for such a dark guild? They were united because of interests, and everyone was a traitor. As long as he was alive, the Skull Guild could be rebuilt. Yevlet found the entrance to the underground passage. As soon as he entered, the attack came suddenly. Laxus immediately stood in front of Yevlet and punched him. Boom! Laxus took a step back, and the other party took 7 or 8 steps back, until he hit the wall and embedded in it. "I'll go first," Yevlet said. Laxus looked at the enemy and said, "You are stronger than that vice president. Are you the leader of the Skull Guild?" Fairy Tale S level. The man pulled his body off the wall. "I am the leader of the Skull Guild, Wills Hito." Wei Er Shito said, "You are very strong, you demons. The tail of the spirit is also very strong. But you shouldn't have come to provoke me. Don't you think it's a pity that a genius who didn't grow up was beaten to death? Stop talking nonsense." Laxus was shining with lightning. "Thunder, against thunder. Let's see who will devour who." Wills Hito laughed wildly, shadow thunder strangling. Suddenly, countless black lightning appeared and entangled Laxus. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. A fierce battle broke out. With the help of Emily, Yevlet's magic successfully brought all the people of the Ahanida family into the range of magic. At this time, the old guy John was forced into a hurry and was experimenting with his descendants. Yevlet didn't bother him for the time being. "Busy. Be busy. He can rescue Emily and the others without any pressure." "Brother Yevlet." In the cell, a little girl sitting against the wall suddenly had bright eyes. "Emily." The children looked at her. "Brother Yevlet is here." Emily shouted happily. Click. The lock of the cell door was cut open by a knife. Yevlet stood at the door. "Brother Yevlet." All the children immediately ran out of the door excitedly and hugged Yevlet. "Good people, help. Please, save us too. There are other cells here, with about 70 people imprisoned, most of them are young, even children. Don't worry." Yevlet cut all the locks and rescued everyone. "Everyone follow me, I will take you out." Yevlet said, "Don't run around and shout, don't leave the team." "Yes." Everyone answered. "Leave Emily to me." Yevlet saw a thin boy carrying Emily on his back with some difficulty. These children were locked up here, tortured, and had their blood drawn. They were so weak that they could hardly walk, let alone carry others. "Thank you, brother Yevlet." Emily stretched out her hand happily. Yevlet carried her on his back. The little girl was as light as a rag doll, she was too thin. Although she had powerful magic power at this time, her body was so fragile that people dared not use force, for fear that a little force would break her bones. Yevlet asked, "Have all your illnesses been cured?" "Yes." Emily nodded, "Those bad guys experimented on us, injected a lot of magic power, and drew blood to create some kind of eternal blood." She said excitedly, "They kept drawing blood from me and replenishing blood. Under the stimulation of magic, they actually cured me and made me a wizard." Emily suffers from a blood disease that cannot be cured, and can only hang on to her life. However, she did not expect a blessing in disguise. During the experiment, after continuous blood drawing and blood supplementation, coupled with the stimulation of magic, not only her disease was cured, but it also promoted her awakening, and she had the qualifications to become a magician. And Emily's magic is very special, and even somewhat similar to Yevlet's magic. At this time, even if Emily became a magician, she exuded magic, and no one could sense it except Yevlet. Yevlet sensed the situation on Frank's side and touched Emily's magic. He smiled and said, "An experiment that is doomed to fail." From the victims, to the researchers, to the Ahanida family, and that old confused John, no one benefited from it. Except you, Emily. Emily smiled with her lips pursed. Although she was indeed frightened before, she was also afraid of the future and hated John and others. But now, she lay on Yevlet's shoulder, hugging the back that brought her a sense of reliability and peace of mind. At this moment, she only felt joy. The haze accumulated in the 11 years from birth to this moment was swept away. She was the only beneficiary of this failed experiment. Emily plucked up the courage to say, "Brother Yevlet, I want to learn your magic. My magic is not easy to learn. With this little time and energy, you can learn offensive magic or comprehensive functional magic, and your achievements will be higher than learning my magic." Yevlet persuaded. "But, I just want to learn Brother Yevlet's happiness magic," Emily insisted. "Happiness magic?" Yevlet was stunned. He recalled the family history and then laughed. "Is this how you understand it?" "Of course, I have seen that although Brother Yevlet's magic can be used for fighting and making people go around in circles, it can also help others. Let the deaf hear the voices of their families. Let those who cannot speak sing freely. Let those who cannot stand up have a dream of running. Let those who cannot taste a good meal." Emily's voice was very innocent, and her tone was full of longing and yearning. She hugged Yevlet's neck and said, "Isn't this the magic that brings happiness to people?" Chapter 85, Yevlet, I think there should be a handsome screenshot at this moment. Yevlet was silent, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He began to seriously consider Emily's request. He did not agree immediately, because this matter must be cautious. Emily's magic is very special, similar to his, but not exactly the same. She does have the basics to get started, but that's all. The key is Emily's talent for research, and I don't know what it is. As the saying goes, a master can lead you to the door, but you have to practice it yourself. Emily learned fraud magic. Because of many influencing factors, such as different moods, research purposes, magic development directions, and the most important truth to pursue, etc., her fraud magic will probably not be the same as Yevlet's, and it may even be very different. Just like use ice, after being passed on to Gray and Leo, it is also different. Yevlet's adoptive father's fraud magic is to guide with words, and then slightly affect the vision, the so-called slightly, is a trance. So the adoptive father's magic performance is different from Yevlet's. It is real talent and magic is the icing on the cake, allowing him to complete some magic that ordinary magicians can hardly complete with skills and props. Yevlet's grandfather's deception magic, because he loves food, he can deceive people's taste buds. He can make simple meals taste delicious. His adoptive father grew up eating white bread as delicacies, but his grandfather did not pretend to be a chef to deceive people. He was a man of high moral standards. The same is true for Emily. Yevlet can't guarantee that Emily's deception magic will be the same as his. If the difference is big, then she will have to rely on herself to improve her magic in the future. Deception magic is difficult. Although Yevlet admires Emily's magic attribute, it is really not good if the brain power is not enough. It is difficult to become strong, it is extremely easy to waste time and achieve nothing. Thoughts pulled back to reality. Yevlet said, "I will think about it carefully." Yet. Emily nodded happily. The road was smooth and there were no obstacles. Laxus received Yevlet's message and pulled the battlefield away from the entrance. Yevlet observed for a while, and Laxus was about to win. The battle between the Thunder Mage and the Thunder Dragon Slayer Mage, how could there be any suspense? And the battle in the courtyard just ended. Yevlet. Seeing Yevlet carrying Emily and walking out with a large group of people, Erza and others were a little confused. Yevlet said, "The situation is complicated, I will talk about it in detail later, I will briefly summarize it now. The people below are all bad guys, just beat them up." Understood. Natsu immediately clenched his fists and smashed them hard. "Lucy, Juvia, you take Emily and the others to meet with Ahanida, and just wait for the news," Yevlet said. "Okay." Lucy and Juvia nodded. "This is the communication crystal to contact Ryder. There is not much magic left, just report safety." Yevlet took out the card and turned it back into a communication crystal. "Yes." Lucy hugged Emily, and Juvia took the communication crystal. "Lucy, you're stronger again." Happy smiled as he watched Lucy pick up Emily easily. "Shut up." Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. Her strength was really increasing, and she could clearly feel it. She wouldn't really become a muscular girl, would she? Brother Yevlet, come on. Emily said with a fist. Okay. Yevlet touched her, then looked at Erza, Gray, and Natsu, and said, let's go. Okay. They were ready. Click. At the right moment, there was a sound of a camera taking pictures. They looked at Yevlet. Sorry. Yevlet suddenly took a camera from the void, and said with a smile, I think there should be a cool screenshot at this moment. Dot. The photo was printed out. On the screen. The sky was sunny, and the battlefield was broken and chaotic. Erza's face was full of determination. She raised her left foot and took a firm step. On her left was Gray, who scratched the back of his head with a confident smile on his face. On her right was Natsu, who clenched his fists and burned with flames. Behind the three people, half of their bodies were blocked by Erza, but the part above the shoulders could still be seen. Yevlet pushed his glasses lightly and raised a gentle smile. There is one thing in common in this photo, everyone's eyes were firm. Dot. Erza was silent, but her eyes showed emotions of love and appreciation. So handsome. Natsu shouted. Not bad. Gray laughed. Mr. Yevlet, please make a copy and sell it to Juvia. Juvia shouted. Erza is so handsome. Lucy said. Brother Yevlet is so handsome. Emily said. Yevlet, you didn't take a picture of me. Only Happy expressed dissatisfaction. Okay, let's go. Yevlet put away the photo. Outside the town of Ahanida. A group of people with strange clothes, strange costumes, strange walks, and creative looks came to the outside of the barrier. Why is there a barrier here? One person asked. Isn't this better? Another person said. Don't destroy the barrier. That fraud kid is the best in the world at escaping. Someone said. Honorary. Knight, can you open the barrier and let us in? Someone asked. Of course. Toot, toot, toot. The train was forced to stop, braking all the way. The driver saw the huge barrier from a distance. As an experienced old employee, he immediately started the brakes to prevent the train from hitting the barrier and causing tragedy. The sudden brakes made the passengers unable to control their bodies and staggered. Some people were injured. The attendant quickly comforted them and explained the reason, so there was no commotion. In the middle carriage, in the middle row of seats, there were two very eye-catching beauties sitting here. The white-haired beauty was okay, she looked very gentle. But the other one leaning against the aisle, who looked like a legendary elf-like beauty, looked very difficult to mess with. The train stopped. Some people got off the train, for many reasons, but in short, it made the train a little emptier. A handsome blonde man with a confident face walked outside this row of seats. He stretched out his hand, revealing the exquisite watch on his wrist, which was obviously very expensive. He took out a few bills from his bag and handed them to the two women with children in the opposite row, saying, "Two beautiful ladies, can we change seats?" "Yes, sir." The two women took the money very happily and stood up. They certainly understood the man's intention, but what does it have to do with them? The man sat opposite the two beauties and said, "Two beautiful ladies, I'm Jason, a businessman." Mylaja turned to look at Tiffany, who had no intention of speaking, so she smiled and said, "I'm sorry, we don't want to be approached, please don't bother us." "Why not?" Jason said, "Approaching is not a strange thing, it's just a way to make new friends. I really want to get to know you, of course, I admit that I have some other intentions, because you two are so beautiful." Bang! Tiffany slammed her fist on the table in front of her, looked at Jason, and said coldly, "I don't have a good face for you humans, don't ask for a fight." Jason smiled confidently, "She looks like a lady who is not easy to mess with. However, you humans. Isn't this lady a human? Ah, you have long pointed ears and a flawless face. Are you the legendary elf?" Then Jason took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then stretched out his hand as if to shake hands. "I am lucky to meet an elf like you." Boom! Tiffany took action and punched the stranger who was talking nonsense away. Jason knocked down several rows of seats. Finally, he fell into the ruins, spitting out blood and fainted. The carriage was silent, and everyone looked at this sight in horror. Mirage smiled and stood up. "Miss Mirage." Tiffany looked at her in confusion. With such a huge barrier, something must have happened in Ahanida town. "Let's go take a look. If we can help, we will do our part. Myra Jane said. Okay. Tiffany stood up. Underground of the Ahanida family. Huff, hi, hi. Willito panted and looked at Laxus opposite him, with a puzzled and horrified expression on his face. What kind of monster is this? Wah! Directly absorbed his lightning strike? Is this something a human can do? It tastes terrible. Laxus looked terrible, just like Lysina had forced him to eat a mouthful of strange-tasting candy before that day when they were playing games. He and Yevlet lost in a row, and Lysina stuffed strange-tasting candy into his mouth again and again, making him unable to eat that day, and Yevlet was even knocked down by the resistance of his stomach pain. But it can still fill my stomach. Laxus casually threw out a bolt of lightning, and Wilshito dodged it hastily. He was sweating profusely. What kind of monster is this? How come it gets stronger the more he fights? Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus charged and punched out. Boom. The underground passage was almost collapsed by him. You ran pretty fast. Laxus looked at the blood on the ground. This guy was quite decisive. When Laxus blasted him out, he endured the injury and turned around and ran. Of course, Laxus would not let him run away, a Dark Guild leader with strong strength. If he really let him go, I don't know how much trouble he would have in the future. So Laxus hurriedly chased after him. Laboratory. Frank and his men were confident, pointing at the living people lying on the test bench, and said to John in surprise, Mr. John, our experiment has succeeded. Hey! The people on the bed breathed a sigh of relief. One of them was John's second daughter-in-law, who was also an old woman. After being injected with the blood of immortality, she actually restored her youthful appearance. She was full of surprise at this time, feeling the vitality of her body. She was lucky enough to become one of the few successful people. It's a pity that her husband, several lovers, and children didn't make it. However, as long as she is still alive. Puff! Suddenly, the blood vine pierced through the test bench and the woman from below. Why? The woman looked at John in disbelief. John had a cold face and used the blood vine to kill all of them. Frank and his men looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Frank said, Mr. John, let's inject you with the blood of immortality. Okay. John nodded. He controlled the blood vine, supported his disabled body, and lay on the experimental table. Frank and others surrounded him, smiling and saying, It will be over soon, Mr. John. When you wake up, you will be young again. That's great. John looked at the headlight above his head, as if he saw the light. His old and worn-out body was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, at the last moment, he finally succeeded. Next. In John's eyes, the headlight gradually turned into a sun, a new sun. It's time to start, Mr. John. Frank said. Thank you, Frank. John said, I'll give you a gift. No, Mr. John. The smile on Frank's face froze for a moment. It's already been given to you. John said. Puff. A long needle stretched out from the tip of the blood vine and pierced into the bodies of Frank and others. John said, There is no antidote for the poison. It will take effect in an hour unless I draw it out. Frank? John looked at Frank indifferently and said, I have money, I don't want to die, you are young, you don't want to die either. I hope I can open my eyes alive. Then I will give you a gift called Alive. Yes, Frank trembled with his hands and injected John with the blood of eternal life. Ahem. Edward walked on the street. The street was in chaos at this time. A big battle broke out in the mayor's manor, and everyone in the town knew about it. The soldiers were at a loss without command, like headless flies, they didn't dare to approach the battle of a group of wizards, and they didn't know how to act. The Ahanida family controls almost all the power in this town, and they occupy all the positions that can benefit them, so that when chaos occurs now, no one can take up the banner. The old-timers want to avoid trouble, so they stay in the office and don't go out. The passionate young people lack experience and means, and they want to maintain order with passion, but unfortunately they have little effect. So chaos was born, and the evil people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and get benefits. Some of them were dark wizards who didn't have the courage to make trouble before, but now they have no worries. Edward looked up and saw a crying little girl. Her family's store had just been robbed, and her parents were beaten. I have to do something. Mr. Laxus is fighting. He's right, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I also have my own battles, and I also have reasons not to fail. Chapter 86, Yevlet, give old man John a surprise. Underground laboratory. What should we do, Mr. Frank? After John fell asleep, Frank's men couldn't help asking. They had originally planned to make a fake blood of immortality, trick John into injecting it, and then they could run away. They had experimented with many failed products, some of which could temporarily make people younger, but the price was that they would consume all the energy in the body within a few minutes and die immediately, without exception. But they didn't expect John to inject them with poison. Now, if John dies, they will definitely die. Don't panic, does John really think his poison is invincible? Frank gritted his teeth and said, we are experts in blood research. We will always find a way. I have an idea, Mr. Frank, how about a direct blood exchange? One person suggested. Good idea, there is still a lot of blood that has not been tested. So Frank and others immediately went to find blood that matched their blood type, and then ran away. It's out. A black thunder shot out from the underground entrance. Will's Hito did not escape from the underground passage, because he was not a member of the Ahanida family and did not know the exit of their underground passage. Moreover, he expected that Laxus would definitely chase him in the underground passage, so he had to do the opposite to escape, so he waited for the wizards to enter the underground passage before he ran out from his hiding place. This time the loss is really heavy. Will's Hito looked at the corpses on the ground. It's just a commissioned mission, and the guild has lost most of it. However, as long as I'm alive, I can revitalize the guild. Damn John! Will's Hito cursed, you haven't given me the last part of the commission money yet, I can only take it myself. Will's Hito is not loyal to John. The reason why he helped John stop the enemy was because John, a cunning businessman, delivered the commission money separately again and again. The amount of the commission money was so large that Will's Hito could even rebuild several dark guilds. So Will's Hito was willing to stay. However, he just wanted to make money, not risk his life. He was not a fool. In this situation, even if John succeeded in becoming immortal, he would still be killed by those wizards. He was doomed to fail. Will's Hito found John's vault, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Laxus, don't look for Will's Hito, turn right in front, we will meet in the laboratory and give old man John a surprise. Yevlet's voice came to Laxus. Did you control him? Laxus asked. Of course. Yevlet said. Okay. John slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his body was very energetic. Although he still didn't have the ability to stand up, he did feel that he had become younger. A mirror was handed over to the side. John reached out to take it. In the mirror appeared a young and handsome guy. This is me. John stroked his face. Frank, you guys. He was very happy and turned to talk to Frank, but saw a few strangers. John's face suddenly changed. While controlling the blood vine to attack several people, he also controlled the blood vine to eject his body backwards away from them. Puff! The blood vine pierced through a man's body, but the man still had a smile on his face, as if he had not been attacked. The other people used powerful magic to directly break his blood vine. They were all very powerful wizards. Before today, John had heard a little about these people. The defeat of the Skull Guild today proved that the strength of these people was definitely not something he could defeat. John's mind turned quickly. He knew magic, but he was not a registered wizard, but a businessman. For decades, he was used to using the logic of a businessman to deal with problems. John smiled and even said in a flattering way, several strong men from fairy tale, at this age, have the strength to defeat an entire dark guild. It's really amazing. Several people looked at him. However, John said, youth and strength are only temporary. When people get old, they become weak, and time will take away everything. When your hair turns grey, your strength and magic will continue to fade away. At that time, you will definitely feel lost. Meng Piao Bench Cai Chu Jun Bai Fleet stepped forward and asked. This person can control the overall situation. John immediately judged it, and he said, I wonder what your name is, sir. Yevlet. Yevlet replied. Mr. Yevlet, I think you don't quite understand what great things I am doing. John said. No, I understand. Yevlet said, you are deceiving yourself. Lie? Haha. John laughed, he pointed to his face and said, did you see it? Mr. Yevlet, I am already 80 years old this year. This is the change after I injected the blood of immortality. I look only 20 years old now. The experiment was successful. Mr. Yevlet, and you guys. John spread his hands and said excitedly, don't you want eternal life? Mr. Powerful Wizard, your strength, magic, and energy can all be maintained at the peak state. And you, beautiful Miss Wizard, you can stay young forever, always look like 18 years old, isn't this the dream of you girls? John's voice was full of temptation. But the few people were indifferent. Natsu said, that kind of thing doesn't matter. Gray said, if all the friends and family you know are dead, and only you are alive, that kind of eternal life is too painful, I don't need it. Laxus snorted, boring. You are still too young, so you don't know how to cherish time. John shook his head, looked at Yevlet, and said, Mr. Yevlet, I believe you will understand, you are very similar to me. Don't be disgusting. Yevlet immediately said, don't say that again, or I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until the time to see the show, and I will be unable to help but kill you. See the show? John was stunned. Almost. Yevlet took out a pocket watch and checked the time. What do you mean almost? John was stunned. Old man, it's really a bargain for you to die like this. Yevlet said. 3. 2. 1. Puff. John spit out a mouthful of blood, and he fell down with an unbelievable look on his face. On the other side, Frank and others who were running away suddenly stopped, and then an irresistible fear eroded their hearts, and they all fell down without the slightest time to think or the ability to resist. Will's Hito emptied the vault. This was only a small part of John's assets, but it still made Will's Hito sigh that this adventure was worth it. Hey? Turtle Dove? Will Cheeto's face turned gloomy when he saw the people in the distance. This damn woman is not dead yet. Outside the manor, in the yard of a civilian house. Because there was a battle here, the civilians living here had already fled to their friends' houses. Lucy and others stayed here. There are also water and food. Although it is immoral to do so. But everyone is very tired and thirsty. Of course, they are not robbers, and they will pay as much as they should later, and they will not let innocent people suffer losses. Lucy and others are resting here. Miss Lucy. Miss Juvia. Turtledove smiled shyly. The second time. It's the same scene again. Last time, she was lying in the cabin, her whole body was wounded, bandaged and covered with a wizard cloak of Yevlet. Then Lucy and Juvia found her. This time, she leaned against the wall, her whole body was still bandaged, and she was still covered with Yevlet's wizard cloak. Even more coincidentally, Lucy and Juvia found her. Miss Banjiu, your injury is okay? Lucy asked worriedly. Last time, they had talked about it since Yevlet saved this person, it means that there can be basic trust. It's okay, I won't die, Miss Banjiu smiled reluctantly, but pulled the wound and took a deep breath in pain. You should have a good rest. Lucy said hurriedly. Yes, have a good rest, Banjiu, you will have a rest time forever soon. Suddenly, a strange man's voice sounded. Banjiu's face changed drastically, and he wanted to move, but he couldn't move at all. Who is it? Juvia reacted very quickly, turned around and threw a magic outside. Water slash. Ah, what a dangerous magic. Will's Hito avoided the attack and walked into the yard. Miss Lucy, Miss Juvia, be careful. Akaraga reminded, this man is the president of the Skull Guild Will Shito. He is a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I really didn't expect it, Akaraga, you are not dead yet. Will's Hito smiled, but this time, you can't escape. Crackle. Lightning flashed on Will Shito's hands. Underground. Not good. Yevlet shouted suddenly. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Yevlet. Natsu, Gray, break through the passage, we must rush back immediately. Yevlet said anxiously. Okay. Natsu burst into flames, and Gray also released magic. Ice spring. Boom. The huge icicle pierced through several layers of the ceiling. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu blasted through several layers of the ceiling again. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. The earth was shaking. Puff. Wilsato had just taken a step when his face suddenly changed drastically. He wanted to retreat to the side, but it was too late. Ah! Suddenly, a huge head opened an even bigger mouth and bit off Wilsato's head from behind. Puff. The headless body fell down, and the body was still twitching. Ah! The children screamed. Lucy and Juvia were pale in the face of this bloody scene. Of course, there were more reasons. Outside the yard, there were 7 guys exuding an ominous aura. One of them bit off Wilsato's head. He was a man who dressed like a gentleman on the upper body, but like a pervert on the lower body, wearing a suit and tie on the upper body, and only a tight and short pantyhose on the lower body, revealing 2 hairy legs. His neck retracted, his head became smaller, and finally returned to normal. Then he took out a handkerchief, wiped his mouth elegantly, and said as if he was reviewing a delicacy, "Shadow lightning magic? It's a good magic, and it tastes very good." Suddenly, the 7 people took a step back together. Buzz! A black beam of light with a diameter of 6 meters hit the position in front of them, burning the ground into a bottomless black hole. Lucy! Natsu turned into a ball of fire and rushed over with a shout. Boom! Laxus turned into lightning and arrived first, blocking Lucy and Juvia. Crack, crack, crack! Dozens of ice spikes flew over like bullets. One of them stood up and said, "Stop your dangerous behavior." Crack! All the ice spikes stopped where they were. Swish, swish, swish. Except for Yevlet, who disappeared. Erza and others also arrived. This time, everyone's face was very solemn, including Erza and Laxus. These people are definitely not comparable to those minions of the Skull Guild. Will's Hito also looked weak in front of them. Putten's accomplice? Ansa's believer? Yevlet did not appear, but the voice came. That's right. Several people nodded. Although they said in different tones, they all said in unison, "We believe in the great god, Ansa. By the order of the great Ansa. 8 knights who maintain peace in this world." One of them stood up and said, "Yevlet de Lavalier, you killed the peacekeeping knight of mercy, Putin. You are the reincarnation of the devil of hell. For the peace of the world, you must be judged. We will judge with the strictest judgment. Let you know your sins. But death cannot eliminate your sins. You can't reach heaven. You will repent forever in hell." Chapter 87, Each for Himself. Day. Yevlet suddenly appeared beside a person, holding a black-bottomed gold-rimmed revolver, tier 7.0. Except for an extra cylinder, the appearance has not changed compared to the previous generation of tier. The black muzzle of the gun was against a person's temple. He said, "You won't run away today, will you?" "Of course." The man who was held to the temple by Yevlet said with a smile. "That's good." Yevlet said, and pulled the trigger. "Don't move." One person said, and Yevlet's body was fixed. It was this person's words that fixed Gray's magic ice spikes just now. "Mr. Devil, you are not here, right?" The man said, "Don't play such tricks, your magic is no longer a threat to us." "Hee hee." Yevlet sneered twice. "Oh," one person yelled, "I can't help it. Brave people are brave people. This is the heroism of heroes. The courage of art." This man said a mess of words and rushed towards Laxus and others. His body expanded rapidly. "Oh no, he's going to self-destruct." Erza shouted, "Change clothes Vajra armor." The heavy armor of the diamond armor with super strong defense wrapped Erza tightly. She raised 2 large shields, merged them into a complete round shield, and then burst out with terrifying power, crashing out like a locomotive. Erza knocked away the man who was going to self-destruct. Seeing this, the other enemies hurriedly dispersed. Ice wall. Gray released a huge and thick ice wall. Boom. The terrifying explosion blew Erza away. Ka. Even though Erza blocked most of the power, Gray's ice wall had dense cracks. It can be seen that the power is amazing. Oh, what a pity. The man who self-destructed appeared out of thin air again. He shouted, "I am the hero's bravery, the brave knight, I am a hero, I am a knight, I am." "He is a brave knight." One person said. "Damn it, this is my line." The heroic knight said angrily. "I love brave knights. I love the bravery of art." This heroic knight was talking nonsense, but the power of self-explosion should not be underestimated. He expanded his body again, and Gray and others rushed over. "I'm not overwhelmed yet." Erza pushed up with her shield again. Boom. This time, Erza held on. It was just a powerful force that pushed her body back like a plow, and her legs drew a nearly 10-meter long gully on the ground. Boom. Laxus suddenly appeared in front of one person and punched him. Choose me as your opponent. I'm really scared to be locked by such a powerful enemy like you. The enemy chosen by Laxus is an old man who looks very gentleman, wearing a neat tuxedo and a red wine bow tie, with his legs closed together and standing straight. His white hair is combed into a refreshing big back, and his white beard is also well groomed. He has beards on his upper lip, sides, and chin, forming a symmetrical mouth shape, which makes him look very gentle and serious. This man is not simple. He just froze Gray's magic with one sentence. Please stop and let me introduce myself, sir, said the old man. Laxus' body was actually fixed in place, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. The old man bowed and said, I am very honored to be chosen as an opponent by a young and powerful person like you. I hope you can know my code name. I am the weakest of the 8 knights. I have been maintaining peace in the northern continent for many years and teaching everyone to understand the principle of humility. I am the humble knight. Young strong man, I will fight with all my strength, I hope I won't let you down. Humble knight said. My magic is advisory magic. Very weak magic, only has the ability to make everything obey. Yevlet? Laxus said unhappily, is this guy your teacher? He looks so annoying. Laxus. Yevlet's gritted teeth came. Ah? No, I'm annoying, I'm really sorry. Humble knight said, but, listen to my advice, sir, don't destroy and. Bang. Humble knight took a step back, and a bullet rubbed his nose. Hi la 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 la. Laxus felt that he could move, and immediately his whole body flashed with thunder and launched a fierce attack. As annoying as Yevlet, I'm going to beat you to death. Thunder dragons. Bang Chuan. Laxus yelled. Yevlet. Did Laxus's punch contain some personal grudges? But who knew that the humble knight said lightly, such an attack is not okay. It's okay to kill me, but what if it hurts the flowers and plants? Shua. The lightning dissipated, revealing Laxus's shocked expression. After the second self-destruction, the brave knight who played the self-destruction appeared again. Elza realized the trouble with this guy. 3 seconds. Yevlet reminded. Elza understood the whole self-destruction process requires 3 seconds. So Erza took action immediately, waited for the guy to appear, and ran out directly against him. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu rushed towards an enemy. Ah, such a powerful magic! The enemy shouted and punched out. Boom! He actually fought Natsu to a 50-50 draw. Gray's eyes lit up. There were many enemies, and everyone was very strong. But this person was about the same strength as Natsu, so if he attacked by himself, he could kill him in an instant and reduce the number of the enemy. Ice-shaped battle axe. The huge battle axe chopped at the enemy, and Gray did not hold back. What a powerful magic! Who knew that the enemy stretched out his left hand and punched out? Boom! The fist hit the sharp blade of the battle axe and smashed it to pieces. Seeing that both Natsu and Gray were shocked, the enemy said, Hello, I am a spiritual knight. I am best at dealing with enemies flexibly. Ah, how sad. Why don't you accept death properly? Why do you have to start a tragic battle? What an evil demon. At this point, there is no way. The pervert who wore a suit on the upper body and no clothes on the lower body said with a straight face, there will be sacrifices in battle. Sometimes, in order to defeat powerful enemies, especially demons from hell, sacrifices must be made. Yes. Although I don't want to. But sacrifice is inevitable. He did not join the battle, but turned and walked towards the town. 2 beautiful ladies. One person stood up and looked at Lucy and Juvia. They are so beautiful, but unfortunately, they are not my type. That one is the most beautiful in the world. He pointed his finger. Everyone couldn't help but look over. The most beautiful in the world? Dot. A little boy was confused. Bah! Lucy was furious. How disgusting! Juvia said angrily. I'm telling the truth. I'm an honest person. The man said, I'm the honest knight. I only tell the truth. My magic is also the magic that makes people honest. The honest knight pointed at Lucy and said, Who do you like? Gray. Lucy shouted. Juvia turned her head and looked at Lucy, her face full of confusion and shock. Who do you like? He pointed at Juvia again. Mr. Natsu. As soon as Juvia said this, she felt something was wrong. She waved her hands and explained in panic, No, I don't like Mr. Natsu. Of course I don't dislike him. It's that kind of. Juvia, be careful. Lucy shouted urgently. Puff. Juvia was cut in two by a sword. The honest knight had already rushed to Juvia. He said honestly, I am very honest. I don't like sneak attacks. Gurgle. Juvia condensed his body again and threw magic at the honest knight. Water cut. The sharp water blade cut towards the honest knight, and he cut it off with a backhand. Open, the gate of Leo. Lucy waved the key. Stay away from Lucy. Leo appeared with the glory of a lion all over his body. He used to be a member of the guild, but now he is Lucy's star spirit. He came to protect Lucy, so he burst out with all his strength as soon as he appeared. This enemy is very dangerous, and there must be no hesitation. What an ugly man! The honest knight said. He stepped back and slashed with his sword. Leo avoided the blade and punched the honest knight in the stomach. Ah, how scary! The honest knight grinned, but my body is harder than the shield. Leo's face changed, and this punch seemed to hit an iron plate. But the honest knight's face suddenly changed, and he retreated to the side. Shua! The knife light of the full moon passed by Leo's fist. Yevlet! Leo exclaimed. Yevlet looked at Lucy and Juvia and said, This enemy is not strong. Don't be afraid of him. Fight him. Ah, I am really sad to get such an evaluation from you. The honest knight said sadly, and his face became angry in an instant. How dare you say I am not strong? My sword is the sharpest sword in the world. My sword is the most powerful sword in the world. My body is the hardest flesh in the world. How dare you say I am not strong? Enough, honesty. One person said, just like the devil said, the two women are left to you, and we will deal with him. This man stood up. He was a bald middle-aged man, with round and thick glasses like beer bottles, wearing a white coat, which was stuffed with bulging, swollen like a ball. I am an honorary knight. It is my honor to send a powerful demon like you to hell. Another man also stood up. Yevlet, you demon, you will get the most fair trial. This man was dressed like a judge, wearing a wig, with a righteous expression on his face. I am a fair knight. I sentence you fairly. Guilty. Yevlet walked towards them. Humph. They. Honest knight snorted and said to Lucy and Juvia, I'll take care of you in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. At this time, Yevlet's voice also rang in Lucy and Juvia's ears. 3 minutes? Will we be defeated in 3 minutes? Lucy didn't expect Yevlet to say the same thing as the other party, and suddenly some panic flashed across her face. After all, in her eyes, Yevlet did have wisdom that ordinary people could not match. What are you thinking, Lucy? You will win if you hold on for 3 minutes. Yevlet added. Lucy was relieved. 3 minutes. Lucy's face was firm. If it was only 3 minutes, she would definitely be able to hold on. In fact, it would be better if you can defeat the other party together with Juvia. Yevlet said again. It's hard. Lucy said. Natsu will not be glad that he can only hold on for 3 minutes, Lucy. After saying this, Yevlet closed the microphone. Lucy's eyes became very firm, as if she had made some kind of determination. On the other side, Yevlet's voice rang in the ears of Natsu and Gray. 5 minutes, survive for 5 minutes, and I will come to help you. Asshole. This sentence directly ignited Natsu's anger. Yevlet, you guy, don't interfere, I will definitely beat this guy up in 5 minutes. Ice-shaped Lancer. Gray responded to Yevlet with actual actions. Chapter 88, Tricky Enemies. Ho ho ho. Elza gasped. This is such a troublesome guy. He also has troublesome abilities. Is this guy immortal? Not only is his self-explosion extremely powerful, but he can also be resurrected immediately and self-explode again within 3 seconds. Elza decided to take a risk. After the other party self-exploded again. Change clothes. Elza directly switched to the purgatory armor and rushed into the smoke. Shua. The heroic knight was resurrected again, repeating those 2 irrelevant words. The art of the knight. It's the courage of art. Hey? You're close to me? Why? The heroic knight saw Erza rushing to him. Is it because of the courage of art? Ah! Erza yelled, swinging the sawtooth giant blade, fiercely cutting the brave knight in half. Boom! Who knew that the explosion happened immediately? Not good. Erza was shocked, and it was too late to switch armor. Buzz! A polygonal golden barrier suddenly appeared around her body, protecting her. The barrier was blown away by the explosion, but Erza, who was inside, was not injured. Erza, no one can survive. Yevlet's voice came. This time, he didn't say anything about a few minutes. One is because he tried to infect the brave knight with magic, but the opponent could not survive more than 3 seconds. Every time he reborn after the explosion, his status was refreshed. The second reason is, Lucy needs his guarantee. Having a bottom-line mentality can also give people courage and even take a brave step forward. Natsu and Gray need his provocation. Iluza doesn't need anything, she will definitely defeat the enemy. Of course I know. Erza said firmly. The barrier was broken, and Erza put on the diamond armor again. As for Laxus, Yevlet said nothing. He looked into the distance. The perverted sacrificial knight had walked into the city. He didn't kill anyone, but just gathered people. There will be sacrifices in war. Sacrifice is inevitable. In order to defeat this powerful demon, please sacrifice for this great cause. The sacrifice knight looked compassionate, and then he controlled the black lightning, forcing people to listen to him, and walked to a spacious square. He was gathering hostages. Shadow Thunder? He took away Will Shido's magic. It seems that this is his ability. But this man didn't kill anyone for the time being, so Yevlet ignored him for now. The other party wants to threaten with hostages? Yevlet also needs some time to infect him. 4 minutes is enough. Yevlet looked at the two enemies, the Honor Knight and the Justice Knight. What a coincidence. Yevlet turned the Teal 7.0 in his hand and said, I don't like close combat, so let me play some tricks. Switch the magazine. Fire continuously. Da-da-da-da-da. The bullets rushed out. The Honor Knight and the Justice Knight dodged at the same time. Buzz. A black beam of light fell from the sky. What a troublesome ability. The Knight of Justice frowned. Yes, it's very troublesome. The Knight of Honor looked up at the sky and immediately pulled out a Gatling gun from his back. Da-da-da-da-da. Bolts rained down violently. Bang bang bang. A polygonal golden barrier lit up on Yevlet's body, blocking the bullets. Hey hey hey. The Knight of Justice suddenly jumped up dozens of meters high and took out a small wooden hammer, the gavel used by the judge. In an instant, it became very large. The hammer handle was taller than a person, and the hammer head was more than 2 meters in diameter. A fierce hammer smashed down. Yevlet switched to the wind jet and stepped back to avoid the blow. But the Knight of Justice let go, and the wooden hammer flew towards Yevlet in a rotation. Yevlet immediately switched to the barrier magazine and fired several shots in a row. Buzz click buzz click. Several barriers appeared in succession, blocking the attack of the wooden hammer at the cost of shattering. This man's destructive power is even stronger than the self-explosion of the heroic knight. Bang! Yevlet raised his hand and shot at the humble knight in the distance. The humble knight took a step back, and Laxus' body could move, and he quickly stepped back. The humble knight frowned slightly. You actually have the leisure to intervene in other battlefields. The Knight of Justice was very dissatisfied. Shua! The Honor Knight below threw a spinning boomerang, hitting the back of the Justice Knight. The boomerang immediately grew larger, and turned into 2 wings with engines. Boom! The Justice Knight drove the engine, allowing him to fly in the sky. He flew towards Yevlet, and at the same time, he stretched out his hand, and the wooden hammer he had thrown before became smaller and flew back to his palm while spinning. No! Just as he was about to smash Yevlet with the wooden hammer, he suddenly dodged. The knife passed by his nose and cut off the wing. The Justice Knight fell down. What a troublesome ability! The Justice Knight said again. They had already made preparations. The Honor Knight implanted magic props under the skin of everyone. It can sense the distance of Yevlet and intelligently calculate the direction of the attack, so as to determine the location of its true body. It is also possible to bypass the 5 senses to transmit information, and use magic feedback as a way to speak within the team. The Honor Knight even compiled a new communication system for this purpose, similar to Morse code, so that outsiders cannot read the information they communicate in any form, including mind reading. This can be said to be fully targeted. But the complete deception of the 5 senses still makes them feel troubled. It is like a blind man with teammates reporting points. Even if it is accurate, it is not as convenient as seeing with eyes and hearing with ears. Yevlet took advantage of one move, did not take risks, retreated decisively, and shot at the honest knight, forcing the opponent to retreat, saving Lucy and Juvia. Bang! The justice knight fell to the ground, and the honor knight came to him. The two looked vigilantly at the right front. The induction of magic feedback is very weak, which means that Yevlet is far away. Of course, Yevlet does not need to rush to fight and take down anyone immediately. As long as he fights him, he can win steadily after a long time, so why take risks? At this moment, he is more focused on looking at the overall situation, observing all enemies' magic, attack rhythm, physical fitness and other aspects. The humble knight that Laxus fights seems to have some skills. He calls himself magic of listening to advice, and the performance is indeed so. It can freeze a person's body with a word, and can also eliminate, freeze, and even bounce back magic. It can also directly control the surrounding physical materials, soil, steel bars, etc., to attack. It can be said to be quite tricky. Laxus was beaten very badly by this person, but Laxus's physical fitness is full, and there is no danger of life for the time being, but the more he fights, the more angry he gets. There is no invincible magic in the world, and there is no invincible wizard. Yevlet feels that this person's magic must have weaknesses. The brave knight that Erza fights, this person talks nonsense, and his ability seems simple, self-destruction plus resurrection from the dead. The time of self-destruction is 3 seconds, and the power is so strong that even Erza with the diamond armor can hardly resist it, so other armors must not be used to resist it. Moreover, killing it in advance will only detonate the opponent in advance. Although the explosion power is weakened, it should not be underestimated. It is impossible to be resurrected from the dead, Yevlet judged so, but the exact principle needs to be observed. Natsu and Gray are fighting against the spiritual knight, who is not simple either. It is not clear what magic he used, but only his fists. He claims to have the ability to fight the enemy flexibly, but in fact he is fighting against Natsu and Gray head-on. What is even more surprising is that he can survive the attack of the two. Lucy and Juvia are fighting against the honest knight. This honest knight is full of lies, but his strength is not bad. His swordsmanship is close to that of a dove, and his body is even stronger. The fist of Leo and the giant axe of Taurus Talos can't hurt him at all. The only one who didn't participate in the battle was the sacrifice knight. That guy said sacrifice is inevitable, and then used shadow thunder magic to kidnap civilians as hostages, and it seemed that he wanted to threaten Yevlet to compromise. Shadow thunder magic? He should have magic that can take away people's magic because that was originally Wilshido's magic. Finally, there were the Honor Knight and the Justice Knight who fought against Yevlet. The Honor Knight carried a lot of magic props, and it seemed that he mainly fought with magic props. The Justice Knight held a wooden hammer in his hand, which had extremely strong destructive power. It should be a very simple, destructive magic. Yevlet nodded, and the distribution of enemies was very reasonable. Laxus will fight against the most troublesome humble knight. Erza can also temporarily hold back the brave knight with the ability to self-destruct. It seems that the spiritual knight cannot take down Natsu and Gray for the time being. Yevlet will take care of Lucy and Juvia, so there is no problem. As for the sacrifice knight, he does not kill people, but wants to gather many people as hostages to threaten Yevlet and others. This is actually what Yevlet is happy to see. If he directly massacres civilians, it will be difficult to deal with. However, these strange-looking people are really fanatics. Everyone seems to have strong principles, although that principle is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Yevlet looked down at the tire 7.0. Except for an extra cylinder, the appearance of this gun is no different from the previous generation. It is still a revolver with a black background and gold edges, and all functions are retained. The extra cylinder is barrier. Of course, all functions have been upgraded to the maximum extent. Single point, continuous fire, bombing, virtual flash, wind spray, barrier, self-destruction. The development of TL 7.0 was completed a few days ago, and now it is just the right time to test its ability to fight the enemy. Bang! He raised his hand and fired a shot. The Knight of Justice quickly dodged, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Another bombing. The Knight of Honor showed the handsome mechanical watch on his wrist, tapped his fingers twice, and summoned a shield. Boom! The terrifying explosion was no less powerful than the self-destruction of the heroic knight. The damage was several times higher than before. Of course, the magic power consumed was increased by multiples. Shua! Because of his 2 bullets, the Knight of Justice judged his position, so the Knight of Justice immediately rushed over and smashed it with a hammer. Yevlet took out honey and raised it up with a knife. A head-on try? Silently. Yevlet took a step back, and the Knight of Justice looked at his wooden hammer in disbelief, which was actually cut off in half. How is this possible? What a sharp weapon! The Knight of Honor exclaimed, and he took out a handful of candy-like things and sprinkled them on Yevlet. Yevlet raised his hand and blew away the candies while retreating. Boom boom! The continuous explosions caused smoke and dust to rise, and Yevlet disappeared again, leaving the 2 men only able to judge the distance but not his position. Both of them were very alert to their surroundings, fearing that if they were not careful, they would be shot, and it would be over. In the city, the Knight of Sacrifice drove away many people. He grabbed a little girl's braid and pulled her to tears, but he didn't care. Stop! Cough cough! Edward stood up and shouted, followed by a series of coughs, coughing as if he was going to vomit out his lungs. You are already an old man. The sacrificial knight grabbed the little girl's hair and dragged her away, talking. You are a person who has never contributed to peace in your life. Now you are old and sick. You should understand. I am helping you, old man. For such a great war, the war against the devil, you sacrificed your remaining life so that we can get rid of the devil and maintain world peace. This is a great thing. It is an honor. You should be grateful to me, instead of looking at me with anger. Chapter 89, Edward, only by leaning on despair can we face hope. Ahem. Edward suppressed his cough and shouted, there has never been a great war. There are only cruel wars. There are only tragic wars. There are only wars of resistance. There are only wars that are forced. What you are doing is to create a cruel war, and what I want to do is to start a war of resistance. Edward walked to the front of the crowd, trying to straighten his hunched body. He opened his hands and said, I am not a great man. But resistance does not need to be great. Edward said, I am Edward Adrian, the next mayor of Ahanida town. I came early to investigate the Ahanida family's corruption and bribery, and the children they captured for experiments. As soon as he said this, the whole audience was shocked. Some people were shocked by the succession of the mayor, while some were shocked by the lost child incident, and finally found the culprit. Some people cried in grief. My child! My daughter! Did that old bastard John kidnap my wife? Ah! A cry of pain. Edward's expression suddenly changed slightly. He heard a young man's voice. Don't get excited, your family is not dead. They are somewhere in the city, waiting to meet us. We are all in danger. The most important thing now is that we have to survive. The civilians were at a loss when they heard his words. But, Mayor Edward, we are just ordinary people. What ability do we have to defeat such a demon? Someone asked. Courage. Edward said, the courage to follow me. The courage to respond to my words. Edward said, only by relying on despair can we face hope. Mr. Edward, the civilians looked at the old man in shock. I misjudged you. The sacrifice knight said, you are a man worthy of respect. But it is precisely because of this. The sacrifice knight changed the subject, I am not worth sacrificing. Then kill me. Edward walked towards the sacrifice knight. Behind him, the civilians hesitated for a moment, and no longer retreated step by step like a flock of sheep being driven, but followed Edward forward. They knew that the result of retreating would only be humiliating death. Instead of doing so, it is better to believe in this old man and follow him one step forward. In the hearts of all the civilians, a nameless anger emerged. Die. I would rather die than die in humiliation. Yevlet was sweating profusely. He consumed too much magic power to guide the courage of so many people at one time. He was not only paying attention to that one spot. He did not have time to wipe the sweat off his face, and fired 2 more shots. One shot forced back the humble knight, and the other shot made the honest knight, who claimed that his body was harder than a shield, retreat again and again. Shua! Seizing the opportunity when he fired, the Justice Knight rushed over again, and the Honor Knight also took out a sniper rifle and shot directly. Yevlet switched the barrier, and the bullets were fired later but arrived first. Bang! The powerful armor-piercing bullet actually caused dense cracks in Yevlet's barrier with one shot, and it almost broke through. At this time, the Justice Knight rushed to the front and smashed the barrier with a hammer. Yevlet swung a knife back, and the Knight of Justice did not dare to fight head-on. He switched his downward smashing posture and changed to a sweeping one after half a circle, but Yevlet had already taken the opportunity to distance himself and disappeared again. Buzz buzz buzz. The magic props implanted under the skin responded crazily, and the Knight of Honor was shocked coming at him. He quickly pulled his hands back. Sizzle. The white coat was torn to pieces, and behind him was a huge tortoise shell. And all kinds of weapons were stuffed into his tortoise shell. The Honor Knight retracted his head and limbs into the tortoise shell. Shua. Yevlet slashed with a knife. The Honor Knight hiding in the tortoise shell looked at the blade that passed over his nose and was sweating profusely. How is it possible? Even if 100 brave knights exploded together, his tortoise shell could not be destroyed. What happened to this knife? It was so sharp. It cut his tortoise shell easily. After a powerful blow, Yevlet retreated and disappeared, causing the pursuing Justice Knight to say angrily, "Why don't you fight him?" "I dare not," the Honor Knight said. "Aren't you the Honor Knight? You should be the most shameless knight." Yevlet's voice came. "Maintaining world peace is an honorable thing, and to accomplish this, you need an undefeated victory forever. So, for victory, you can do anything." The Honor Knight came out of the tortoise shell and shouted, "This is the faith of honor. It's just using any means to get away with it." Yevlet said. "Damn it, you devil, you don't understand the importance of peace. You don't understand the faith of honor." The Honor Knight was furious. Hee. Yevlet gave him a shot. Hoo. Lucy and Juvia panted. "This enemy is really powerful. His swordsmanship is second only to that of Turtledove, but his body is invincible. What's more, he has the ability to kill people. That ability is a control skill." The Honest Knight pointed at Lucy and said, "What style are your panties?" Lucy's face turned red, and her mood was affected. Moreover, she couldn't control her body at all, and said directly, "Black lace." "What an unexpected answer, Miss Lucy." Juvia couldn't help but say. The dove in the distance was also surprised. Lucy looked quite innocent. "Damn it! I'm not wearing this. I was controlled to tell lies. What kind of honest knight is this? It's just a lie knight." While Lucy was answering questions, the Honest Knight had come to Lucy and slashed with a knife. "Oops, the water flow is broken." Juvia launched the water blade to rescue Lucy. The Honest Knight directly resisted, "This kind of attack is useless to me. My body is like a shield." This knife still slashed down, but suddenly, he took a step back. Bang! A bullet hit in front of his toes and hit the ground with the tip of his shoe. "Damn it!" The Honest Knight was furious. It was like this every time. He turned his head to look at the battlefield on the side of the Honor Knight and said in the team voice, "If you two really can't stop that liar, then let me do it. Change your ass. You will die faster if you change yours." The Honor Knight and the Justice Knight were also helpless. No wonder Putin couldn't beat Yevlet and died so quickly. This guy is too difficult and too cautious. He doesn't look like a fairy tale wizard at all. Aren't all the wizards in their guild stubborn and hard-headed from top to bottom? How come such a cunning monster? Lucy also took the opportunity to retreat. "Open the gate of Virgo, Baraga." "Princess, are you going to punish me?" The pink-haired maid Ling ran out. "No, pull him to the ground." "Yes." Baraga was about to take action when she was pointed at by the Honest Knight and said, "Who do you hate the most?" "I hate the princess the most." When Baraga was answering the question, the Honest Knight rushed over and slashed at her with a knife. "Baraga!" Lucy quickly swung out the whip and entangled the Honest Knight's wrist, but the other party pulled hard, and Lucy was pulled by a powerful force and flew over, and at the same time, the Honest Knight kicked Baraga away. Water Stream saw. Juvia saw that Lucy was in danger, and directly rolled up a water tornado and rushed towards the Honest Knight. "Are you all close to me? It's just right to solve it all at once." The Honest Knight was about to raise his knife, but suddenly dodged again. Boom! Juvia controlled the water tornado and hit the Honest Knight hard, then she grabbed Lucy and the two ran away. The Honest Knight was about to explode, and while using the team voice to the Honor Knight, he couldn't help shouting, "You two, stop that demon!" Everyone was silent. On the other side, Natsu and Gray were attacking violently without stopping. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. The move that defeated Gajeel at that time, Natsu's fists kept attacking, and the attack speed was getting faster and faster. But the spiritual knight was still able to resist. To respond to changes with constancy, my iron fists are invincible, this is the belief of spirituality. Ha ha ha, it's so cool. It's so cool to fight with strong people like you. The spiritual knight laughed wildly, his hands looked like fake, he could directly penetrate the flames, and fight with Natsu with fists. Natsu gritted his teeth. It hurts. But he will never give in. Ice Jian Chuan. Gray attacked. But in an instant, the spiritual knight separated one hand and directly smashed Gray's ice, while the other hand was actually dealing with both of Natsu's hands at the same time. How is this possible? Natsu and Gray found it hard to believe, but the other party did it. Boom boom boom. Erza's diamond armor was full of cracks, and the opponent's attack method was extremely simple self-destruction. But she couldn't find a way to crack it. Laxus pursed his lips tightly. He didn't know how many times he had attacked, but the opponent still dispelled his magic. The roar of the thunder dragon. It's so scary, such a blow will destroy the whole street, so please shut up. The humble knight stood upright and said. Laxus immediately shut his mouth, and the magic was interrupted. The humble knight said, "O earth, bury this young warrior." The earth behind him immediately turned into a mudslide and rushed towards Laxus. "O air, stay away from him." Laxus immediately felt that he couldn't breathe. Damn it! Laxus burst into a manic thunder. "O steel, pierce him." The steel flew up again and flew towards Laxus. Laxus was in danger. Bang, the gun went off. The humble knight took a step back and looked into the distance. The honor knight and the justice knight were too lazy to explain. Laxus also took this opportunity to smash all the attacks with one punch, and then retreated to a safe distance. After the battle just now, Laxus found that the opponent's magic, like Yevlet, was limited to a range. However, even if he used long-range magic attacks outside the range, it had no effect. By the way, how did Yevlet drive him away with bullets? That's right. Wait. Laxus' eyes lit up. Speed. Laxus said quickly, "Yevlet, this guy's magic can't control objects that are too fast." "I see." Yevlet replied. He had just tried to use magic to influence the humble knight to be unable to speak, control his five senses, making him think he spoke, but he didn't. But it didn't work. Obviously, the opponent's magic doesn't need to be spoken to activate, speaking is just the opponent's habit. But Laxus made an important discovery, it takes some time for the opponent's magic to be activated, although it is only a short time, so short that Laxus can't catch the opportunity. Only the bullets fired by Yevlet can make him move. But this is still a weakness. Once someone catches the weakness, it will be a big trouble for the wizard. Yevlet thought for a moment and said, "One more thing, when he wants to freeze, he can't move, and when he moves, he can't freeze." When the humble knight controlled Laxus to stop, he couldn't move himself, and when he attacked Laxus, Laxus could move. So, two weaknesses. The first is that he can't control attacks that are too fast. The second is that when he controls the enemy's body, he can't move himself. Laxus began to think of ways to defeat the opponent. Huff, huff. Lucy was panting so hard that she even felt very short of breath and almost fainted. It's too exhausting. Juvia's magic power was also a little exhausted. Natsu looked back and said, "Yevlet, tell Lucy that I have a plan." "Oh." Yevlet replied. "The seven knights have internal voice. Of course there is one here, that is Yevlet, who can relay everyone's words." Lucy and Juvia also received the news. "Mr. Natsu, you actually have such a great plan." Juvia was very surprised. Natsu always looked not very smart and reckless, but he could come up with such a brilliant plan. "This is what Natsu and I observed," Gray added. In fact, the two of them couldn't defeat the enemy for a long time, and the enemy on Lucy's side didn't seem to be that strong after all. He hadn't even beaten Lucy and Juvia, although Yevlet kept helping. So both of them thought about it. Exchange enemies? No. Gray and Natsu experimented several times, using different powers to attack, and found that the spiritual knight always used the same power to fight back. Forced 50-50. They didn't know what kind of magic the other party had, but they already knew the characteristics of the other party's magic. So they had a genius plan. The front wolf pretended to sleep to lure the enemy. What a genius! Yevlet couldn't help but sigh. What is this? Gray is good at planning, and Natsu is good at making decisions? Chapter 90, Laxus, don't underestimate our fairy tale end of the Ahanida town chapter. Ka. The diamond armor on Erza's body was completely broken. Ha ha ha, brave. The brave knight laughed and rushed towards Erza. Yevlet was troubled. His magic needs a certain amount of time to infect the enemy, but this guy can only survive for 3 seconds. Among all the people present, Yevlet was the only one who felt helpless about this guy who played self-destruction simply and crudely. He could be said to be the only guy who was not affected by Yevlet's magic. What was the opponent's ability besides self-destruction? Boom. Another self-destruction. Elza used the Flame Emperor armor to resist the attack, but this armor was much weaker than the diamond armor. Elza was blown away. Ha ha ha. The brave knight laughed and rushed out of the smoke. Elza, run! Yevlet shouted. Elza turned around and ran without hesitation. Stop! The brave knight chased after him. It's been more than 3 seconds. Yevlet infected the brave knight with magic, and at a certain moment, he suddenly realized. Gah! It turns out they are all liars. The humble knight was very proud, commanding everything. The honest knight was full of lies. The spiritual knight was a single-minded paranoid. The honor knight will do something shady. The justice knight judges people guilty but does not tell the reason. The sacrifice knight will only sacrifice others. And the heroic knight is a shady old man. Erza. Yevlet said, the other magic of the opponent is teleportation magic. That's right, the heroic knight is not a resurrection magic, but a teleportation magic. Yevlet infected the opponent's body and found that the opponent was not a living thing at all, but simply some flesh and blood bodies. Living things cannot be without emotions. Yevlet could not find the source of the opponent's emotions. He could only think of one possibility, puppets, and these people look the same, that is, clones without souls. So, since it is the clones that explode every time, how did the clones appear? If they are not nearby, it must be teleportation magic. So, the heroic knight is actually not heroic at all, but just teleporting clones from a long distance to self-destruct. Erza immediately understood, where is the real body? This question stumped Yevlet again. Let me think about it. Yevlet thought while fighting. His brain was simply thinking in multiple threads. He had to deal with the attacks of 2 enemies at the same time. He had to protect his companions and provide support from time to time. Now he had to think about how to find the true body of the heroic knight and how to crack the magic of the humble knight. Well, actually, he didn't have to work so hard. After all, there was less than a minute left before the 3 minutes. When the time was up, except for the heroic knight who hid far away, all the enemies present could be solved by him directly. However, it would be a better choice for his companions to defeat him. It would be useless for him to gain experience points. Only Lucy and the others would gain experience points. Safety comes from strength, and a strong guild cannot be supported by one person. We are ready. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Juvia said at the same time. Of course, their words would not be received by the enemy. They blocked all the enemies, which could also be regarded as team voice. Their respective enemies were still attacking wildly. Honest knights are full of lies, and spiritual knights only respond to attacks with paranoia. Lucy and Juvia led the enemy and kept approaching Natsu, while Natsu was also running in both directions. Getting closer and closer. Yevlet! Gray shouted. Yevlet glared. Shua! The 5 senses of the spiritual knight and the honest knight were completely deceived, although they could still sense the magic of Natsu and the others. But in an instant, Yevlet directly gave them a full set of rooftop fall and roller coaster and big pendulum, completely disrupting their sense of direction. They were slightly distracted, but immediately realized that it was a deception and broke through the first layer of deception. No need for a second layer of deception. In this kind of battle, a moment of stiffness means the end. Natsu! Lord Gray! Lucy and Juvia shouted. Dragon Slayer Secret! Red Lotus Explosion Blade! Ice Blade! 7 dances! Ice blades grew out of Gray's wrists and arms. He arrived before Natsu, came behind the stiffened honest knight, and twisted his body quickly. Boom! The honest knight had no time to react and was chopped into the sky by Gray. Strong body. But whenever Yevlet shot at his head, he would avoid it. So. Ah! Natsu burst out with terrifying magic power. Not good. Several knights felt bad, but it was really hard to rescue. Boom. First, 2 sharp blades of fire fiercely whipped the honest knight away. Then Natsu's fist flashed with flames and punched the opponent's chin. Fire dragons. Iron fist. Boom. Directly exploded. Natsu did not stop, turned around and ran towards another enemy. At this time, the spiritual knight was fighting Lucy and Juvia. Forced 50-50, right? Water stream saw. Juvia rolled up a water tornado and rushed towards the spiritual knight. Open, Leo's gate. Leo appeared, a ferocious lion appeared on his fist, accompanied by a dazzling light, and punched out. Come on. The spiritual knight confidently stretched out his hands to deal with it. Lord Gray. But Juvia suddenly moved away, and it was Gray who was hiding in the water behind. Not good. The spiritual knight's face changed drastically, but it was too late to regret. Juvia's water tornado and Leo's fist were caught by the spiritual knight. Gray rushed out of the water tornado. 7 dances. Boom. The spiritual knight was also knocked away. Just at this moment, Natsu arrived. Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. Natsu attacked with great passion and violence. The spiritual knight was hit by 10,000 fists in the air. Don't rest. Yevlet reminded, Lucy, use Barag to help Laxus. Lucy, who had just relaxed, quickly cheered up. Come back, Leo. Lucy gritted her teeth and squeezed out the last bit of magic power. Open, the gate of Virgo, Barag. Princess, I'm sorry. Barag apologized as soon as she appeared. Because when she was controlled to lie before, she said that she hated Lucy the most. It's okay, go help my companions. Yes, princess. Barag went directly into the ground. On the other side, the humble knight was a little anxious when he saw his 2 companions being defeated. As members of a regular guild, you always protect the devil. I didn't want to kill irrelevant people. But, I advised you kindly, and you didn't repent. In that case, I have to judge you too. Everything, obey my orders. A terrifying magic power burst out, and Laxus's face was calm. Don't move, devil. The humble knight stood straight, and Laxus couldn't move. Da-da-da. What sound? The humble knight was startled, but before he could react, a hole suddenly appeared below him. His feet left the ground. At this moment, the humble knight, who had always been calm and humble, showed a panic expression on his face. Thunder dragons! Roar! The humble knight melted in the lightning column. This actually happened in just a few seconds. The humble knight, the honest knight, and the spiritual knight were all defeated. Not good. The honor knight shouted, took out a magic crystal and smashed it on the ground, and a magic circle appeared. Want to run? Yevlet had been staring at him for a long time, and when the other party threw the magic crystal, he raised his gun. Bang! Hit the bullseye. Ice spring. Gray froze the Justice Knight, who jumped into the air with his backhand. Even the next moment, he broke free from the restraints. But we are fairy tale. Natsu yelled. He stopped beating the Spirit Knight, adjusted the direction, and finally hit the Knight of Justice with a finishing blow. Bang! The Knight of Justice was hit head-on by the Spirit Knight, and they flew backwards together. Thunder Dragons dash! Bang Chuan! Laxus flew into the sky and punched. Boom! The violent thunder, completely vented. 1 in a row. Don't underestimate our fairy tale. Before the Knight of Justice lost consciousness, he saw a determined face. Laxus, and not far behind him, Yevlet pushed up his glasses and smiled triumphantly. Fairy tale. Honorary Knight, Justice Knight, die. In the city. Sacrificial Knight raised his arm, and shadow lightning flashed on his hand. No, Mr. Edward, this is not called killing you, but you have to sacrifice for this great war. As soon as he finished speaking, the sacrificial knight was shocked. How come his companions were defeated in the time he was talking nonsense? Something is wrong. Sacrificial knight was about to take action. Soul of Satan. Suddenly, a white-haired female demon rushed out. Dark spark. A black, ominous round magic ball appeared on her fist, which contained terrifying power. Just when the sacrificial knight was about to move, he suddenly found himself tied up. He looked down and saw that the stones on the ground had turned into stone chains, which tied him tightly. Please spare me. The sacrificial knight who kept saying sacrifice is inevitable begged for mercy as his last words. But Mileage would not stop. Boom boom boom. With powerful fists and terrifying attack speed, he threw nearly 100 punches in almost an instant. At this time, Tiffany rushed out. Red line lock. Her fists and arms were covered with red lines. She turned into a red shadow and rushed to the sacrificial knight. Destruction Forest Fire Fist. Boom. One punch. The world is at peace. Yevlet looked over there. White-haired Queen Devil. Big onion-headed violent female gorilla. He shuddered. Tiffany turned her head and locked onto Yevlet, who had been hiding, and looked at him. Humph, crispy goose. Tiffany snorted and turned to Myra Jane and said, Miss Myra Jane, I'm sorry, now that this has happened, it's probably not a good time to go shopping, and there's a fool here who's disturbing my interest. Since your companions are here, I'll leave. Let's go shopping together next time we have a chance. Hey. Myra Jane nodded helplessly, okay. Tiffany walked a few steps, thought about it, and suddenly stopped again, took off a shoe directly, and threw it at Yevlet who was facing away from her and looking at the cliff. Bang! Ah! Yevlet's head was attacked, and he grabbed the culprit a beautiful shoe. He immediately turned his head and glared at Tiffany, gritting his teeth in anger. This woman. Loyalu, hum. Tiffany stuck out her tongue, then turned around proudly, and the flowers and plants on the roadside flew up, weaving into a beautiful shoe and wearing it on her feet. She walked away briskly. Hum. Yevlet snorted angrily, threw down the shoe, and bombed it directly, blowing it to pieces without leaving any residue. Then he looked up at the cliff again. Since just now, he has been thinking, or rather excluding, where the brave knight is. Finally, he locked the top of the cliff. The distance cannot be too far, otherwise how can the teleportation be so fast, with almost no delay? It cannot be too close, otherwise it will be detected by his magic. To be able to observe the battlefield situation. Then only. Yevlet flew up the cliff, but before he reached the top, he had already sensed the other party's existence. Brave? Cowardly? There are more than 20 clones on the cliff, all of whom look exactly the same and wear the same clothes. At this time, they are all lying on the ground waiting to be teleported over and self-destruct. The heroic knight had already taken out a boomerang and pressed it on his back, which immediately turned into a magic prop that could jet and fly. Want to run? Yevlet raised his hand and shot a virtual flash. Leaving nothing behind. Accompanying the death of the heroic knight. More than 20 clones all began to swell. Oops. Yevlet's face changed drastically. Boom. The horrible explosion shook the earth and directly collapsed the land. A corner of the cliff collapsed. Rocks and soil rolled down to the town below, like the end of the world. The people below were confused. Yevlet said quickly, it's the heroic knight. His real body is on the cliff. He saw that his companions were dead, so he blew up all the clones. You have to block the collapsed cliff, and I'll chase him. Oh. Natsu nodded, then jumped high. Dragon Slayer secret technique, Red Lotus Blade. 2 sharp blades of fire strangled the large rocks. Change to armor of the Heavenly Wheel. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Roar of Thunder Dragon. The large rocks were all broken. Juvia. Gray looked at Juvia and said, let's work together to block the broken small rocks and soil. Got it. Juvia was very excited. Being able to work with Gray was her dream. Giant waves. Juvia controlled all the nearby water to form huge waves. Ice Age. Gray froze all the huge waves, forming an ice dome. All the falling rocks and soil were blocked, and then slid down the ice to the town. On both sides, although some houses were flooded, no casualties were caused. Hey! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I killed him. Yevlet came back. Now, it's all over. Gray said. Yet. Gray let out a long breath and fell down with his head raised. Juvia is also dead. Juvia blushed and lay down beside Gray. There's a leg. Happy jumped out and said with his tongue rolled. Gray was speechless. Juvia's face was flushed and her expression was excited. Lucy, are you okay? Natsu came to Lucy. Yet. Lucy nodded. There's a leg. Happy ran over again. Dong. Erza and Laxus found a stone nearby to sit down. Just as they took a breath, Happy ran over. There's a leg. Erza was tired and didn't want to pay attention to him. Crack. Laxus' fingers flashed a few arcs of electricity. Harpy ran away quickly. Yevlet, and everyone. Myra Jane came over. Myra Jane. Miss Myra. Why are you here? Although they did sense Marajana's magic just now, they were very confused as to why Myra Jane was here. I came to shop, but it seems that I can't shop anymore. Myra Jane said. She stretched out her fair little hand, rubbed the back of Yevlet's head, and said, Are you okay? It hurts. Yevlet said aggrievedly. He has fought several battles since the morning. As a result, the most serious injury was that he was hit on the head by a shoe. Gah! This reminded him of a movie where the invincible Wang Chongyang came out of retreat and was killed by a shoe. It's really embarrassing. Well, Myra Jane said with a smile, do you want me to help you blow it? Not really, Yevlet said helplessly, I'm not a child. Myra Jane had already rubbed Yevlet's head and blew gently, the pain will fly away. There's a leg. Happy came again. You're addicted, aren't you, Happy? Yevlet smiled slightly. Happy's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran away. This is fairy tale. Akariga looked at everyone with envy, that was the scene she had dreamed of. Sister Akariga. Emily hugged Akariga and said, let's join fairy tale together. Akariga was silent. By the way, Gray suddenly said, can't we see the machine exhibition? Natsu, Yevlet and Happy lowered their heads in an instant, all becoming very depressed. Chapter 91, Turtledove, I am not talented, please give me more advice in the future. If it is a machine exhibition, although there is no way this time, you will definitely see it next time. A man suddenly spoke. Everyone looked over. Edward came over with a large group of people. One of them was wearing overalls stained with oil and paint, with messy and greasy hair. It was obvious that he had not washed his hair for many days. Alex. Natsu's eyes lit up, and Gray also sat up. Edward said, in order to thank everyone, I begged Mr. Alex to hold a machine exhibition in Magnolia Town where your guild is located. No, not begging. Alex scratched his head and said shyly, it's my thanks, you can all come to see it then. Great. Yevlet and others were happy. Lucy. When her name was called, Lucy turned around and was stunned, Father. The person who came was Lucy's father, Jude Hartfilia. Jude looked at his daughter, and he was relieved that there was no serious injury, but his face was still serious. He said, I came here for something. After that, he walked towards Banjia coldly. Mr. Jude. Banjia shouted hurriedly. I'm late. Jude said apologetically. No, no one expected this to happen. Banjia shook his head. Wait, father, what's going on? Lucy chased him and asked. Miss, it's like this, Jude's assistant explained. Banjia also added from the side. I see. Not long ago. When Jude was on a business trip, he was attacked by a dark wizard hired by a business competitor. Banjia happened to pass by and saved him. In order to repay the life-saving grace, Jude said that he could agree to Banjia's request. At this time, Turtledove just accepted the mission to go to the Paradise Tower. She knew that she would not be able to come back after this trip. So she sent a letter to Jude, hoping that he could help Reed and others live and study, and it would be best if he could treat Emily. But before Jude came to the town of Ahanida, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. But fortunately, the ending is good. No wonder the Rose Pen was defeated, said Lusa. She had fought with Turtledove before. This woman was very strong. If she fought with her to death, it would indeed consume a lot of her physical strength and magic. But she didn't expect that the other party gave up the attack at the last blow and was defeated by her. I'm sorry to bother you. At this time, Edward said, Mr. Jude, sir, I can't leave these children to you. Everyone looked at him. In the new Ahanida town, there will no longer be a distinction between East Town and West Town. Edward said, I will be the mayor, and Reed and his family won't have to leave their hometown. I will give them a place to live, food to eat, and a school to go to. Jude thought for a moment and said, then I will invest in schools and businesses here. That's great. Edward was also happy. Turtledove let out a long breath, fell back, and fell asleep. She could put her worries aside completely. She could no longer bear the fatigue. Ahanida town suffered heavy losses in this battle. But fortunately, Edward is a good mayor. Especially the Ahanida family left him a huge amount of property. This is also a mayor who is not pedantic. Anyway, before the battle, the town was controlled by the former mayor John. After the battle, the barrier was set down. In addition, during the battle, people with weak strength dared not come to investigate. So even if there are people from the palace, a spy would never know the details, especially how much wealth the Ahanida family left behind. Although John would pay a lot of tribute to certain people in the palace every year, John made a decision to give away all the inheritance of the Ahanida family outside, so that those people could have a good meal. As for those who wanted more, what he had in his hands was enough to make those people settle down. This money will be used to rebuild Ahanida town. The previous business model can be used as a reference, but it is mainly to allocate resources more reasonably and bring East Town back to the embrace, so that there will be no distinction between the East and the West, and in order to have no grudges against each other. He planned to disrupt the town's layout and replan it during the reconstruction, and turn the commercial street into a commercial city. Sometimes, if the big guys loosen their fingers a little and let some profits flow out of their fingers, countless ordinary people can get unimaginable benefits. What's more, Edward didn't take a penny of this wealth. Not only that. There is also the investment of Lucy's father, Jude. Ahanida town will not decline after this battle, and may even prosper. Of course, by then, Ahanida town has been renamed. Edward will ask the palace to rename the town Felix town. Naz and others were very happy. It's a rare case that after a big fuss, there was no compensation, but good things happened. The school was not yet built, and Reed and others lived in the hotel where Yevlet lived. They had already used some of their spare money to buy books and study before they entered school. Jude invested in them, so they naturally had to cherish this hard-won opportunity. Except Emily, she did not enter the school. Some time had passed since the battle. In the hotel, Reed said seriously, "Sister Turtledove, there is no problem here. After the school is built, we can live in the school dormitory. We will find our goals and study for the goals." "What is Brother Reed's goal?" Emily asked puzzledly. She recovered from her illness. After these days of recuperation, although it was very strenuous, she was able to stand up and walk, and she had some meat on her body, and her face also regained a healthy light red. Reed said, "I want to learn from Mr. Edward. I want to become the mayor of Ahanida town." "Then you must work hard," Emily said. "Emily, you must work hard to learn magic," Ryder said. Before leaving Ahanida town, Yevlet had promised to accept Emily. "Of course, I won't let my master down." Emily raised her fist. "So?" Ryder looked at Turtledove and said, "Sister Turtledove, you don't have to protect us anymore, you should pursue your own dreams." The dove had a complicated look. In the underground church, the candle light flickered, and in the dimness, there was a 3-meter-high stone statue. It had wings on its back and 8 arms. It had a compassionate and kind face. But in the next second, the stone statue opened its eyes. Blood-red irises and vertical pupils. These were definitely not human eyes. Alex was a good man. He promised to do what he promised. Alex's machine exhibition was held in Magnolia, and all members of the Fairy Tale Guild got tickets. Yevlet and others were satisfied with the exhibition. After having fun, he, Natsu, and Gray formed a group of 3, hooked their shoulders, and staggered home in the sunset. Lucy and Juvia followed behind. Looking at the 3 people stumbling and swaying, they looked like 3 drunkards. Juvia said, "Miss Lucy, did they really not drink?" "I don't think so." Lucy said, "If they really had been drinking, they should be carrying Yevlet back now. I really don't understand. The machine exhibition has turned Gray into a child." Juvia shook her head and said, recalling that Gray, who had always been at odds with Natsu, actually wore a 2-man mecha with Natsu and fought against Yevlet and Happy's Dragon Knight mecha on the ring. Although the equipment was upgraded, they looked like a few little ones. The children were playing in the sand. She said she couldn't understand. "Well," Lucy smiled and said, "isn't it cute?" "That's true, it's rare." Juvia nodded. "Oops, I'm out of gas," Natsu said in a mechanical voice. "I have it here," Yevlet also said in a mechanical voice, took out a card, and then conjured up a drink. "Thank you," Number 003, Natsu stretched out his arm stiffly, imitating a robot. You're welcome, number 001, Yevlet also handed it to him stiffly. I need it too, Gray also said in a mechanical voice. Lucy and Juvia in the back covered their mouths and laughed. At the end of the alley, Yevlet waved stiffly, goodbye, no 001, no 002. Goodbye, Natsu and Gray replied, then turned around and continued to walk arm in arm. Puff laughter came from behind. Yevlet turned back in confusion and was stunned. A tall pink-haired beauty was holding a white-haired little beauty. They were covering their mouths and laughing. Ah, this. It seems a bit socially dead. However, Yevlet's state of mind was strong, and he pretended to be nonchalant and said, Emily, your body has recovered a lot. Yeah, it's already healed. Emily smiled and rushed over, hugged Yevlet's arm, and called sweetly, Master. And me, Mr. Yevlet. Turtle Dove said. You want? Yevlet was a little confused, and then said, let's talk about it in the house first. He took the two into the house. But as soon as she entered the house, Turtle Dove straightened her clothes, then knelt down gracefully, lowered her head, put her fingers together, and gently pressed them against the floor. She said, Mr. Yevlet, I want to find a job here and apply to be a clerk in your store. Okay. Yevlet nodded. Turtle Dove curled her lips slightly and said, I am not talented, please give me more advice in the future. Okay, get up. Yevlet said. Turtle Dove raised her head, and her chest was white, which made Yevlet a little dizzy. She quickly threw out a card, which turned into a key in the air and was caught by Turtle Dove. The store key, the price is clearly stated, you can do it. Yevlet was not very concerned about the store. The original purpose it was just because I was bored, and sometimes I would burst out with some inspiration, and then make some messy things. And these piled up more and more, and finally filled up the warehouse. It would be a pity to throw it away, so I just sold it. Who knew that the business was so good? Yes. Taju nodded, she looked back at the sky outside, and said, Mr. Yevlet, are we going to make dinner now? No. Yevlet shook her head and said, by the way, where do you live? Emily and I will also join the fairy tale guild. We have already found Miss Erza today, and she arranged a girls' dormitory for us. Okay, there is nothing to do today, so you can go back first. Yevlet said. Hey? Can't you play with the master for a while? Emily said a little disappointed. Okay, let's have dinner here. Yevlet said, I'm going to take a shower, you can play around in the store, by the way, don't go to the second floor. The first floor is a store, and there is a yard behind the store. The second floor is Yevlet's living area. He pays more attention to privacy and doesn't like others to wander around his bedroom, laboratory, study, and other places. Yes. Turtledove and Emily nodded obediently. Wait for Yevlet to go upstairs. Turtledove and Emily looked around cautiously, and then Emily waved her hand at the empty staircase and said, Hello, Miss Maiko. Miss Maiko, please give me more advice in the future. Turtledove also said. They heard from Miss Myra Jane that Mr. Yevlet had an invisible assistant. It is said to be a powerful demon. Except for Yevlet, no one has ever seen it. Only a few people in the guild knew about it, and because everyone would not say it out loud, Myra Jane could only be sure that in addition to her, the president and guildarts knew about it, and as for others, she was not sure. But even if everyone did not know the details, they could guess some of it because of some abnormalities over the years. Of course, they all ignored it tacitly. They will have more interactions with Yevlet in life in the future, so it is better to say hello in advance. Hey! Emily suddenly cried out. She felt as if her head was rubbed a few times, but she didn't see anything. Although the action was very gentle, it scared her and made her dare not move. Turtledove was also a little nervous. But nothing unusual happened afterwards, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they had been recognized by that person. The mist was lingering. Yevlet was taking a bath. Suddenly, it seemed like someone was talking to him. What? He listened attentively, and after a moment, he exclaimed. 95-64-95. So big. Stop talking. Yevlet said quickly, I'm in adolescence, I can't listen to this, and this is someone's privacy. Shut up, you can't cover your mouth with 4 hands. Emily's ability is really good, very rare. Yevlet said with a smile, she may really be able to inherit my fraud magic. If my descendants are too stupid and fail to inherit the fraud magic, you can still make a contract with her when I die in the future. Everyone will die, but I'm still a long way off. I must live to be hundreds of years old. Yevlet said casually. Don't curse me, I have never had any wish for immortality. He has a high acceptance of dying of old age, and has no idea of immortality or forced life extension. It may also be because he is young and healthy, so there is no need to consider these. As for whether he will cherish his life and change his mind when he is old, that will be 70 or 80 years later. Let's talk about it then. By then, he must have already touched the realm of life taboos. Why are you crying again? Okay, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, if you keep crying, I'll splash water on you. Come in. Yevlet jumped out of the bathtub, hugged something, and jumped back, splashing water everywhere. Ha ha ha. After taking a bath, Yevlet wiped her hair and went downstairs. It was already dark. Turtledove and Emily sat obediently, both reading books. The difference was that Emily was reading a magic book, while Turtledove was reading Don't Be the Evil Shopkeeper. Seeing Yevlet coming down, Emily put down the book, and Turtledove quickly hid the novel behind her. Let's eat. Yevlet took out 3 cards and threw them on the table in front of the two of them, and 3 steaming dinners appeared. As Yevlet sat down and started eating, Turtledove and Emily began to eat with some restraint. Delicious. As soon as the food entered their mouths, Emily and Turtledove exclaimed. Yet. Yevlet nodded in approval, and then said, Emily, come to see me at 5 o'clock every afternoon in the future. If I'm not at home, you can move freely. 5 o'clock? Emily asked, what about during the day? My magic is called fraud magic. Yevlet said, there is not much to learn from me, mainly practice, and the accumulation of knowledge. Yevlet took out a card and threw it out. Boom! A huge bookshelf appeared, filled with many books. He waved his hand, and the bookshelf turned into cards and flew to his palm. He put the cards on the table and said, just read these and get a general understanding. A lot. Emily couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The bookshelf was taller than a person, and the width couldn't be measured with both hands. After all, it's not a practical improvement type of magic. Yevlet smiled and said, from entry to mastery, a lot of theoretical knowledge is needed. If you don't understand the theory, don't go deep into neurons or even smaller, don't go deep into emotions or even souls, you can't use this magic. So I asked you to think it over before, if you have this time, learning other magic is easier than this. No. Emily picked up the card and said firmly, I must learn this magic, and I will definitely learn this magic. Yet. Yevlet nodded, looked at Banjiu again, and said, tell me your requirements later. I have some materials and can make a good knife for you. How can I trouble you? Banjiu was very happy, but he thought about refusing. It's just a small thing, as the first month's salary, that's it. Yevlet's tone was firm and could not be refused. Yes, thank you, Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove said happily. At night. Yevlet was lying on the bed, and there was something invisible, pulling the quilt over him. It seemed that someone had said something to him, and he smiled and replied, Turtledove is really good, she is very strong, and she is also a swordsman, her hands are very steady, and she is very agile, she is a rare talent. There was some expectation in his voice. What's rare is that she is very humble. Many strong people of this level have their own pride and ideas, but Turtledove is strong on the surface, but in fact she is quite inferior. By the way, she especially loves to dedicate. At first I just did it casually, but I didn't expect to get a big benefit. She will definitely be able to be my magic show assistant. Yevlet's tone was very happy after all. Over the years, he has always envied his peers for having assistant girls, but he didn't, but Turtledove looked very suitable. His magic show will be taken to the next level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The demon girl will officially appear in the next chapter 6 Demon Generals. Chapter 92, Myra Jane, admiration is the feeling farthest from understanding. Hani only has this one, and there is no material, so it can't be top of the line. But Till's material is also quite precious. Akariga was very happy to get this new sword. As a master of kendo, how could he not desire a good sword? The difference between this sword and her previous one in one piece, the previous sword was an ordinary sword, and this sword is a good sword. Pink Rabbit, this is the name she gave to this sword. Yevlet looked at the way Banjia dressed up, with long cherry pink hair and 2 rabbit ears on top of her head. She had a queen-like body, but her hairstyle was very cute. The precious kimono that her master left her was washed and mended by her, and then placed in the depths of the closet. Then she bought some new clothes for herself and Emily. Emily likes to wear light-colored skirts and dress herself cutely. She has white hair and wears fashionable and cute children's clothes, like a little angel who has fallen to earth. Along the way, many children stared at her, and some women were so maternal that they called her cute and wanted to hug her. Banjia bought a new kimono and hung a little white rabbit doll around her waist, which she would pick up and pinch from time to time. Yevlet immediately felt proud. See, assistant. A beautiful lady. I'm not cheap. Tisk. Makao made a jealous sound. Look at him, like a rooster. Wakaba said, I'm afraid he's going to crow soon. Kana took a sip of wine and looked at Myra Jane. She greeted Yevlet and Turtledove with a smile, without showing any displeasure. Kana's eyes were worried and puzzled. Myra Jane, you're not worried at all, what are you thinking? Good morning, Turtledove. Emily, are you used to the dormitory? Myra Jane asked with a smile. Well, it's very comfortable, much more comfortable than where I lived before, and I feel at ease. Turtledove said with a happy face. The environment where she lived before was far inferior to this place. Emily also said, the bed here is so big and soft. I took a bath last night and lay on it, and I fell asleep immediately. That's good. Myra Jane nodded with a smile and looked at Yevlet, but found that he was looking at Gray. Gray was wearing shorts and playing chess with Juvia. Ah, Juvia lost to Gray again. I'm so stupid. Juvia hit her head in annoyance. It doesn't matter. I was just a little bit away from winning. Gray smiled gently. Gray, let me meet you. Natsu suddenly rushed over and knocked Gray away. Then I was so angry. Swish, 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 bang! A spinning wine glass hit the back of the head of the defenseless Alba Green. You two guys. Before Alba Green spoke, Elfman, who was sitting opposite, stood up and joined the fight angrily. The two of them. Yevlet turned his head thoughtfully and whispered to Myra Jane, is there something wrong with your brother? Myra Jane smiled and said, he and Alba Green have been teaming up recently. Alba Green rarely goes to commissions with the Thunder Gods, and Laxus has also allowed it. Damn it! Yevlet hit the table lightly with his fist and said, Elfman got it easy. He turned his head angrily and glanced at Alba Green, who was sitting on a stool with a straight posture, showing a beautiful figure, and then looked at Elfman and whispered, yes, Natsu, kick him hard there. Mirage smiled helplessly, leaned forward slightly, propped his left elbow on the counter, stretched out his right hand, bent his index finger, and flicked Yevlet's ear. Turtledove blinked and looked at Mirage thoughtfully. Ah, Yevlet turned around, what are you doing? Elfman is my brother. If you say something bad about him, at least don't let me hear it. Mirage smiled. Humph. Yevlet snorted and said, a glass of strawberry with ice. The commotion on Natsu's side gradually stopped. The fight ended with Elfman being hammered away and Natsu being knocked down by Lucy's heavy punch. The fight ended and became a fight of words. Natsu and Gray started playing chess and Lucy and Juvia sat next to them. After gaining a slight advantage, Natsu patted Lucy's shoulder proudly and laughed proudly. Lucy looked helpless, but she didn't spoil Natsu's fun and endured it silently. Juvia encouraged Gray, it's okay, Gray-sama, it's just a momentary mistake. I won't lose to that guy Natsu. Gray said. Okay. Myra Jane brought the drinks and asked Turtledove and Emily, what do you want to drink? I have the same as master. Emily said. Please give me a glass of milk. Turtledove said, she was actually more used to drinking some low-concentration alcohol, but she heard that Yevlet couldn't handle alcohol, so she had decided to quit drinking and drink milk instead in the future. Okay. Mylaja nodded and went to prepare. Gilyalu. Gilyalu. The sound of a big and a small drinking a drink. Miraja smiled and looked at Yevlet and Emily. At this time, Emily was sitting on Yevlet's lap obediently, imitating his habit of drinking a drink, and even the frequency of sucking the straw was exactly the same. Ha! Yevlet finished the last sip and made a satisfied sound. Ha! Hiccup. Emily also imitated him, but at the end, she couldn't help but burp, and the little girl suddenly became shy. Yevlet smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, then put her on the ground and walked towards Natsu. The game was about to end, and Gray's victory was no longer a suspense. Natsu was sweating profusely, and Lucy took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, but his attention was on the chessboard, and he didn't care about anything else. Pa! The last piece fell, and it was over. Gray won. Ha ha ha! Gray laughed. Gray-sama is great! Juvia shouted. Damn it! Natsu regretted it. Suddenly. Swish! A foot stepped on the chessboard, disrupting the chess pieces. Yevlet. Gray and Natsu turned their heads to look. Let's go fishing. Yevlet said. Let's go fishing. Natsu shouted immediately, Gray, I will never lose to you again. Hee, then try it. Gray said. And me. Happy shouted. Let's go. The three people and the cat immediately walked out the door. Wait for us. Lucy, Juvia, and Turtledove followed Emily. Miraja was still wiping the cup with a smile. After a long silence, Kana said, 3 idiots. In the evening. Kana saw Miraja walk out of the guild and hurriedly chased after her. Myra! Kana shouted. What's wrong, Kana? Miraja stopped and waited for Kana to catch up with her. Kana came to Miraja and the two walked side by side. Myra, aren't you anxious? Kana couldn't help but said after a little silence. Anxious? Miraja tilted her head slightly. What? It's Turtledove, Kana said, she's very beautiful. Kana had been observing Miraja's expression, but the other party looked normal. Myra Jane smiled and said, she is very beautiful, has a good figure, is a great beauty, and is also very strong. No. Why are you? Looking at Mirajana's calm attitude, Kana felt that she was a bit like the Emperor is not anxious, but her relationship with Myra Jane and Erza is that of close friends since childhood, just like Natsu and Gray, with a deep friendship. After a little hesitation, she said, everyone says that she may be close to the water and get the moon first. After saying that, she immediately added, don't pretend to be natural. I know what kind of person you are. You understand what I mean. Myra Jane still smiled and said, so what? Aren't you worried? Kana said. Why should I worry? Myra Jane asked back. Kana was silent. Kana. Myra Jane said, what do you think of Yevlet? The kind of opinion that comes from the heart. About that. After thinking carefully, Kana said, actually, I'm a little envious. He never worries about the secrets in his heart. He has the ability and means to solve various problems. It seems that he has never been sad, and he can solve any problem by himself. His belief in life is also very firm. He will not be questioned by anyone, it seems. He always walks on the right path. Because he is very smart and powerful, he is a strong man in every sense. Besides, he is easy to satisfy. A strong man who is easy to satisfy feels like he will live a comfortable life. In short, it's enviable. Is that so? Myra Jane nodded and said, admiration. Maybe. Kana nodded. Many people have it. Myra Jane smiled, except Natsu, Gray, Erza, and Laxus. Why? Kana wondered. Because they are as strong and determined as Yevlet. Although Laxus is a little confusing, Laxus is Laxus. They all have a unique heart of a strong man. It seems to be off topic, Kana said. Mirage's words gave her some inspiration, but what does it have to do with the topic they are talking about? Everyone has his own charm, and people with a strong heart will attract more attention from others. Yevlet is the best among them. He is. Mirage smiled and said, it's easy to gain people's trust, even though he is a big liar. It seems so, Kana nodded. Turtledove. Mirage said, she admires Yevlet more than you. Admiration, admiration, this is how Turtledove looks at Yevlet, so what else do I have to worry about? Ah. Kana was confused, she didn't understand what he said. Admiration is the emotion farthest from understanding. Myra Jane explained, if Yevlet doesn't understand his bad taste, he appears to be a very good boy, the type that many girls would like. Smart, young, handsome, rich, and aristocratic. No bad habits, good temper, humorous, can tease girls, can say sweet words, but never play around, and never deceive girls' feelings. Strong, but not arrogant, and does not pursue fame and money excessively. Although he is a little clumsy in terms of emotions, he can be sensitive to other people's emotions, understand people's needs, and distinguish boundaries without excessive concern. Although there are differences in values, he is not bad in nature. He is kind to ordinary people, can take care of children, and is very loving. But he likes to play pranks. Kana said, this point directly made me out of him. Yes, in short, Myra Jane said, Yevlet has never lacked people who admire him. Myra Jane looked into the distance and said calmly, the turtle dove is not special. But he is a boy after all. If you get along with him day and night. Ah, the fruit price has dropped today. Kana was about to say something, but Myra Jane ran to a fruit store. After happily asking the price, she began to pick the fruit. Forget it. Kana sighed, as long as you are sure. She shook her head and left. Myra Jane then stood up, glanced at Kana's back, and then turned back to continue picking fruits. Kana. Even if it was you, I wouldn't tell you. A great magician, standing on the stage, facing everyone's eyes, curious, surprised, yearning, exploring, shocked, worshipping, longing, infatuated. Immature people will get lost because of this, but Yevlet will not. But he is not mature either. There will be a day when he will really grow up. At that time, he will find the only, special look among countless eyes, the look of concern. That look will eventually move the magician's heart and pull him off the stage. Myra Jane chose the fruits, paid, carried the bag, and walked home briskly. Her expression was a relaxed and gentle smile. Yes, 3 pounds. Yevlet's voice came from the front, a loud voice. Myra Jane did not speed up her pace, and still maintained a normal walking speed. Miss Myra Jane. After getting a little closer, Yevlet saw Myra Jane coming towards him, and hurried over, pretending to be casual and said, Miss Myra Jane, did you buy some fruit? Yet. Myra Jane smiled and nodded. She looked at the person in front of her, holding a 3-pound fish in her hand, with a face that pretended to be calm, but couldn't suppress the pride and urgency. Fool! Looking at Yevlet's expression, Myra Jane smiled more, but she didn't take the initiative to speak. Master, wait for us. Emily and Turtle Dove caught up from behind, and Turtle Dove couldn't help smiling. Natsu and Gray were not seen. Myra Jane thought for a while and figured it out. It must be that after catching the fish, Yevlet immediately found an excuse to slip away. As for the reason, Natsu and Gray, especially Happy, must have caught a lot of fish. Therefore, Yevlet would never go back to the town with them. He would definitely run away as soon as he got his catch. Natsu and Gray were not the type to show off after catching a fish. Only Yevlet would get lost in the town with a fish in his hand. After all, it was not easy to catch a fish, and it was so big, 3 pounds. Miss Myra Jane. Turtle Dove and Emily greeted Myra Jane. Hello. Myra Jane said. Yevlet made a slight sound, staring at Myra Jane with his eyes, and raised his hand holding the fish slightly. Myra Jane smiled. Well, Miss Myra Jane, Yevlet said, the fruit you carried is quite heavy, I estimate it to be 3 pounds. No. Myra Jane said with a smile, and Yevlet was about to say something but stopped. He wanted to wait for the other party to agree, and then immediately continued, 3 pounds, that's about the same weight as my fish, you see, this is what I caught with great difficulty, thousands of words of thrilling description omitted here. Yevlet thought for a while and said, the fruit is delicious, right? Hurry up and answer that it is delicious. This way I can say that my fish is very fresh, and the fish from the river is also delicious. I don't know. Myra Jane smiled and shook her head, I just bought it because it was discounted. Yevlet was silent for a few seconds and said, 30% off. No. Myra Jane shook her head, 50% off. Yevlet was silent. If everything is fine, I'll go back first, Mr. Yevlet. Myra Jane said. Wait. Yevlet immediately grabbed Milage's wrist. What? Milage looked at him in confusion. Oh, look, where is the cane in my right hand? Yevlet raised the fish in his hand, the fish he held with his right hand, and the cane he usually held was gone. It's a pity to lose the cane, but don't be too sad, just buy another one. Mileage said with a smile. Myra. Yevlet's voice became very low, and he said dissatisfiedly, bad intentions. Mileage's smile was even stronger than before, and she finally said what Yevlet wanted to hear, and in a very exaggerated voice, wow, this fish is really big, it's not easy to catch it, Mr. Yevlet. Yes, 3 pounds. Yevlet became excited instantly, and then pulled Mileage to give a long speech. Emily listened for a while and said, is it so thrilling? It feels like what Master said is more thrilling than the previous battles. Yes. Turtle Dove nodded. I don't understand why Yevlet was so calm when he was fighting before, but he became so excited after fishing a fish that he seemed like a different person. Turtle Dove looked at Myra Jane. Really? That's amazing. Myra Jane covered her mouth in surprise. Of course, at that time Yevlet started another long speech. Chapter 93, Myra Jane, if you break the agreement, the surname Valier will be erased. A small house with strange decorations and dim lights. Is this really useful? Juvia looked at the unique bottle in her hand, which looked evil, and showed a questioning look. Of course. The mysterious wizard sitting across the table smiled confidently and said, only a few drops are needed to make the other party only look at you with fiery eyes, but the price is a bit expensive, 60,000 J. Juvia hesitated for a moment. This shop looks quite reliable. There are many magic props, all of which are quite practical. Compared with Yevlet's shop, it is much better, after all, his shop rarely sells magic potions with special effects. I'll buy it. Juvia said firmly. Mr. Gray, stop looking at Yevlet, please look at Juvia. Lucy let out a long breath, lying on the table, making a lazy sound, so boring. Then go to work. Myra Jane, who was wiping the dishes, laughed. But Yevlet took Natsu to go fishing again, and Gray. Lucy said. She and Juvia are not very interested in fishing. Even Turtledove would rather stay in Yevlet's shop to read novels these days, and teach Emily some swordsmanship. By the way, Yevlet's swordsmanship is certainly not as good as Turtledove, so he threw the task of teaching in this area to Turtledove. Ever since Yevlet caught a 3-pound fish that day, he has been very excited. Marajana's tone was somewhat helpless. But these days, I heard from Natsu that he has very little catch. He only catches 1 or 2 fish a whole day, and they are not even as big as a palm. Lucy said. Well, Myra Jane laughed, Yevlet really has no talent in this area. This is why he likes fishing. After all, there are few things that can be considered a huge challenge for him, fishing is one of them. Lucy sighed again. Myra Jane put down the plate, walked over and said, then Lucy can do the commissions by herself. There are many commissions that Lucy can complete alone. But it's not good to abandon that guy. Lucy said. Myra Jane laughed and said meaningfully, Lucy, are you going to do commissions with Natsu for the rest of your life? Lucy was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized what Myra Jane meant. She blushed and said, no, Miss Myra, don't say such strange things. Strange? Myra Jane tilted her head slightly, could it be that Lucy will change her partner in the future? Lucy was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Change to Gray? Myra Jane asked. No. Juvia suddenly jumped out and shouted. Lucy was a little speechless and said, no, don't worry. Is that Elfman? Myra Jane asked again. Lucy looked at the commission board where Elfman and Alba Green were discussing which mission to choose. The two stood close to each other, and their backs looked very compatible. She shook her head and said, no. Is that Laxus? I dare not. As soon as Myra Jane said it, Lucy immediately said. So, Myra Jane smiled, there's only Natsu. Lucy was stunned. Isn't there another person? Juvia looked at Myra Jane and said, Yevlet. Myra Jane smiled faintly. I refuse. Lucy said immediately. Myra Jane smiled, Yevlet was rejected. Not really, but it's too dangerous to team up with him. Lucy has been in the guild for a while, and she has a pretty good understanding of Yevlet's personality, just as Myra Jane said, when there is danger, you can rely on him, but when there is no danger, he is the biggest danger. She can't suppress Yevlet, after all, even Erza can't suppress him. I'm afraid no one in this guild can suppress Yevlet. That's right. Myra Jane smiled gently and said, but I don't know what Natsu will think. Lucy was silent. Seeing Lucy's thoughtful look, Myra Jane smiled more and said, do you want to confirm it? Oh, no need. Lucy waved her hands in a panic. What if Natsu said something unexpected? I believe in you. Myra Jane smiled and said, Natsu's answer will definitely satisfy Lucy. This Lucy hesitated. Juvia wants to ask Gray. Myra Jane looked at Juvia. Forget it. Juvia shook her head frantically. She knew herself well. She even felt that Gray would most likely choose Yevlet to form a team. She didn't want to hear this answer. Evening. Lucy walked along the river toward home. Will Natsu choose her as his partner? She didn't know the answer, and didn't even know what answer she should expect. If Natsu said no, how should she face her current entanglement? If Natsu said yes, would it mean? She recalled what Myra Jane said, and the examples of Bisksa and Alba Green. If they continue to be partners, perhaps it will be that kind of ending. Ding ding. The wedding bells rang. She wore a beautiful wedding dress, holding Natsu's arm. Ah! She screamed, interrupting her unwarranted fantasy. Miss Lucy, what happened? The passing boatman asked kindly. Nothing. Lucy said quickly. Must be troubled. The boatman said to his companions, it's about love. Lucy blushed and ran away when she heard this. Ha ha ha! A laugh came from behind. Lucy ran all the way home, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw the lights on at home. Hey, Lucy! Natsu and Happy, who were sitting on the sofa, raised their hands at the same time. Lucy was no longer surprised, and said, you caught a lot of fish again today, right? Yeah. Natsu nodded, I caught 23. I caught 37. Happy said. Where's Yevlet? Lucy asked. Ha ha ha! Happy laughed. Natsu also laughed and said, when that idiot was eating potato chips, the fish was hooked, but he hesitated whether to hold the fishing rod with the hand that grabbed the potato chips, and the fish walked away holding his fishing rod. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Although it's a bit unexpected, it feels reasonable. Lucy was a little speechless. The people in this guild are really idiots in some ways. Snoring. A snoring sound came, and Lucy looked over. Natsu and Happy had already fallen asleep on the sofa. So fast. Lucy complained, but it was also a daily routine. The sleep quality of these two guys was enviable. She found a quilt and covered Natsu and Happy. When she wanted to leave, Natsu grabbed her wrist. Lucy. Natsu said in his sleep, let's go to the commission together. Lucy was stunned. Yevlet went home in a daze. Yevlet. Myra Jane called him. Ah! Miss Myra Jane, good afternoon. There was no smile on Yevlet's face. Myra Jane said, the last thing I promised you has been completely completed. What is it? Yevlet was stunned. It's like wine, but not wine. Myra Jane reminded. Really? Upon hearing this, Yevlet suddenly became excited, grabbed Milage's wrist, and asked anxiously, where? Of course it's at my house, let's go. Milage said. Okay. Milage said as they walked, after all, the production process is similar. Although I used some magic potions to basically remove it, there is still a little bit left. You try it. If you can, I will complete the task. It can't be completed. Yevlet said immediately. He took out a contract and said, after I try it, if there is no problem at all, you can sign this contract. Milajet took the contract, found the keywords, turned around with a smile, and said with a hint of inquiry, long-term transaction. Of course. Yevlet said. How long is it? Milage asked. Yevlet thought about it and said, until I can't even drink water. That's a lifetime. Milage said with a smile. Yevlet was stunned. We're here. Mirage stopped and arrived at her door. She opened the gate and said, Mr. Yevlet, welcome. Excuse me. Yevlet walked in. The things are in the cellar. Mirage took Yevlet into the cellar, and as soon as she entered, she smelled a strong aroma of wine. Yevlet took a deep breath and showed an intoxicated look. Ah, this is the taste of wine. Mirage smiled and said, it's just a drink with the smell of wine. It's wine. Yevlet corrected Zhang Jiajia in a serious tone. Yes, yes, yes. Miraj nodded perfunctorily, took Yevlet to a large barrel and opened it. There was red wine in it. She scooped some and said, try it. Yevlet took a deep breath, made enough mental preparations, and tasted a little. Smacking his lips. It was sweet, similar to the taste of a drink, but with a little bit of flavor. It slightly increased his pleasure. This is the taste of wine. Yevlet sighed with great pleasure, his face full of intoxication. Miraj stopped correcting him. Before, Yevlet was commissioned by a winery owner. Because he completed the task very well and helped the other party a lot, like saving his life and saving his career crisis, the other party gave him a recipe for an unlisted wine-flavored drink to thank him. It smelled like wine, but it was actually a fruit juice drink. After Yevlet got the recipe, he was ecstatic, but when he tried to make it, he looked at his feet and felt that if it was made into a drink, he would not drink it. Can't go down. Then he found Myra Jane. Ah! Myra Jane covered her mouth and laughed. Do you want to drink my foot washing water? Yevlet turned around and left, putting the matter aside. But later, after being ridiculed again and again, Yevlet couldn't stand it anymore and found Myra Jane again. But Myra Jane still said, I'm a little bothered. So the matter was put aside again. It wasn't until the ghost incident that Myra Jane took the initiative to talk about it and agreed. At this time, Myra Jane smiled and asked, so, Mr. Yevlet, what do you think? Perfect. Yevlet said with a sigh. This time it's agreed, but next time you have to pay. Myra Jane said. How much? 100,000 J. Cheap. Yevlet took out a card and accepted it. Contract, add 2 more clauses. Myra Jane said, holding the contract paper. Add what? 1 barrel of 100,000 J, this is a big business, and a long-term source of money. Miraj said, I don't want to lose this business, so I have to add 2 more. Miraj read seriously. The first one, Mr. Yevlet de Lavalier can only trade with Ms. Miraj Strauss forever, and no new trading partners can be added. Don't worry, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Yevlet said, you also have to promise me that you can't leak it out, no one can. This is Yevlet's last shortcoming. It will become one of Yevlet's deepest secrets. Of course, I have a second one. Miraj said. Second, if Mr. Yevlet de Lavalier violates the first agreement, Ms. Milaj Strauss will. Milaj showed a strange smile, which made Yevlet shudder. She said coldly, erase the name Valier. Hey! Suddenly, a cold wind blew, as if a ghost was passing from behind, and even stretched out a cold finger and scratched Yevlet's neck. This is too exaggerated. Yevlet said with some fear, don't joke. Ha ha ha, of course I'm joking. Milaj smiled, and Yevlet breathed a sigh of relief, but heard the other party say with a smile, it will only make Mr. Yevlet immediately reach the state of unable to drink water. Yevlet was silent, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Contract. Milaj tilted his head slightly, are you still signing? I suddenly feel like I'm making a deal with the devil. Yevlet said. Then sign it. Milaj asked. After a moment of silence, Yevlet gritted his teeth, sign. The two signed, and the contract took effect. Magic separated the paper into 2 copies, one for each person. It's getting late. Milaj put away the contract and said, will you have dinner at my house? What are you doing tonight? Yevlet asked curiously. Mapo tofu. Braised pork. Minced pork eggplant, Milaj said. Yevlet said decisively, please let me eat for free. These are his favorites. Yevlet has a wine gourd on his waist. To be honest, with his dressing style, this wine gourd is a bit out of place. But people's attention is not on this little sense of disobedience. Please pay attention. Yevlet. Wine gourd. Early this morning. He came to the guild. Voila! He sat in front of Kana. What are you doing? Kana put down her wine glass. Kana, you look so beautiful today. Yevlet said seriously. Everyone looked at him, wondering what kind of prank he was going to play. Ah, thank you. Kana would not be teased by this guy and her face would turn red. She waved her hand and said, don't get too close to me. Chapter 94, The Riot in the Guild. When he drinks, Yevlet said, he looks very cool and handsome. What are you going to do? Kana looked at him helplessly. Come here to confess to her? Did this guy get drunk with red wine by some ignorant guy this morning? It's not like Yevlet hasn't encountered a similar situation before. Before, Alba Green bought red wine chocolates, and everyone didn't watch him for a while, so he ate too. That day, all the girls in the guild received a year's worth of confessions. Pa! Yevlet put the wine gourd on the table and said, but compared to my cool drinking style, it's still a little bit worse. As he said that, he opened the lid and shook it in front of Kana in a pretentious manner, letting her smell the wine. You guy! Kana was really shocked. This wine gourd is not just for show, it has a strong aroma of wine. Is Yevlet crazy? Although he has been stubborn, even if no one says it, he knows to stay away from all kinds of alcohol. Why is he so angry today? In the eyes of Kana's pupils and everyone's shocked eyes, Yevlet raised the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Red wine, he imitated the knights in the TV series in his previous life, holding the gourd high, with the mouth of the gourd far away from his mouth, and the clear wine fell into his mouth from high in the air, and the wine aroma was overflowing. Everyone opened their mouths wide, even Natsu showed a surprised expression. Love. Happy made a puzzled sound. Hey! The whole guild made a shocked sound. Yevlet drinking, this is comparable to Natsu not getting carsick and Gray not taking off his clothes. Is the world crazy? How is it possible? Kana couldn't believe it, it must be fake. She grabbed the wine gourd and poured it into her mouth. Is it really wine? Kana's hand shook, and the wine gourd fell on the table. Yevlet picked up the wine gourd with a smile, looking lonely at the top, and sighed. Hey! Wine is a good thing, and you can't live without it for 3 meals. As he said this, he poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, swallowed it like drinking boiled water, and then shook the wine gourd and walked towards Natsu. Everyone in the guild was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yevlet's back, their heads turning because of his walking, and their chins couldn't close for a long time. Hey, Natsu, good morning. Yevlet patted Natsu, and then, burp. He burped, causing Natsu's hair to shake slightly. Oh, sorry. Yevlet said quickly, I drank a lot of wine this morning, a little tipsy, a little out of control, please don't mind. Tipsy 2 words, he also emphasized the tone. You guy. Gray snatched Yevlet's wine gourd, poured it into his mouth, and then he froze it was really wine. Gray was as dumbfounded as Kana. Yevlet took the wine gourd from the other party and walked to the counter with a shake. Mirage smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Yevlet has been deceiving everyone. It turns out that he can drink. Of course. Yevlet raised his chin. Mirage said, however, alcohol should be consumed in moderation, so don't drink too much. Yevlet felt that there was something behind Mirage's words. Mirage came closer, and a fragrant breeze came. She said gently, drinking too much will make you feel urgent, and it will affect your taste. Is it a side effect? Yevlet looked at Mirage, who smiled lightly and stood up straight. That's right, it's sugar water after all. Yes. This wine gourd has another secret. It is a magic prop, divided into 2 layers. When Yevlet holds it in his hand, the inner layer will be unlocked and the alcoholic drink brewed by Mirage will be poured out. When Yevlet loosened his hand, anyone who took it would pour out wine. Yevlet put the wine gourd on his waist. The man came to talk to me, but Gray stopped him. He whispered, this guy is very well prepared this time. It will be very difficult to expose him. We must catch him off guard. That's right. Not just Gray. No one believed that what Yevlet drank was wine. Just like one day, Gray came to the guild wearing thick clothes and didn't take off his clothes all day. Everyone must think that Gray was switched. Similarly, Yevlet would never pour wine into his mouth. There is something wrong with the wine gourd. But if he were to expose it now, since he dared to show off like this, he must have a way to deal with it. This guy is not a person who fights unprepared battles. So, we have to find an opportunity. No one spoke. Everyone looked at each other and secretly a tacit understanding was reached. A battle of wits and courage. They just didn't believe that with so many people, they couldn't expose Yevlet's lies. Everyone stared at Yevlet's wine gourd with a firm look in their eyes. There was only one exception. Juvia. She hid in a corner that no one noticed, and her eyes were always fixed on Gray. Mr. Gray. Today is a good opportunity. Mr. Yevlet didn't mention fishing, she had to seize the opportunity. While Gray and Natsu were whispering something, she opened the bottle and took out a few drops of potion. Just look at me, Mr. Gray. Hey! The potion blew towards Gray. Ah, so boring. Natsu shook his head after hearing Gray's plan and walked towards Lucy. Wait, Natsu. Gray chased after him. Oh bad. Because of Gray's movement, the potion that was blown out past Gray and flew into Levi's mouth. One more time. Juvia saw Gray holding Natsu and didn't move, and blew out a few more drops. But suddenly a gust of wind blew, and the potion flew to Makao again. Ah! Juvia was a little anxious and continued to blow. Myra Jane looked at Yevlet in front of her. The corner of this guy's mouth curled up, and it seemed that he had come up with some bad ideas again. Just as she was thinking about this, suddenly a strange taste entered her mouth. Hey! Myra Jane was stunned, and felt a strange emotion rising in her body. A violent emotion. Erza! Myra Jane ran to Erza and shouted, "Let's duel!" Yevlet turned over and jumped behind the counter, moved a stool and sat down. He tilted his body slightly, put his elbow on the table, and supported his wrist with chin, looking at the already chaotic guild. Juvia's potion looks interesting. Yevlet smiled. He came here to show off today, so of course he would turn on all his magic to prevent being attacked by others. But he just happened to catch Juvia's abnormality. At this time, the guild was already in chaos. Because of his interference, Juvia's plan never succeeded. Although Yevlet didn't know what Juvia was going to do, she was holding a strange thing and looking at Gray, which meant that she had made up her mind to deal with Gray. The result was as he expected. Juvia tried again and again, causing most of the guild to drink the potion. Only. You two have unexpected situations, forget it. Yevlet looked at Natsu and Lucy. Lucy was obviously not right today. Natsu pulled Lucy. Gray had just told him a lot about how to expose Yevlet's plan, but Natsu thought that kind of cumbersome plan was too troublesome. He had more important things to do today. What's wrong, Natsu? Lucy blushed, her heart beating fast. Yesterday, Myra Jane said those words to her, and with Bisksa as a precedent, the simple Lucy thought a lot. She is also a girl who longs for love. Last night, Natsu fell asleep and pulled her to talk in his sleep, saying that they wanted to do commissions together. She asked, "Then will you always choose me as your partner?" Unexpectedly, Natsu answered her in a dream. Of course. Of course? Of course what? Of course to be a lifelong partner. If you want to be a lifelong partner, then it can only be. After Natsu fell asleep, Lucy found a magazine she had read before. There were many emotional questions written on it. One of the answers made her blush. The instinctive answer in the dream was the truth without any disguise. So. Natsu was actually to her. Once she thought of this, she became particularly sensitive. Natsu held her hand. His hand was so strong that she couldn't break free, but that strength was used to protect her. Lucy. Natsu looked at Lucy's shy appearance, tilted his head slightly, a little confused, but he remembered his purpose and didn't intend to swallow his words. He said, "Come to the soapberry tree in Nanko Park tonight, I have something important to tell you." Park soapberry tree. Lucy's eyes widened, that's the holy place for confession. Important things. Could it be? Lucy said with a trembling voice, important things refer to. Natsu glanced at Yevlet. He turned his head. He is shy. That Natsu actually. Lucy felt that she was almost suffocating. Natsu turned around and whispered, "After 9 o'clock, you have to come alone." 9 o'clock. It was written in the local magazine of Magnolia that 9 o'clock is the best time to confess, which means long and long. Natsu is going to confess his love to me. Lucy's heart was completely confused. "Remember, you must come," Natsu said solemnly. Yet. Lucy nodded instinctively while she was confused. Natsu left. Lucy followed him out of the guild in a trance. Yevlet let these two people go, because they obviously had more interesting things to do than what they were doing now. Glititsia sinensis? 9 o'clock in the evening? It's really not a good time. Because when he is on vacation, this time is not the time he would choose to go out. If he has nothing to do, he will choose to boil a pot of water to soak his feet at this time. However, Today can be an exception. Almost done. Yevlet looked at Gray. With his help, Juvia finally succeeded in blowing the potion into Gray's mouth. Gray's face changed, and he looked at Juvia seriously. Here it comes. Fiery eyes. Juvia was full of excitement. Gray walked towards her. Come here, Lord Gray. Getting closer and closer. But finally, stopped. The one standing in front of him was Happy. Happy. Gray looked at Happy fiercely and said, You are the guy who can always fly in the sky. Ah. Happy was confused. I am strong, but I can't fly. You are weak, but you can fly. Gray said inexplicably but very angry words. Happy. You are qualified to be my opponent. Let's compete. Flying competition. Ah. Happy was shocked. Gray, what's wrong with you? Happy's eyes widened. Today was so strange. Yevlet can drink. Gray also said such inexplicable words to him. Come compete with me, Happy. Gray grabbed Happy and went upstairs. No, Natsu, come and save me. Happy struggled. But Naz was not in the guild. Harpy was taken to the top floor by Gray and stood on the edge. Hey, Gray, you are kidding. Harpy looked at the street below, it was quite high, and he said anxiously you can't fly at all. You can fly with faith. Gray said firmly. Damn it, why are you looking at Happy, Gray-sama? Juvia hid behind the pillar, wanting to cry but unable to. Is it a potion that can make people angry at something they are obsessed with? Yevlet observed for a while and figured out the effect of this magic potion. But the things everyone is obsessed with are really a bit unexpected. At the entrance of the guild, Erza pointed at the pillar and said angrily, Why do you keep blocking my way? I always want to pass through here straight. It seems that you want to fight me to the death. Erza, I am the one who will fight you to the death. Myra Jane jumped out. Gajeel, stay away from our Rebecca. Two people from the Lane Engine team, Sarasuk and Doral chased Gajeel. But Gajeel searched all the tables and corners in the guild. Fire Dragon, where are you? Come and fight me. Fried, let's see who is the most knowledgeable person in the guild. Levi chased Fried. But Fried rushed to Yevlet and said viciously, Yevlet, you, stay away from Laxus, fight me, and see who is the person Laxus trusts the most. Yevlet put down the camera, looking confused. Elfman. Albagreen shouted angrily, I should be the master of this family. But 500J of pocket money a week is my bottom line, I will never compromise, because I am a man. Elfman also looked serious. Are you two moving too fast? Yevlet gritted his teeth, this guy is moving too fast. The guild is getting more and more chaotic. They have even started fighting. Especially Myra Jane has transformed into the Demon Queen and is going to fight Erza. Snap. Yevlet snapped his fingers and the two fell to the ground. I can't let you two fight. It's fine if others fight, but if these two fight, the guild doesn't need to be repaired, just rebuild it directly. Yevlet controlled the whole scene and suppressed the occurrence of big scenes, but he did not stop the chaos on the scene, but took pictures with relish. Time passed gradually. More and more big scenes were stopped by Yevlet, and the final result was that everyone fell asleep on the ground. Yevlet walked around the people on the ground and came to Milage and Erza, picked them up one by one. Come to the small rest room and put the two on the rest bed. The guild is very quiet. There is nothing fun for Yevlet to stay here, so he walked outside. Bang! A heavy object fell from the sky. It was Gray. He stretched out his big characters, jumped from the top floor, and then hit the ground directly, and his nose was bleeding. Happy, let's compete again. This time, I will never lose to you. Gray stood up excitedly. Yevlet, think of a way quickly. The harpy flew down from above and said anxiously. Take a nap, Gray. Yevlet said. Gray fell to the ground on the spot and fell asleep. Thank you very much. The harpy breathed a sigh of relief and said, What's wrong with everyone? They are so weird. Yevlet looked at Juvia who jumped down from above and said, Juvia, don't play with this strange magic potion. If you want to get the eyes of love, you still have to work hard yourself. I know. Juvia looked at the mess in front of her with regret. Gray will be taken care of by you. Yevlet said. Juvia, who was about to lose hope, looked at Gray lying in front of her, and suddenly became excited again. Sleeping Gray, if she did anything to him. By the way, it's hard for boys to resist knee pillows. Yevlet left a word and left. Back home. Turtledove was busy introducing products to customers. Yevlet didn't disturb her. He came to the backyard, sat on a chair, and watched Emily practice kendo hard. Her body has become stronger and stronger recently, she can run and jump, after all, she is a child, and her recovery ability is very good. Evening. Lucy, wearing beautiful clothes and dressed exquisitely, blushed all the way and came to the agreed place. Natsu was already waiting here. Oh no, oh no. Lucy covered her face chest, feeling like the heart is about to jump out. What should I do? I have never rejected a boy. Does this look like you are going to reject me? Yevlet stood against the tree. Of course, neither of them noticed him at this time. He looked at Lucy's outfit. She was wearing her winning outfit. If Natsu had confessed, it would have been done. But it's a pity that it was Natsu. Tisk. What a slow idiot. Natsu smiled and said, Hey, Lucy, you are finally here. Ah, here it comes. Lucy looked around, panicking. Hurry up. Natsu said. Hurry up? Hurry up what? Lucy was stunned. You didn't want her to agree quickly. But you haven't even said it yet. You're urging her to reply quickly. You're too impatient. Hurry up and give Baru a reply. Call out the song. Natsu said. Lucy froze, her face full of confusion. What did you say? She asked. Barga, your maid spirit. Natsu pointed to the ground and said, call her out quickly, and then open this place. I heard. Natsu said excitedly, it is said that the old man hid all the embarrassing photos of everyone in the guild here. I plan to find the photo of Yevlet. Hehe, Gray and the others are thinking about exposing Yevlet's drinking of fake wine. That kind of thing is difficult to do. Those idiots, Yevlet must have been prepared. Natsu's voice was full of pride. But at this time, Yevlet usually doesn't go out, so hurry up and call Barga out. As long as we find his embarrassing photos, he. Natsu laughed evilly. That's it. Lucy said with a trembling voice. Yeah, don't dawdle, hurry up. Natsu said. You idiot. Lucy threw a desperate right hook and sent Natsu flying. Click. Yevlet took this precious photo with satisfaction. Chapter 95, 6 Demon Generals start. Early in the morning. Lucy came to the guild and found that everyone's face was very serious. Even Yevlet, who had been proud of holding the wine gourd for a few days, was turning the cards in his hand with a blank expression. Turn the cards with the index finger. Lucy heard from Mileage that this was Yevlet's little habit when thinking. Yevlet has many habits that can make people see his mood. For example, when he is angry, he will push his glasses with the ring finger of his left hand, and his palm will cover his facial expression. When he is happy, he will smile with his head tilted slightly, and he will have some bad ideas at this time. According to Lucy's observation, Mileage also has this habitual movement. I don't know who infected whom. When he is happier, he will spin his cane. When he is confident in battle, he will hold his cane with both hands and show a confident smile on his face. There are several situations for turning cards. For example, if he flips it while spinning, it means that he tends to think in a happy state. And like now, he has no expression on his face, but he keeps turning cards. This is his unconscious thinking action and he is thinking about something unpleasant. What happened? Lucy came to the front and saw a line drawing floating in front of her, with many names written on it, connected by lines. Lucy, you came at the right time. Myra Jane said. What's wrong? Lucy asked curiously. There is a task, let me introduce it to you first. Myra Jane said. Look at this picture. Myra Jane pointed to the picture and said, this is the power map of the dark magic world. Liz on the side said, this is what I drew. The task is related to this. Mirage said, Lucy, you know about the Dark Guild and the Dark Wizards, right? Yes. Lucy nodded and said, all members of the regular guilds composed of light wizards who accept formal commissions and are subject to the dual constraints of the Magic Council and the Kingdom regulations will be recorded. And those who accept illegal commissions, are not subject to dual constraints, are expelled from the Magic Council, and are not recorded in the register can be said to be criminals among wizards. They are dark wizards. Even if they kill ordinary people, they will not feel guilty. Such people form dark guilds, which are extremely harmful. Just like the previous Skull Guild, they obeyed the orders of John Ahanida and did many evil things such as human trafficking and illegal imprisonment. That's right. Mirage nodded. In fact, not only our Light Guild has formed an alliance, but the Dark Guild has also formed an alliance called the Balam Alliance. The Balamu Alliance is composed of dozens of subordinate Dark Guilds led by the three most powerful Dark Guilds, the 6 Demon Generals, the Heart of the Devil, and the Gate of Hades. These guilds have always had various evil conspiracies. Lucy, the Iron Forest and the Skull Guild that you dealt with before are all members of it. Hey! Lucy made a surprised sound. That's the subordinate guild of the 6 Demon Generals. Gray said. What does it mean that there are many crosses on it? Lucy asked again, does it mean that it has been solved? Yes. Myra Jane nodded. The soul of the corpse on it was destroyed by the thunder gods not long ago. Juvia and Mr. Gajeel, when they were still ghosts, also solved a lot of dark guilds, and they were all subordinates of the 6 demon generals. Juvia said to Gray with a smile as if asking for credit. It's amazing. Gray nodded. Juvia showed a happy expression. Doesn't that mean we have been attacking the other party's guild? We won't be grudged, right? Lucy recalled the Phantom Guild and said with some fear. The Phantom Guild is still a regular guild after all. Although its actions are also despicable, at least there is a bottom line. But the Dark Guild has no bottom line at all. Don't worry about being grudged. President Makarov said, because we will take the initiative to attack them. Ah! Lucy was stunned. Makarov said with a serious face, I attended the meeting of the council a few days ago, and it has been confirmed that the 6 demon generals are carrying out evil actions. We can't wait for them to complete their plan, so we decided to attack in advance and defeat them. We? Lucy was shocked and said, the 6 demon generals sound very scary. It's not just us, after all, the enemy this time is quite powerful. Makarov said, in order to reduce casualties, this time several powerful guilds will form a joint army. Joint army? Lucy was puzzled. That's right, select members from the 5 major guilds, Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, Snake Princess Scale, Cat Inn, and Ilf, to form a joint army to defeat the 6 demon generals. No way. Lucy suddenly had a bad premonition, thinking of what Myra Jane said just now. You came at the right time, could it be that? Now let me announce the list. Makarov said, Erza. Yeah. Erza nodded. Natsu. I'm excited. Natsu was full of fighting spirit. Gray. Trouble. Gray complained slightly. Lucy. I'm really here. Lucy screamed in fear. Because I recommended it, let's go together, Lucy. Natsu patted Lucy's shoulder and smiled with big buck teeth. You guy. Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. Yevlet. I don't want to go. Yevlet flicked the card away and turned into a black streamer with a few strands of gold and flew back to his palm. Don't be so mad, Yevlet. Makarov frowned and scolded. I know. Yevlet nodded helplessly. Fortunately, Yevlet went too. Lucy felt inexplicably relieved, but... She asked, Yevlet doesn't look very interested. It's rare to see him like this. Well, Gray said with a smile, because this guy's nemesis will also go. Nemesis? Lucy was very confused. Someone who can be called a nemesis must be someone who will make it difficult for Yevlet to deal with. Is there such a person in this world? This makes her very curious. Yes. Gray picked up a newspaper and said, You know her. Lucy looked at the largest page report in the newspaper. It was a picture of a top beauty, and the title next to it was The Elf Goddess Destroyed 3 Dark Guilds in One Night. Of course I know her. Lucy nodded. After joining the guild, she also learned a lot about the magic world. This elf goddess is a wizard with a reputation not inferior to that of the fairy queen Erza. She is not only beautiful, but also has pointed ears like an elf, and her strength is also quite powerful. This person has beaten Yevlet more than once. Gray said. Impossible. Lucy's eyes widened. Yevlet was beaten? I couldn't even imagine it. Even in the battle with the ghosts, he was not injured after defeating President Joseph. When fighting Laxus, it is said that Laxus didn't even touch him and he fell down. In Ahanida town, facing the 7S level wizards, he fought 1 against 2 and could support other battlefields. He was just a little sweaty after the fight. Yevlet was beaten. Lucy couldn't imagine it at all. So she is the nemesis. Gray said. Yevlet took a detour when he saw her. Obviously such a beautiful woman. Lucy looked at the newspaper and was very surprised. Gray. Yevlet's gloomy voice came, is it fun to spread rumors? Gray was speechless and said, you continue to be stubborn, anyway, the truth will be revealed when we meet. I'm not afraid of her. A violent female gorilla, rude and impolite, with elf blood, and demons also have pointy ears. She is obviously a demon, no, a goblin. Yevlet said angrily. Lucy was still a little uncertain, but seeing that Yevlet was rarely broken, she really believed it now. Okay. Makarov interrupted everyone and said, let's get ready and go. Lord Gray, Juvia can't go with you this time. Juvia's eyes were full of tears, you must be careful. Yet. Gray nodded, you must also pay attention when you carry out the commission. Lord Gray is so gentle. Gray's concern made Juvia overjoyed. Yevlet, Erza. Makarov looked at the two of them seriously and said, bring everyone back safely. Yes. The two nodded solemnly. Yevlet's house. Mr. Yevlet, do you really not need me to go with you? Turtle Dove asked. No need. Yevlet shook his head. But the 6 demon generals are not ordinary strong men, they are very dangerous. Mr. Yevlet, you are not good at close combat. Turtle Dove said, I said that I would become your sword and kill all enemies for you. 6 demons. Yevlet tilted his head, thought for a while and said confidently, they can't threaten me yet, don't worry. Okay, please be careful, Emily and I will wait for you at home. Yet. Master, Emily believes in you, and you will definitely catch those bad guys. Emily raised her little fist with trust. Okay. Yevlet pinched her little face. Hurry on the road. Yevlet was in a low mood along the way. This made Lucy was even more curious. What did the elf goddess, who had a great reputation and was as popular as Mileage in the ranking of beauties in the magic world, do to make Yevlet act so autistic? This feeling was a bit like her own. She didn't want to come to such a dangerous thing. The meeting place was in a villa full of girls' dreams and fairy tales. There were peach heart decorations everywhere. This is the villa of Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus. Erza explained. No wonder it's in this style. Gray nodded, with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, obviously unable to accept such a style. Natsu sat on the carpet and adjusted his body condition. Taking the transportation all the way made him suffer a little. Yevlet was still silent. Pop. At this moment, a spotlight was lit on the stairs in front. Lucy looked over and saw 3 men standing inside. Girl. Lucy was stunned. This outfit is really, too similar. Welcome all friends of fairy tale. The 3 of them showed their self-proclaimed handsomeness. They said in unison, we are the members selected by Blue Pegasus. A little yellow-haired boy stood up, posing in a greasy posture and making a greasy voice, I am the Hibiki of the White Knight. A boy said in a cute voice, I am the Evie of the Holy Knight. The last person had bronze skin and deliberately made a low voice, the Lotus of the Sky Knight. So handsome. Lucy was shocked, and the man who called Hibiki is ranked very high in the most wanted boyfriend list in Weekly Sosara. There are often all kinds of strange rankings in Weekly Sosara. The most wanted boyfriend, the most wanted girlfriend, the most beautiful female wizard, etc. By the way, Yevlet has long been in the top 10 of the most wanted boyfriend list. Mirage, the elf goddess, and Erza are also among the top. Albagreen and Juvia are also on the list, but unfortunately Lucy has not been there yet. Maybe she has only been there for a short time and is not active enough. Tisk. Gray made a dissatisfied sound. Lucy turned her head and looked over. Natsu, who was frowning and trying to suppress the urge to vomit, and Gray, who was naked, looked at the others again. There was a feeling. Hey, Lucy sighed. Why did she feel a little inferior to the other side? Fairy Queen, Erza-chan, you are also very beautiful today. Evie knelt on one knee in front of Erza, full of compliments. Lucy was shocked. The lethality of this move was still very powerful for a girl like her. After all, Natsu was always very rude to her in comparison. Please come here. Hibiki pulled Erza to the red sofa on the side and sat down, then knelt on one knee, handed over a towel, and said, you have worked hard on the journey, please use the towel. No need. Erza said coldly. Ibrahimovic pushed another table with water and food on it and said, would you like some water? No. Would you like some cake? No. Elza refused coldly. You are worthy of being the queen. Ibrahimovic said, your cold expression is so cute that I can't help myself. This boy blushed, as if he had fallen for the charm of an older sister. What are you doing? Lucy looked confused. Are they Erza's suitors? Beautiful lady, you deserve the best hospitality. The bronze-skinned Lien appeared behind Lucy in a deep voice and said, by the way, you are so cute. As he spoke, he was about to put his arm around Lucy's waist. Pa! A hand grabbed him. He turned his head and saw a pair of dangerous eyes. Natsu. Lucy's heart trembled and she quickly came behind Natsu. Natsu looked at him coldly. Ah, is it fairy tale, fire dragon Natsu? Lien smiled and said, sorry, I don't like being held by a man's hand. Ka ka ka. Natsu began to exert force, and Lien's hand actually made a crisp sound. Lien took a deep breath and quickly pulled out his hand. He looked at Natsu and asked, what do you mean by this? Natsu didn't say anything, but from his expression, he didn't mind a fight. Stop it. Suddenly, a voice that won the Hayami Award but was particularly greasy sounded. This voice. Lucy shuddered. One night. Erza's face also showed a somewhat uncomfortable expression. She couldn't deal with this person very well. Long time no see, my sweetheart. The room upstairs opened, and a short man in a white suit and a greasy face came out. I was born for you Yi, shining. Natsu suddenly covered his mouth, as if the sequelae of the car ride came again. It smells so good. Yi jumped down the stairs. I'm so lucky, several beautiful ladies came today. Ms. Erza, Miss Lucy, welcome. He said in a greasy voice, and the two over there. He skipped Natsu and Gray, and finally looked around, wondering, hey? Where is that fake gentleman? By the way, where is Yevlet? Lucy turned around, and then she realized that Yevlet was gone. Chapter 96, Yevlet, Cat Dragon. No, don't worry about that guy, just treat him as if he doesn't exist. Gray said. But... Lucy wanted to ask again, but saw Erza shook her head. Lucy didn't understand, and at this time, Yevlet's words rang in her ears, we are in the light, and the 6 demons are in the dark. It's too disadvantageous, so I have to be darker than them. Lucy understood now. Yevlet planned to use his magical characteristics to disappear from the enemy's cognition from the beginning. Think about it, this is indeed his favorite fighting style, and it is also in line with his use of magic. From the beginning of the Iron Forest, to Karna Island, to the Tower of Paradise, to the Phantom, until the incident in Ahanida town not long ago, they never suffered because the enemy hid in the dark. Because they have a Yevlet hiding in the darker place. Sure enough. No matter what task you do, as long as Yevlet follows, you feel very safe. What kind of conspiracy and tricks, can there be a darker heart than Yevlet? No, it will be more. Is he a conspirator? Is he not here? Yi's face darkened for a moment, and then he immediately returned to his sly look, and no one noticed. At the pillar next to him. Yevlet leaned against the pillar, pushed his glasses, and looked at that Yet. Amazing magic. It can completely disguise itself as another person, and even use the other person's magic. He was very curious, could this magic disguise itself as him? If so, could it use fraud magic? Yes, the Yet in front of him was fake. As for who it was, he didn't know. He couldn't remember clearly, he was an ordinary person in his previous life, he was only in his teens when he watched fairy tale, and he was almost 30 when he traveled through time. Except for some particularly important things, he had almost forgotten everything. In short, since it was not one night, but pretending to be one night, it was probably the enemy. The real one night had been sensed by his magic and was unconscious in a toilet cubicle. So Yevlet used magic to deceive the other party, so that even if the other party was on guard against him, they could not grasp his movements. Yevlet was indeed on guard. Before coming, he received news that he must pay attention to a person named Yevlet. This person's magic is very terrible. If fighting alone, I am afraid that any of the 6 demons will not be his opponent. And the most terrible thing is his intelligence collection ability and battlefield command ability. Although the Phantom incident and the Ahanida town incident not long ago were not widely reported in the news, as the dark side, they would naturally pay attention to the newcomers of the light side. Compared to the more famous Fairy Queen, Fire Dragon, and others, these straightforward wizards do not need to be too guarded against, but the insidious Yevlet must be paid special attention to. Has he not come yet? Or has he come? I heard that guy has the ability to deceive people's five senses and guide emotions. Is he already in front of me, but I didn't notice him? Has he seen through my scam? Yi was a little panicked at this time, and felt a sense of horror. At this moment, Yevlet appeared. He walked in from the door, shaking a wine gourd in his hand. He took a sip first and said, "Sorry, I drank a lot of wine. I just went to the bathroom. I shouldn't have missed anything." Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was relieved and continued to play seriously. Yi shouted and rushed towards Erza, "The fragrance is really refreshing." He moved towards Erza's red hair in a very obscene way and made a strange sound, "Don't get close to me." Erza punched out instinctively. Yi was hammered and flew out. Yevlet stepped aside. "Pa!" A hand caught Yi, and then the cold magic leaked, and the ice spread, freezing Yi's big head. Leo. Gray's reaction was particularly excited. The white hair and drooping eyes, the one who came was Gray's senior brother Leo, and his companions. Leo threw Yi out. "Men," Yi said with a strange habit and flew out again. "What are you doing to our big brother? How rude! Men, please go back. We don't need you here." The Blue Pegasus trio was very dissatisfied with Leo's behavior. They admired Yi very much. Of course, there were some private things in their words. "Ah!" Leo looked at them arrogantly. A red-haired beauty came out from behind him. She was dressed gorgeously. She was Leo's admirer Shirley. Shirley said, "There are girls too, but they only stare at me, Leo-sama." Speaking of which, Shirley looked at Lucy and suddenly launched an attack. The carpet suddenly stood up, threw Lucy away, and made her fall on her butt. Shirley then said proudly, "Long time no see, you are still an ugly monster, Lucy. You are so ugly. Don't worry about it." Natsu next to her reached out and pulled her up. Shirley saw this scene. Looking at Natsu, he said, "My lord, Leo is still handsome. You have a bad taste." "What did you say?" Lucy took out a celestial spirit key. On the other side, Yi was still pestering Erza. "Stop, I'll be rude to you if you get any closer." Erza looked at Yi helplessly. "Gray, you've been very active these days. I don't know how much you've grown." Leo said. "Humph, anyway, I'm stronger than you." Gray snorted coldly. "Really?" The two icy magic powers began to collide. "Stop!" Suddenly, a roar came from outside the door. Yevlet turned his head and saw a tall, muscular, bald man standing behind him. A sense of oppression. Young and majestic magic Jura of the Holy Ten. "Mr. Yevlet." "Mr. Jura." Jura nodded slightly to Yevlet, and Yevlet returned the greeting. The two had met several times. Jura admired Yevlet very much, and Yevlet also felt that he was very powerful. Yevlet made way, and Jura walked into the house with a magic wand taller than himself, saying, "Now is not the time for internal strife." Yes. Everyone was still very convinced of this young Saint 10. Jura glanced around and said, "Now we only need people from the cat and elf guilds. I wonder what kind of strong people they will send." But Jura looked at Yevlet and said, "I feel relieved that Mr. Yevlet is here. I will take good care of him next." "You are flattering me." Yevlet smiled modestly. "I heard that the two guilds only sent one person each." Yi said. "The people from the Elf Guild know that it is the elf goddess Tiffany." Gray said. "By the way, elf means elf, right? Is that elf goddess with pointed ears really an elf?" Lucy asked curiously. "Elf is a guild established on the edge of the forest. It is said that all the members are forest elves, and the entire guild uses elf as the surname. But some people say that they are the descendants of demons, just like those people on Garna Island." Gray explained. "It's a demon. Elves are a gentle and peace-loving race. Demons fit the race of that violent gorilla," said Yevlet at the door. Lucy looked at Yevlet. He had a low impression of him. This guild was not a big guild originally, nor was it famous. But in recent years, it has gradually become famous thanks to the rise of their guild's trump card, Tiffany, and has been crowned with the reputation of the Elf Guild. Erza said. "I see, it feels like he will be a very remarkable person." Lucy nodded. At least he is very strong. Erza said. Da-da-da. There were rapid breathing and running sounds outside. A little blue-haired girl ran into the house, but fell flat on her face. Yevlet did not help her or support her. Jellal looked at him in confusion. The little girl got up from the ground and looked at everyone shyly. After adjusting her breathing and emotions, she said, "I'm late, sorry. I'm Wendy, from the Cat Inn. Please give me your advice." "Hey." Everyone was very surprised. "Child. I will try my best." Wendy saw everyone's puzzled eyes and said quickly. "Just this one kid?" Shirley was a little dissatisfied. "What is the cat transformation in thinking about in such an important battle? I'm not alone, and I won't hold everyone back." A cat walked in from the door. Compared to Wendy, who was a little socially anxious, she was very generous and said a little proudly, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiaolulu, Wendy, and I will try our best to help." Happy was stunned. White. Walking on 2 feet. Can talk. Beautiful. Elegant. Wearing beautiful clothes and a little skirt. Female cat. Happy's breathing was stagnant, his face was full of excitement, his eyes were full of heartbeats, and his heart was throbbing. The white cat also saw Harpy, but then turned his head and ignored it. Harpy felt that he was taken down in an instant. Then he mustered up the courage, came to Lucy and knocked on her leg. "What?" Lucy lowered her head and saw Happy said shyly, "Lucy, help me send this fish to the female cat." "Ah!" Lucy immediately laughed evilly, "Did you fall in love with her at first sight? But you have to do this kind of thing yourself." "But I'm embarrassed." Happy rubbed his cat's paws shyly. "There's a relationship," Lucy and Yevlet said at the same time. "You two guys." Happy covered his eyes in shame. "That cat is a little special." Xiaolulu looked at Happy again, which made Happy excited. In an instant, he even thought of what to call the child. "I'm not good at fighting, but Wendy tried hard to prove her value, but I can heal everyone and I can do a lot of auxiliary magic." After that, she summoned up the courage to shout, "Please don't exclude us. There's no need to be so timid, Wendy, you have your own talents." Xiaolulu said. "Assistants at this time," Yevlet smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I am also an assistant." Wendy turned her head look at him. Gentlemanly dress, gentle smile, gentle words. This man looks so trustworthy. It doesn't matter. Support is also very important, even indispensable. As a support, there is no need to belittle yourself. It's good to exert your own strength and help everyone." Yevlet said with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Wendy said quickly. This was a person who expressed goodwill to her, which made her feel a little relieved. "My name is Yevlet." Yevlet said with a smile, "Let's cheer together." "Yes, Mr. Yevlet." "Sorry, Wendy, please don't misunderstand." Erza also said in a gentle tone, "We don't mean anything else, we are just a little surprised, but since you are the representative of the guild, let's cooperate well." "It's the fairy queen, Erza, it's a real person, Xiaolulu, gentler than what you see in the newspaper." Wendy looked at Erza and said with some admiration. "It's much better than expected." Xiaolulu said with her hands on her hips. "Do you pay attention to newspapers?" Happy jumped out and said, "Do you know me? I'm Cat Dragon Happy." "Humph." Xiaolulu turned around and ignored him. "You're so cute when you're shy." Happy covered his mouth, looking like he was taken down. "Obviously I don't want to pay attention to you," Lucy said. "Lucy, you really don't understand women's hearts." Happy sighed. "I am a woman." Lucy was speechless. Cat Dragon Yevlet said with a smile. At this time, Happy didn't care about what the outside world said at all. He looked at Xiaolulu with an obsessed look. "Humph." Xiaolulu turned around again and avoided the front view. "She will definitely be a great beauty in the future. She's cute enough now." The Blue Pegasus trio took Wendy to the sofa on the side and entertained her again. "It seems that I am the last one. Sorry, I am late." Suddenly a woman appeared beside the pillar. Yevlet looked at the person standing in front of him. "This woman, is it intentional?" "Elf goddess." Lucy looked over. "She is tall among women, about the same height as a turtledove. She has a delicate face and is very beautiful. No wonder she can compete with Miss Myra Jane for ranking. Her hair color is very distinctive, with a gradient from white to green, and she combs it into a double ponytail. Sure enough, she has 2 pointed ears like an elf, which is different from ordinary people. The green irises are as emerald green as 2 rare and precious gems. Her skin is fair, and there are no blemishes such as acne marks, moles, and wounds. This is Tiffany Elf. Lucy nodded involuntarily. Such a beautiful girl, is she really as violent as Yevlet said? Tiffany's body tilted slightly, and her hand propped up the pillar. Yevlet's face was gloomy, because the other party's hand just pushed him against the wall. Tiffany's mouth curled up slightly, and she greeted Yevlet at the door, "Mr. Yevlet, long time no see." "Humph." Yevlet snorted coldly and didn't look at her. Tiffany took back her hand and walked towards the crowd. "Miss Tiffany, hello." "Hello, Ms. Erza." Tiffany and Erza are more familiar. Because she and Myra Jane are close friends, and she also knows Erza. "Okay, since everyone is here, let's have a combat meeting," Jura said. "Then let me explain." Ye moved a small stage from somewhere, and he stood on it, posing strange postures, with spotlights around him. Chapter 97, Xiaolulu, don't have strange ideas about Wendy. On the small stage, Yi kept switching strange postures. Everyone was speechless, but they also understood his personality. They knew that persuasion was useless, so they just complained in their hearts. Yi said, "Go north from here, there is a forest called Vast Tree Sea. The ancient wizard sealed a powerful forbidden magic in the forest, which is called Nirvana." Nirvana. Everyone was confused. Iluza said, "I have never heard of magic." Gray affirmed, "But since it is a sealed forbidden magic, it must be very dangerous." Lucy guessed, "It's like Deliera. Anyway, it's a bad thing." Natsu said with a fighting spirit, "We want to defeat those bad guys. Do you know Nirvana?" Habib walked towards the arrogant little white cat Xiaolulu with a fish in his hand, and said flatteringly, "Do you want to eat fish?" "No need." Xiaolulu shook her head coldly, not wanting to pay attention to the other party. "She's so cute when she's shy." Habib's eyes sparkled with stars. "This guy is hopeless." Lucy couldn't help but think in her heart when she saw this scene. "Yes." Yi said, "Even if we don't know why the 6 demon generals want to get Nirvana and what they want to do with Nirvana, we can be sure that a terrible disaster will happen afterwards. Therefore, we have only one goal." Yi smiled and said, "Stop they. We have more than twice as many people as them." Jura said solemnly, "But the 6 demon generals are not weak, so we must be extremely careful. I don't want anyone present to be unable to return to the guild." "Do you have their information?" Erza asked. "Only a part of it." The Blue Pegasus said, "I am an ancient book magician, with the ability to search for information, establish mind links, and transmit information." Shua. A picture was projected. It was a man with dark red hair, followed by a purple venomous snake. "This is the wizard who uses venomous snakes, Cobra, who should have poisonous magic. Be careful of poisoning when fighting him. He looks fierce," Shirley said. "Similar to Natsu." Gray said, "They are both droopy-eyed guys." "What are you talking about?" Natsu was about to get angry. Okay. Lucy hurriedly pulled him. Shua. The second picture appeared. It was a man wearing a tights, goggles, and yellow coxcomb hair. The most distinctive feature was that he had a long and pointed nose. Xiang continued, "Liza, also known as Laser, is a wizard who uses speed magic, as can be seen from the name and combat uniform. Looks a bit annoying." Gray said. "I agree." Leo agreed. Shua. The third picture was a fat man with a red bead necklace around his neck, fluffy brown hair, and sharp features on his face. Heavenly Ahanida AI, who loves money very much, is willing to do anything for money, and is very strong. He once destroyed an army by himself, using earth magic. Looks very strong, and his magic is the same as Mr. Jura's. Erza said. Yes. Jura nodded. He used rock magic from earth magic, which is a magic that hardens and controls the land. Shua. The fourth picture shows a beautiful white-haired girl with short hair and flat bangs. She is wearing a slightly revealing outfit and has not worn a chest armor. There is a strand of hair on her head that is tied into a circle, like the circle on the head of an angel. It is said that he can peek into people's hearts. He should be a wizard with more troublesome magic, Angel. It feels like he is a very strong person. He peeks into people's hearts. I don't want to meet him. Lucy said with some fear. Miss Lucy, maybe sometimes we will meet by chance. Yi said with a smile. I hope it won't be such a coincidence, Lucy said. Shua. The fifth picture shows a man sleeping on a floating magic blanket. He is dressed in a killer style and has a dark and deep makeup. He is sleeping with his head down. Dark night, there is no data on his strength, but he must be very powerful. We must not underestimate him. He is very deep in hiding, maybe he is a very troublesome person. Erza analyzed. The lack of information means that no one who has fought with him survived, which is very scary. Shua. The sixth picture shows a white-haired middle-aged man holding a human skull magic wand and a strange tattoo on his body. There is no information about their commander, Leader Brian. Based on the strength of the other guild, it is not surprising that this man who can intimidate everyone has the power of the Saint 10 level. Jura said seriously. Saint 10, Gray said with some emotion, what a powerful enemy. Why, you are not Gray. Natsu laughed. How is it possible? It's not like I haven't fought Saint 10 before. Gray said. Everyone looked at the group of fairy tale and nodded in agreement. Not long ago, they defeated the Phantom Ruler and Joseph of the 10th Saint. Ahanida town also made a big splash. An entire dark guild was overturned, and those guys were at least S level or above. A full 7 people attacked, but they were still defeated by them. At that time, the lineup of fairy tale only had 2 S levels, Erza and Laxus. Although we always laugh at them how many things they destroyed and how many complaints they received, we must admit that the strength of fairy tale is indeed very strong. Xiang said, therefore, we must not be careless. Each of them must have the strength to destroy a guild alone. So. Xiang no longer looked frivolous. He said very seriously, we must work together to defeat them while minimizing casualties. Yevlet, who was leaning against the pillar, pushed his glasses. Reduce casualties. When I watched the animation in my previous life, it seemed that this sentence was not repeatedly emphasized. However, in real wizard battles, death and disability are very common. Not every mission is a joke. When encountering an enemy, it is over after knocking out the opponent or being knocked out by the opponent. Failure. It is not even a failure, but just an accident, just a carelessness. You will die. So, everyone has to be careful. However, he told Wendy that he was a support, and he was not wrong. It's just 6 demons, and it can't scare him. There is no strong man who can target his magic. He can assist his friends throughout the whole process. Injury is inevitable, but there will definitely be no death. Xiang said, we have inferred their temporary nest through the existing intelligence, which is here in the forest. A picture appeared. Everyone looked at the terrain in the picture, remembered this location, and they could find the enemy's nest. If we are lucky, Yi said, I hope they can all gather in the nest. Do you have any countermeasures? Erza asked. Yi stretched out his hand, pointed to the sky, and said confidently, when the time comes, we can use the Pegasus that our guild is proud of on the continent Christina, to directly shoot down the magic cannon, and when they all gather together, we can kill them all with one shot. If that's the case, it would be great. Lien said. It feels so official. Lucy was panicked. The pre-war preparations made her feel that the enemy this time was not trivial. The enemy this time is very difficult. Jura said with a serious face, lowered his voice, and said in a very cautious tone, finally, I want to emphasize again that everyone must not go alone. When encountering the enemy, you must trust each other and cooperate with each other. You must not act on impulse, especially facing the enemy alone. It's terrible. Lucy was panicking. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Lucy, just do your best. Yevlet comforted. Yes, with Yevlet here, at least you won't be killed. Lucy relaxed when she thought of Yevlet as a guarantee. Whether it was the battle with the ghost or the battle in Ahanida town, Yevlet's support and life-saving ability left a deep impression on Lucy. Okay, get ready. You may encounter the enemy at any time after leaving this door. Yi said. I'm burning. Natsu's fist was on fire. Let's go. Jura said. Boom! Natsu ran out first. Natsu, slow down. Lucy shouted, and hurriedly chased after him. Everyone also ran quickly. Only Yevlet, Tiffany, Yi, Jura, Happy, Wendy and Xiaolulu stayed where they were. Wendy looked scared, even Xiaolulu's comfort was useless. After all, she was a novice out of the village, and it was normal to be nervous when she came up to fight a nearly full-level boss. Don't worry, I will protect you. Happy hurriedly showed. But Xiaolulu didn't even look at him. Wendy. Yevlet said with a smile, don't worry, I will always be by your side to protect you. Mr. Yevlet. Wendy looked at Yevlet very moved. Hey, you guy. Xiaolulu immediately opened her hands, blocked between Yevlet and Wendy, looked at him very vigilantly and said, don't have any strange ideas about Wendy. Yevlet was confused. Ha ha ha, Lolita. Tiffany patted Yevlet's shoulder and laughed. Yevlet walked away from her with disdain. Xiaolulu, don't say such things, it's very rude. I think Mr. Yevlet is obviously a very good person. Wendy said. You are too naive and don't know the dangers of the outside world. Xiaolulu said. Xiaolulu obviously hasn't seen much of the outside world. Wendy complained in a low voice. Xiaolulu was a little angry, but she still faced Yevlet and warned, just cooperate normally, don't be attentive to Wendy, I will keep an eye on you. Haha, I will help you keep an eye on you, but don't worry. Tiffany smiled and said, although this guy is not a good person, he dare not attack other girls. Yevlet was silent. Okay, they have gone a long way, let's catch up quickly. Xiaolulu pulled Wendy and ran. Watching the short Xiaolulu pulling Wendy to run, the little girl had to bend over to run. Yevlet was worried that this difficult posture would cause Wendy to fall again. However, Wendy, who has the ability to heal, does not have to worry about this minor injury. Wait for me. Happy chased after him. By the way, why did your guild participate in this battle? Yevlet looked at Tiffany. Tiffany looked at Yi and Jura. Yevlet said, it has been blocked. I came to fight the 6 demons this time just by chance. I have a more important task, tracking down a force. Tiffany said. What force? We don't know either, but I heard that they are cooperating with the 6 demons, so you have to be careful. The enemy this time is not just the 6 demons. Why didn't you say it just now? Because there are enemies present, right? Tiffany said. Okay. Yevlet stopped talking. Boom. Tiffany jumped suddenly and flew dozens of meters away, then quickly caught up with the main force. I'm leaving too. Yevlet said, and then ran away. Only Yi and Jura were left. Mr. Yi, let's go too. Jura said. Wait, Mr. Jura. Yi said, I heard that you are one of the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land, right? That's right. Jura admitted generously, neither modest nor proud. Then, can your strength match that of President Makarov or President Joseph? Yi asked curiously. No. Jura shook his head honestly, the title of the 10 holy mages is decided by the council, and strength is a very important reference. I am just the last one. Even if I have the same title of the 10 holy mages, my strength is still far inferior to that of President Makarov and President Joseph. Oh, Yi nodded, if that's the case, then I feel relieved. Jura frowned slightly, and suddenly a bad feeling surged in his heart. He was about to cast magic immediately, at least to protect himself first. But an irresistible stench rushed into his nasal cavity. He immediately felt his whole body limp, lost his fighting power, and could not mobilize his magic. Plop! Jura fell to the ground, looking at Yi's back with a shocked face. If President Makarov and President Joseph were really that powerful, I would be the one in danger. However, I am still very grateful for your honesty. Yi turned around with a smile, holding an opened bottle of perfume in his hand. You are not Yi, who are you? Jura roared angrily. Thunderbolt. Yi's voice became sharp and childish, with a smug smile on his face. He opened another bottle of perfume. Jura screamed, as if he was whipped by countless whips. This is a perfume that stimulates the pain of the whole body and causes severe pain throughout the body. Yi said proudly. Bang! The tortured Jura fell heavily to the ground, and it seemed that he had lost his fighting power. Bang! Yi's body exploded into white smoke. 2 creatures that looked the same, like blue puppets, appeared. Thunderbolt. The 2 creatures said mockingly. Although they are strong, they are just so-so. You have no brains at all, you are really useless. That guy Yevlet loses his fighting power when he sees a woman. Even this man called Saint Ten is a fool, and he was taken down so easily. Chapter 98, Yevlet, I am a man who aspires to be a hero. Damn it! Jellal lay on the ground, squeezing the soil with both hands. Day. A woman appeared in front of him. Angel. Jellal looked at the person who appeared in front of him. One of the 6 demon generals, codename Angel. Angel sighed and said, it's really surprising that 2 strong men were eliminated so easily. Angel raised his hand and said, the information has been obtained, so it's over. Seeing that he was about to launch an attack. Boom. A terrifying magic power burst out from Jura's body. A person who can become one of the 10 saints is not a simple person. Forget it. Angel's eyelids twitched, and he left with his hands behind his back. She didn't dare to do it. Before, she didn't kill Yevlet because she was afraid that he would fight back and ruin the plan. Now she attacked the stronger Jura. Judging from this terrifying magic, she could easily be taken away by the other party's burst before death. Forget it. The original plan didn't require her to get rid of the 2 people, so there was no need to sacrifice her life for loyalty. Jura breathed a sigh of relief and began to adjust her state. Will the little white rabbit really not jump out when fighting with such clothes? Yevlet walked beside Angel, pinching his chin, very curious. Of course he wouldn't really leave. Since entering the villa, he has been using the substitute to act, and the real him has been observing the enemy who has mixed into the team. This is the star spirit. Yevlet looked at the 2 small creatures flying around Angel. He could reach out and grab Angel's key and beat her up. But there was no need. He planned to follow the other party to the 6 demons' lair and infect everyone with magic. Of course, he would not fight alone. After planting enough magic seeds in the enemy and making sure that the enemy could kneel in seconds, he would give the opportunity to fight to Natsu and others. It was still the same words: the strength of the guild is not the strength of one person. It is useless for him to take this experience value. People like Natsu who rely on fighting to improve their strength need this battle. As Natsu and others ran, the sky darkened and a huge shadow enveloped everyone. Everyone looked up, except for the blue Pegasus. Everyone showed shocked eyes. Magic explosive boat Christina, such a huge magic. Erza couldn't help but say. That's the legendary Pegasus. Gray said in shock. Good, so handsome. Natsu's eyes were shining with stars. Just when everyone was shocked by Pegasus's handsomeness, something even more shocking happened. Pegasus suddenly exploded. Boom. The huge explosion directly destroyed Pegasus. Thick smoke billowed, and Pegasus fell from the sky. Christina! The blue Pegasus trio exclaimed. What happened? Lucy was shocked. It's the enemy. Erza reacted immediately, change clothes, skywheel armor. Rock chain. Tiffany stretched out her hand, and the rocks on the ground turned into 2 chains, which she held in her hand. A strong wind blew away the sand and the smoke. 3 enemies gradually appeared in the wind and sand. Dark red hair, followed by a purple-scaled venomous snake cobra. Wearing a tights, yellow coxcomb hair, long and pointed nose Lissa. Holding a human head skull magic wand, the leader Brian. They are the 6 demon generals. Lucy looked at them warily, but why are there only 3 of them? 3 people are enough. Brian raised his head slightly, looking very proud. No matter how many of you there are, since you have come to my door, I don't need to bother looking for you. Natsu said excitedly. Boom. Flames burst out. That's right. Gray followed. So slow, Lisa said with disdain. In an instant, he appeared between Natsu and Gray. What? The 2 were shocked and quickly defended. Boom boom. Lissa kicked each of them and sent them flying. So fast. Lucy exclaimed. Boom, a green magic sent Lucy flying. It was Brian who did it. Damn it. Leo and Shirley were about to act. Too slow, too slow. Lisa appeared again in an instant and kicked them down one by one. Boom boom boom. Then came Brian's magic bombardment. Stop. Erza rushed towards Brian. Your opponent is me, the fairy queen. Cobra stood in front of Erza and said proudly, I heard the sound of the sword shaking. Swish swish swish. Erza didn't say anything, but controlled a dozen long swords to fly towards Cobra, and at the same time she also slashed with a sword. Cobra moved his feet lightly and dodged all the long swords, then he stepped forward and intercepted Erza's attack first. Not good. Erza quickly retreated, trying to get out of Cobra's attack range. I already knew it. Cobra's movements were always faster than Erza's. Before Erza had time to retreat, he had already kicked out. Boom! Erza took the kick. On the other side. Plop! All three of the blue Pegasus were taken down. Oh, it's bad, Xiaolulu. Wendy, who was hiding behind the stone, was frightened and her face turned pale. Asshole! Natsu and Gray adjusted their status and returned to the battlefield. Boom! But Brian intercepted them. Fairy Queen? You're also slow. Lisa also rushed up. Seeing that Erza was going to fight two alone. Blocking Flood Whip. Tiffany swung the rock chain far away and smashed it hard on both sides of Erza. Boom! Two huge cracks appeared on the ground. Cobra and Lisa retreated in time and were not attacked, but they still broke out in a cold sweat when they saw the two deep ravines suddenly appearing in front of them. It is said that the elf goddess looks like a cute girl, but her actual fighting style is rough. Today I have seen it. This power is simply too terrifying. Boom! Tiffany jumped dozens of meters and stepped into Erza's battlefield. She looked like an elf in a fairy tale, but her fighting style did not show that she was light and graceful, let alone using a bow and arrow. She carried two rock chains and smashed them at Cobra. Erza turned around and dealt with Lisa. I have to admit that your power is very terrifying. Cobra said calmly without panic, but I heard all your movements. He dodged the rock chain sideways, and the strong wind made his coat rustle. Hat. Tiffany sneered and said, then try to dodge this. Boom! Tiffany's speed of swinging the rock chain suddenly increased, like two strips of cloth twisted and swung wildly in the wind. The key is that the power is not reduced, and every time it hits the ground, it can make a deep gully. Cobra was sweating profusely. With this power, ordinary people will be disabled if they are not killed, and he might have to expose his true body. Even if he exposes his true body, he can't take many hits. Can't delay. He focused his attention, avoided the attack, and kept approaching Tiffany. He is a venomous snake, good at finding the flaw and killing with one blow. On the other side. Although Lisa is fast, Erza is not just any ordinary person and will not be easily defeated by him. It's just that the opponent's speed is really annoying. Why haven't Mr. Yi and Mr. Jura caught up yet? Erza was very confused. The speed of those two strong men couldn't be so slow. Of course, she didn't say Yevlet's name. They won't catch up. They have been killed. Lisa said. What? Erza was shocked for a moment, but reacted immediately. Impossible. Not to mention that Yi and Jura are extremely powerful, not to mention Yevlet. That guy didn't say anything, which means he was not at the scene at all, so he could only be on Jura's side. Since Yevlet is there, those two people can't be killed. But she didn't say this. Erza guessed half right. Yi and Jura didn't die. But Yevlet was not on their side. He had followed Angel to the lair of the 6 demons. But as soon as he approached, he frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Why were there so many people? In Yevlet's perception, there were more than 50 people in the lair of the 6 demons. The average strength, judging from the speed of his magic infection, he was definitely not a small fry, but also a middle-level guild, and some of them were even elites. It was an ambush. Yevlet turned and ran without hesitation. Angel returned to the lair of the 6 demons. Seeing a hunchbacked old man in a black robe, he had a third eye on his forehead, and there were traces of sutures on both corners of his eyes, and they were even red and swollen. It seemed that he had just had surgery not long ago. The old man withdrew his gaze from the outside and sighed. How is it? Angel asked. It's a pity that the plan failed. The other party was too cautious. They almost stepped into the range of the barrier. The old man shook his head and said, he is worthy of being the one who wiped out the 2 elite teams B59 and B87 by himself. Is that guy really as scary as you said? Angel frowned. This old man is their collaborator. A powerful force from the north with a large number of personnel, there are many scientific researchers and many powerful magicians. They originally relied on themselves to find a way to break the seal of Nirvana. But not long ago, these people found them and said they wanted to cooperate. Otherwise, even if they opened Nirvana, they would not have the opportunity to use it. The Guild of Light would definitely send strong men to stop them, and they would not have enough time. This group of people can provide information and technology on Nirvana, and can even help break the seal and fight unconditionally. But there is only one condition, that is to participate in decision-making. Leader Brian relied on his own strength. Although there were several strong men in this group, there was still a big gap compared to him, so Brian agreed. After that, after learning the intelligence from the coalition army, the old man was extremely excited and arranged many plans. In fact, it can be said that it was a strict plan against a man named Yevlet. The first plan. According to Yevlet's magic characteristics, Angel's infiltration will definitely fail. But according to Yevlet's personal character, he will definitely not catch Angel on the spot, the old man said proudly. This guy is very confident in his magic. He has approached the enemy's lair without scruples in several battles, from Garna Island to Phantom Ghost. So, he will definitely follow Angel to the lair of the 6 demons. This is their chance. As long as he dares to approach, he will activate the barrier, and then add their updated magnetic field sensing technology to completely crack his magic. One wave of siege can kill him. Only by killing Yevlet can the subsequent plan succeed. Of course, the old man wanted to capture Yevlet alive and then brainwash him into their man, which would maximize the benefits. But the 6 demons all thought that the old man was making a fuss. How could a person who was not very famous and could not even become an S-class wizard be treated like this? This series of calculations would be enough to deal with anyone in the 10 saints. Haha, isn't it scary? The old man laughed at Angel sarcastically. Do you know that he was less than 2 meters away from you just now? What? Angel was startled and looked around instinctively. If he wants to, just draw the knife, you won't be able to react at all, and he will chop off your head. When the old man said this, Angel was sweating profusely, and she was terrified. She didn't believe that the other party would be so bold to follow her. Even if he really dared to follow her, he should be far away from her, so she was very relaxed, but when she said that, within 2 meters of her, hiss. So, it's really a terrible magic. I said. Gudong Angel swallowed and said, then that guy didn't do anything to me all the way. Like an invisible man, he walked around him all the way. She is a beautiful girl. I always feel that it's terrifying to think about it. Then I don't know. The old man shook his head and said, I'm going to start the second plan. On the other side. Seeing that Erza quickly adapted to the rhythm, Lisa's pressure became greater. And Cobra also approached Tiffany. The distance is enough. Take action. Cobra rushed to Tiffany. The fangs of the poisonous dragon. The poisonous mist condensed into a huge snake mouth and bit Tiffany. At the same time, the purple poisonous snake also drilled out from Cobra's armpit. This combination of skills was so insidious and vicious that it was hard to defend against. But Tiffany scratched her palm with her nails, and the blood turned into red lines, wrapped around her fist and arm, like a boxer's handband. She punched out. Destruction Forest Fire Fist. Boom. The terrifying power was accompanied by a strong wind. The poisonous mist was blown away directly. Cobra and the poisonous snake couldn't even stabilize their bodies in the strong wind and were blown away directly. A wave of insidious attacks was resolved. On Erza's side, Lisa was also sweating profusely and couldn't stand the pressure. Fortunately at this critical moment, Wendy screamed, and was suddenly caught by a green magic hand. Wendy. Xiaolulu and Happy reached out to grab Wendy, but they didn't catch her. Retreat! Brian shouted, Eternal Dark Rondo. Boom boom boom. A large number of magic attacks fell like a rainstorm, causing smoke and dust to rise. Boom. Tiffany smashed the smoke and dust with a punch, and saw Brian and others leaving with Wendy. Stop! Tiffany and Erza hurriedly chased after them. Self-disciplined collapse magic circle. Brian waved his hand down, and strange magic patterns appeared on the ground. Boom! The earth suddenly shattered. Erza and Tiffany missed a step and fell off the cliff. Brian took out a handful of stones and threw them towards the land behind him. These stones were mixed with ordinary stones and were difficult to detect. Then, they left quickly. The 6 demons' lair. Mr. Brian. The hunchbacked old man greeted Brian and others when he saw them coming back. Brian looked around and saw no signs of fighting. He frowned and said, Did your plan fail? The first one did fail. The hunchbacked old man admitted generously. The second plan. Brian said. It is impossible to fail. The hunchbacked old man said firmly, the moment Nirvana is unsealed, it has the power to exchange light and darkness. People with weak minds will directly change their personalities. And we have the technology to concentrate this power. When Nirvana is opened, our equipment can be like a convex lens, concentrating all the forbidden magic power on Yevlet. In that case, even if he has a strong mind, his personality will definitely be changed. He, the hunchbacked old man smiled sinisterly and complacently. Such a child of destiny is too upright, too cautious, and too humble. If our organization can get him and his magic, he. I hope that person is really as valuable as you said. Brian said. This is the Sky Dragon Slayer wizard. The hunchbacked old man looked at Wendy in Brian's hand. That's right. Brian nodded and said, she can treat Jellal. Our technology can also treat him. The hunchbacked old man said, why bother with this? No need. Brian refused coldly. Let these sinister guys treat him? I'm afraid that after the treatment, Jellal will no longer belong to him. But don't you want to see it with your own eyes? The hunchbacked old man said, the moment when the miracle happens. Are you ready? Brian said in surprise. Of course, we are a very efficient team. However, you are the head coach of our cooperation, and you should be the one to unlock the seal. The hunchbacked old man handed over a remote control. Buzz. A picture appeared in front of him. It was Natsu and others. In the picture, Ichia and Jura, who had recovered slightly from their injuries, had already come to meet up. Where is that Yevlet? Brian said. This is a magnetic field radar. The hunchbacked old man pointed to an instrument, and a red dot appeared on the instrument screen. They probably didn't expect that we would set up an ambush where we fought with them. The hunchbacked old man said proudly, this is the charm of magnetic field magic. Brian recalled the handful of stones he had thrown before. Those were magic props used to feed back magnetic field information. On the screen, the red dot kept approaching. Then it met with a group of green dots. Press it, Mr. Brian. The hunchbacked old man smiled and said, let his companions witness his rebirth. Okay. Brian pressed the remote control. Boom. The sky shook and a terrifying magical force broke out. However, multiple huge magic circles appeared in the sky. Directly refracted this magical force in a certain direction. Meeting place. Everyone looked at the terrifying magic power that broke out in the distance in shock. How could it be so fast? Yaya couldn't believe it. Oh no, Nirvana has been solved. Jura was also shocked. What will happen if Nirvana is solved? Lucy asked in horror. What is that? Suddenly, everyone discovered that the magic power of Nirvana was refracted by the huge magic circle that suddenly appeared, and turned into a huge light column mixed with white and black, rushing straight towards everyone. Get out of the way! Erza shouted. Yevlet. Tiffany instantly appeared in an empty place. Of course, it was not an empty place. That was where Yevlet was. Idiot! Seeing Tiffany standing in front of him, Yevlet was very anxious. This kind of magic power, if he was hit, he had a trump card that would not die, but Tiffany would definitely die. Red line lock. Tiffany scratched her wrist with her nails, and the red blood turned into a lot of red lines. She controlled the red line, wanted to weave a red thread ball to resist the attack. But it was too late. Snap! At the critical moment, Yevlet kicked Tiffany away, and he had no time to use defensive magic. Boom! Yevlet was hit by the magic head-on. Mike! Yevlet shouted. Yevlet, don't worry, this magic doesn't hurt. The gentle and pleasant voice of the queen sounded in Yevlet's ears. ZZ. The light column gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. Everyone looked in that direction in shock, and only then realized that it was Yevlet who was hit by the light column just now. However, he seemed to be uninjured. It was just that he was standing there in a daze, which made people very worried. Yevlet Erza almost rolled and crawled over, but when she got close, she didn't dare to reach out and touch him, fearing that if she touched him lightly, Yevlet would turn into flying ash and disappear. Are you okay? Erza asked in a trembling voice. Yevlet was silent and did not answer. Of course he will be fine and will not be injured. At this time, a microphone bird flew in the sky, a magical creature with the same body as a microphone but with wings. It landed in front of everyone. The hunchbacked old man's proud voice came. We meet again, Mr. Yevlet. Last time, you killed me before I could tell you my name, but now and even later, I have a lot of time to tell you my name. Who are you? Everyone looked at him vigilantly. Natsu asked angrily, "What did you do to Yevlet?" "Just a simple guidance." The hunchbacked old man said, "Nirvana can reverse darkness and light at the moment of unlocking the seal, making originally upright people evil and originally evil people upright." So, listening to the proud words of this enemy, everyone looked at Yevlet in disbelief. Could it be? Lucy was too horrified to say the result. "That's right," the hunchbacked old man said proudly, "he has completely endured the forbidden magic of Nirvana. Yevlet, the light wizard of the Light Guild, your companion will join the darkness and become my companion in the future." "Yevlet." Tiffany grabbed Yevlet's wrist and said anxiously, "You idiot, that troublesome nature will never change so easily. If you dare to betray us, I will definitely tell Miss Milaja, we will chase you to the ends of the earth and will never let you go." Snap! Yevlet shook off Tiffany's hand. He finally reacted. "Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" He laughed loudly, grabbed his glasses and crushed them. Then he reached out and wiped his hair. He raised his head, with a confident and arrogant smile on his face. This is not the familiar smile of Yevlet. Seeing his arrogant action, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Darkness! Yevlet instantly appeared in front of the microphone bird and crushed it with one foot. "Are you humiliating me?" Yevlet said arrogantly. Everyone was confused. How could I, who firmly believe in light, join the darkness? I, Yevlet de Lavalier. I am the guardian of light. I am a man who yearns to be a hero. Yevlet's face was full of integrity, justice, and even a kind of heroism. Everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't this Yevlet too? A little sunny? Ha ha ha! Yevlet laughed. "My companions, don't worry. Just 6 little demons, I'll knock them all down. They dared to take away a girl as cute as Wendy. They are not human. The longer the night, the more trouble there is. I'll kill them and rescue Wendy. I'll go." Boom! Yevlet stomped his foot hard, and flew off the cliff violently like Tiffany. Then he threw out 2 cards, stuck them on his back, and held Teal in his hand, switching to the jet bomb nest. Whoosh! 3 gusts of wind, 3 times the speed. He was like a fighter plane, cutting through the sky at a very fast speed. Ha 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 ha! It's so refreshing. I was such a fool before. Such a powerful body, but you don't even know how to use it. Laziness is the enemy of progress. Ha ha ha! Listening to the crazy laughter in the distance that gradually became smaller and disappeared. Everyone was silent. Yevlet Lucy trembled in her voice. Actually, it wasn't a dark personality before. Chapter 99, Yevlet, come and taste the iron fist of justice. Boom boom! The shaking of the earth made it impossible for people to stand still. But what made people's legs even weaker was that they could only watch their companions become strangers, and then go to face the enemy alone. A huge city rose from the forest, and long iron legs like dragons spread out in all directions. Yevlet! Natsu roared, "Jump off the cliff! He wants to save his friends. Let's go!" Erza shouted, and everyone followed. Everyone in Fairy Tale did not hesitate at all, even Lucy, who was no longer afraid, but full of determination. Although she has only been in the guild for a short time, but when she first joined the guild, the man smiled gently and held out his hand to her. "Miss Lucy, please follow me." Then he led her through the chaotic battle, although it was later proved that those were all illusions. When fighting with the Iron Forest Guild and encountering danger, the man appeared in time to defeat the enemy, and then taught her seriously, "Don't take it lightly on the battlefield." Although this guy took a picture of her shameful side. When her father commissioned the ghost to forcibly take her away, thus triggering a guild war, the man encouraged her, "One person's courage will make everyone braver, and everyone's courage can give one person the courage to surpass their previous self, so miracles can be created." In that battle, Yevlet saved everyone's life, including her, who was saved several times. In the Tower of Paradise. In the town of Ahanida. "Yevlet," Lucy said firmly, "this time, it's our turn to protect you." Seeing that the members of Fairy Tale had already caught up, Jura said, "The 6 demon generals are powerful. Even I don't have the confidence to face 2 people at the same time. We should save Yevlet immediately." Yi said, "I think so too, and we are here to defeat the 6 demons." Everyone nodded and rushed to the 6 demons' lair. The 6 demons' lair. Everyone was confused. Ha 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 ha! Cobra suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, "Is this your technology? I didn't expect it." The hunchbacked old man sighed. He never thought that Yevlet, who was in the Guild of Light, was actually dominated by darkness in his heart. This is simply unimaginable. People with bright hearts will definitely not tolerate evil people doing evil things, so it is difficult for upright and kind people to survive in the dark magic world. People with dark hearts are mostly unscrupulous, and it should be difficult for them to survive in the Light Guild. However, after this Nirvana fight, how come this person seems to have become a good person? I can't figure it out. Human nature is really complicated. The hunchbacked old man sighed and completely admitted defeat. However, this is just the midterm exam, and there will be a final exam next. The whole thing is not over yet. He looked at Brian and said, "It's a good thing that he came to us. We just took him down." Yet. Brian nodded, "I want to see how terrible that guy is that he makes you so afraid." Plop! Brian threw Wendy on the ground and said, "Take her to save Gerald." Several people grabbed Wendy and went to the room. Last time, Jellal was beaten up by Natsu and Gray, and his injuries have not healed. After being kidnapped by Brian, he fought again to resist Brian, causing his body functions to almost collapse. In order to retain this powerful fighting force, Brian had to seal it with magic props to maintain its basic life characteristics, but he could not treat its injuries. He could not just find someone to treat it, otherwise it would easily leave hidden injuries. If the strength was greatly reduced, all the hard work would be in vain. Later, these collaborators proposed to save Jellal, but he did not agree, fearing that the other party would leave a secret door and take away Jellal's control. These guys are better at brainwashing than him. He finally brainwashed Jellal again, but the other party must have the ability to cover it. Until he knew that there was a healing Sky Dragon Slayer in the coalition army, he made up his mind to ask Wendy to heal Jellal. Let this powerful fighting force of the Saint level 10 be used by him. Het. What Yevlet? He and Gerald are two standard Saint 10 fighters, and there are several S-level subordinates. If he dares to come over, he will die. Let's join the army. Brian ordered. Understood. The wizard holding the sickle showed a ferocious smile. He is Eligary, who has long wanted to avenge the previous revenge. Many dark wizards followed him to stop the coalition army. Bad guys! There was a loud shout outside. Come and taste the iron fist of justice. Yevlet had arrived. Of course, he did not lose his memory and remembered that there was a barrier nearby, but he still rushed in and flew quickly towards the place with the most people in his perception. He the hunchbacked old man laughed, "If we can capture him alive, we should capture him alive." After speaking, he clapped his hands. Buzz! The huge multiple barriers that had been prepared long ago enveloped the entire city. Boom! Several buildings were blown down. Yevlet landed like a superhero. He looked up and saw many enemies, with an arrogant look, without any fear. Hey! He saw the hunchbacked old man. Wasn't he dead? This was the old man who had opened the barrier and forced him to fight on Karna Island. He was beaten to death. I didn't expect him to be alive. He had a third eye on his forehead. He didn't have it before. This was a new transplant. Could it be that? Mr. Yevlet. The hunchbacked old man smiled and said, "Go UP, I lost to you in one round. But I won't lose to you again this time. Remember my name is..." Before the old man finished speaking, he was suddenly startled and stepped back. Shua! A full moon-like knife light brushed past the old man's nose. The 6 demons and others were stunned. When did the other party appear in front of them? Triple barrier. The old man waved his hand quickly, and the triple barrier was formed, blocking himself and Yevlet. "I'm not interested in knowing your name at all." Yevlet slashed his knife horizontally, and the triple barrier was chopped like tofu. This hastily made small barrier only served as a shield. How could it block Hani's blade? Shua! The extremely fast Lisa instantly appeared behind Yevlet, kicked him out, and mocked, "So slow. You are also worthy of playing with senses in front of me?" Yevlet saw through the opponent's tricks at a glance. He turned around and kicked with a high leg, so fast that no one could see clearly. How is it possible? Lisa couldn't react at all. He didn't expect that Yevlet would not be affected by his magic, and his kicking speed was faster than his. Boom! Lisa's head was kicked directly by Yevlet, and he flew backwards with blood spurting out of his mouth and nose, as if he was hit by a speeding truck. Then, he smashed into the wall like a spinning badminton, and his body fell limply. Although he didn't die, he had no fighting power for the time being. One move in 1 second. At this time, Cobra, who followed, was confused, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Poison Dragon's Fangs. The poisonous mist formed a giant snake mouth to attack Yevlet, but it only broke the phantom. I heard your voice. Kebra dodged sideways, and the full moon's blade slashed down from his side. Then, Yevlet appeared on his left side, holding a gun in his hand and pointing it at him. What did you hear? Yevlet asked. Kebra saw the black muzzle of the gun pointing at his temple, and he had heard the other party's voice. This guy will definitely retreat to the back, so I will shoot him from behind. Kebra dodged directly to the front, but suddenly there was a sharp pain in his right abdomen. Yevlet was actually on his right. Boom! Kebra was blown away, but as a dragon slayer, he would not be killed instantly like Lisa. Dragon slayer? Resistant to attack. Yevlet said arrogantly, good hearing? SHHH. Suddenly, a mixed noise beyond human tolerance appeared and entered Cobra's ears. Ah! Cobra screamed, holding his head, fell to the ground, and rolled in pain. So far, only a few seconds have passed. Brian, Head AI, Dark Knight, Angel, and others were stunned. 2 people fell down? Boom! Except for Angel, the magic power of the 3 people exploded. Yevlet's strength exceeded their expectations. No more watching the show. 7-layer barrier. The light of the magic circle flashed in the old man's hand. Not good. He had just trapped Yevlet in the barrier, but immediately exclaimed and continued to flee. Do you also have the ability to observe magnetic fields? That's why you can capture my true body. But your speed is too slow. Yevlet appeared beside the old man and slashed with a knife. This time, the old man did not use the barrier to block him at all. He decisively ran for his life because he saw that Yevlet's knife could not be blocked. Puff! Although he was slow, he ran in time. Yevlet's knife only cut off his right hand, which he did not have time to retract. Why don't you make a move? The old man was anxious. Swamp? He made a move, and the first thing he did was arrange magic, turning the earth into a swamp, trying to trap Yevlet. The rhythm is too slow, you are a group attack, hurry up, faster. Yevlet seemed to have entered the deadly rhythm mode of ADC. His battle did not stop at all, crazy dodging and attacking. Less than 0.3 seconds after Head AI made his move, almost close to the limit of human reaction, he had already used Teal to switch the jet bomb nest and let himself fly away from the swamp area. Ha ha ha. This body obviously has a super strong fighting talent. Real-time strategic thinking, reaction speed, and combat experience close to the maximum level. But, I was too lazy in the past, too lazy to fight, too lazy to use my full strength. I even hate sweating, and hate the feeling of being wet and sticky after a fierce battle. Yevlet took out a card and changed his clothes with one click, changing into a martial arts uniform. Burying such a powerful body in vain. Sweating, hot blood. This is youth. Let's get crazy. Dark Knight made his move, pain spiral. The space twisted into a spiral, and a huge sense of pain came. Ha ha ha. Yevlet cut through the magic with a knife and said, not enough, this is not enough. Eternal Dark Rondo. Brian made a move. Activity Plaza. Head AI also made a move. Boom boom boom. There were many wizards, all bombarding Yevlet. Boom boom boom. The terrifying magic riot shook the whole city. Did you solve him? Angel said with some fear. No one can survive such a group magic bombardment. Brian said. Sure enough. Unexpectedly, the old man shouted in surprise, I guessed right, it's a demon, he is the most special existence, the existence that signed the original demon. Hey! The smoke and dust were swept away. Yevlet was unharmed. Everyone widened their eyes, it was hard to believe. This kind of magic bombardment, even if Makarov was here, would be blown to pieces. How could he be unharmed? What is that on your body? Brian suddenly discovered something unusual. Yevlet's skin was much whiter than before, as if he had applied some kind of powder. Scale powder. Yevlet tilted his head slightly, it's the blessing of the goddess. After that, he said, Mike, let's go all out. Yevlet, a gentle sister's voice sounded in his ears, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, please trust me without reservation. Scale Angel! Yevlet shouted. Shua! 2 black tentacles like brushes grew on his head, a pair of triangular wings grew behind him, like moth wings. The last time I used this state was 7 years ago. Yevlet's skin became whiter and whiter, and his body was completely covered with a kind of white scale powder. Complete connection, sharing of life and magic. The old man exclaimed, the legendary realm, something that only our Holy Father can do. You know a lot. Yevlet looked at him. Boom. The next second, he rushed towards him. Stop him. The old man retreated quickly, shouting, he is sharing the power of an original demon. That is definitely not a state we can defeat. Only if we completely break his magic and let the demon show up, we can fight. How can they hear it? Yevlet laughed sarcastically and stabbed again. Boom. Just as he was about to kill the old man, Yevlet was suddenly blasted away by several magics. Brian and others attacked brazenly. Although they could not see or hear, Yevlet did not restrain his magic fluctuations at this time. They also captured Yevlet's movements through a short period of magic perception. It doesn't hurt. Yevlet flapped his wings and stabilized his body in the air. Boom boom boom. All the magic attacks came. Yevlet closed his wings. Boom. He was blown out of the building and fell back into the air, but he was still unharmed after spreading his wings. Everyone took a deep breath. This defense was too amazing. It hurts, Yevlet. Ian cried, but I will still protect you. Sorry, Maiko. Yevlet heard Maiko's cry, calmed down a little, and said, the battle will be over soon, just bear with it. It's okay, Yevlet, although it hurts, but I'm very happy. Ian cried with joy, I like the feeling of hugging you. Boom. Yevlet rushed back again. This time, the old man didn't need to say anything. Brian, Het Ai, and Dark Knight were in the front, and there were many wizards to assist. Boom boom boom. The earth shook. Angel swallowed his saliva and carefully withdrew from the battlefield. It's terrible. She covered her chest, still in shock, I dare not participate in this kind of battle. She thought about running away. Ah, I almost forgot about you. A devilish voice sounded in her ears. Boom, the next second, Angel was blown away. She flew far away, slapped flat on the ground, and fainted. Hurry up. The old man also withdrew from the battlefield, urging his men. Magnetic induction enhancer, how much progress is there? Captain, there are still 10 seconds. The men answered him. 10 seconds. The old man glanced at the fierce battle in the distance, and his 3 eyes showed excitement. He will see it soon. The most powerful creation in the world, the original demon. That is not comparable to the demon created by Jellal. That is a natural, original demon. That is the power of nature. 7-6. He and his men counted down together. 2. 1. Buzz. The magnetic field enhancer started. It can enhance the old man's magnetic field sensing ability. I can see it, I can see it. The old man looked at Yevlet with 3 eyes, feeling that his observation ability was improving rapidly. I saw it. Twisted in abnormal magnetic field. It's clearer, 2 meters tall. It appeared vaguely white, it looked like a female demon. I saw it clearly. The old man was stunned. He saw it clearly. Behind Yevlet, stood a demon whose body was mostly white. Chapter 100, Things Behind Yevlet. This is a humanoid demon, basically a beautiful girl, but retaining some demonic features. It can be called Demon Girl, or Moth Girl. 2 meters tall, the overall color is white. The skin is delicate, and it is dazzlingly white in the sun. A good figure, with a convex front and a curved back, and a slender and soft waist. The face is beautiful, close to the features of Eastern European beauties, and the facial features are 3-dimensional and delicate. White hair, like a waterfall, hanging down to the waist. 2 black antennae on the top of the head, like brushes, stand up like rabbit ears, adding a bit of cuteness. The wings of the moth turned into 2 layers of dresses. The inner layer is a close-fitting white hip skirt that completely outlines the body curve. The outer layer is a translucent long skirt, which is luxurious and light. Through the long skirt, you can vaguely see the beautiful curves outlined by the hip skirt, and you can also see 2 perfect long legs. Wearing white high-heeled boots, the top is fluffy, wrapping the calves. There are 4 arms, all wearing fluffy arm sleeves. Originally, she was crying while rubbing her tears, because Yevlet used the scale angel state. In this state, she will cover the surface of Yevlet's body with her own scale powder, making him enter a state of almost invincible defense, in fact, sharing her defense and life. However, although it will not hurt, it will hurt. Although it will hurt, as long as Yevlet needs it, she will cry while protecting Yevlet without reservation. It's not Yevlet's fault. It's all her fault. She is the most useless demon. She hates fighting and is even afraid of being noticed. So, she couldn't help Yevlet when he was fighting, she could only protect Yevlet from damage. Suddenly, her tentacles trembled. She raised her tearful face and looked at the hunchbacked old man. They looked at each other. In an instant, her black eyes turned blood red. Except Yevlet. She didn't want to be seen by anyone. An unknown panic broke out. Boom. In an instant, she appeared in front of the old man and punched him. The old man was terrified, but he had no time to dodge. The speed of this demon was far beyond the reach of ordinary people, and Yevlet was far behind. Boom. One punch directly cleared a fan-shaped area with a radius of 1,000 meters, and everything in this area was wiped out. Brian and others were dumbfounded. What happened? Ha ha ha, why are you courting death? Yevlet laughed. Woo, Yevlet. Myko ran back crying, saying sadly, I was seen by them. It doesn't matter, they are dead. Yevlet comforted. Woo. Myko covered his face and cried, I was seen again. These people are good or bad? Why do they always want to see me? Because you represent the ultimate of magic. Yevlet said. Myko is a special demon. Compared to most demons, she is not actively aggressive. She is a shy demon. Before meeting Yevlet, she had been avoiding humans and living alone. When Yevlet was 8 years old, he met Myko. Myko was passively triggered and wanted to kill Yevlet with one punch, just like he treated other people. Fortunately, Yevlet's magical characteristics allowed him to survive several rounds under Myko's hands. And he took the opportunity to talk to Myko, and then fooled this powerful and simple demon and signed a contract with him. The content of the contract is very simple. 1. Yevlet can never abandon Myko. 2. Yevlet must use magic to hide Myko. 3. Yevlet must take Myko to send off the devil. 4. Myko can never abandon Yevlet. 5. Myko cannot fight for Yevlet, she hates fighting. 6. Myko can do anything for Yevlet, housework, cooking, etc. Myko also likes to do these things. Then, after Yevlet and Myko's research, he developed the Deep Realm magic state. Mirage Deep Realm. Yevlet's deception magic has always been manifested in deceiving others' 5 senses. This is a magic that can be felt and easily broken. Self-cognition is deceived, and it is completely confident that one layer of deception can be removed. This is the use of Mirage. Just like Mirage, it is a magic that tends to express. The Deep Realm is a magic that incorporates Myko's magic and tends to be non-expressive. Compared to this is more like an illusion. It is similar to Myko using his magic to form a mirror on his body, and then Yevlet shines magic on the mirror and reflects it out, reaching the realm of unbreakable. Then, all those who look in Myko's direction can only see the scenery reflected from somewhere else, or Yevlet's deception. He cannot see Myko, nor will he realize the truth, and Yevlet never reminds others that there is a man following him. Only if you have a good relationship with Yevlet and get along with him for a long time, and have a pair of eyes that are good at observation and a heart that dares to think, can you guess some truth. In fact, many people in the guild know that Yevlet has an assistant, but they have never seen it. After all, Yevlet often exposes himself in the guild. For example, not long ago, when Lucy just joined the guild, Natsu arrived at the guild with her and then fought with the people in the guild. They were deceived by Yevlet in this fight. When the deception was broken, all the tables, chairs, and benches were piled in the corners around the guild. Moving so many tables and chairs, of course, it would not be Yevlet, a lazy person, who did it, but Myko. Later, when the president failed to jump to the second floor, it was Myko who caught him. He just deceived a little and led everyone to associate it with him, so as to ignore Myko's existence. Yevlet's deception magic never has the ability to interfere in reality, so all the actual interference is done by Myko. She is the magician's invisible assistant, the best, gentlest and most patient assistant, and she will meet all of Yevlet's requirements. Because she is a simple demon, so simple that she doesn't even know her past. She doesn't know how she was born, nor how long she lived. Anyway, she experienced an era with many dragons, and she was so scared that she hid in a cave for many years. She didn't come out until the dragons disappeared for a long time, and soon after, she met Yevlet. Of course, her soon is probably not what most people think, because she has no concept of time. Later, Yevlet consulted a lot of information based on the information she provided, and finally roughly understood her origins. There are only a few pieces of information about her origin, which are incomplete and cannot be guaranteed to be authentic. At an unknown time, at least in the Age of Dragons, there was a magician named Incomplete Name who studied taboos in order to pursue the truth of magic. Later, she felt that she could not pursue the truth with her limited life, so she turned her body into alchemy and turned herself into a demon. It is said that she has reached the ultimate of magic and then received a mission from God. Once it is completed, she can enter the kingdom of God. That's all the information. The last paragraph is more of a guess. However, Maiko really seems to have such a mission. There is a clause in the contract that Yevlet must help Maiko to send off the demon. Of course, this is not mandatory, after all, demons are usually very strong, so she would rather violate the contract than want Yevlet to get into trouble. As for demons, Maiko said, demons are aggregates that absorb a lot of natural magic. To humans, they are uncontrollable natural disasters, to nature, they are thieves who steal natural magic. Therefore, Maiko wants to send off the demons and restore their magic to harmless natural magic. 7 years ago, when Yevlet entered the Scale Angel state for the first time, he killed a sleeping demon. Maiko removed the hardest bone in the other's body and instinctively used alchemy to create the extremely sharp honey in his hand with Yevlet. This seems to confirm the information Maiko may really be a powerful wizard who explored the truth of magic and then transformed himself, but something must have gone wrong, especially when it comes to gods, so he lost his memory. Of course, there is a price to be the ultimate in magic. Black Dragon, Jellal, all of them are like this. Let's go back to the present. When someone sees her, she kills him, which is almost passive for Maiko. But after killing someone, she feels wronged like a little girl who stepped on a new shoe. If it were normal times, Yevlet would surely comfort her gently. But now they are fighting. And he is still enjoying the battle. Yes. Enjoying. After comforting Maiko lightly, he turned his attention back to the battle. At this time, Brian and others were all numb. What exactly happened? That collaborator and his research team disappeared in an instant? What did he see? Is there really a powerful and terrifying demon behind Yevlet? This seems to have been confirmed. Then why fight? Even if you beat Yevlet, you will still be killed by the demon. Why are the attacks so weak? Yevlet couldn't stand their hesitation and fear. Since we are fighting, don't hesitate. Let's shed sweat and blood to our heart's content. Yevlet rushed towards Brian and others. In the room, Wendy was threatened by several wizards. She looked at the sealed blue-haired man in front of her. Jellal. Her benefactor. But Wendy shook her head and cried, I'm sorry, Jellal, I can't save you for now. What did you say? Cure Jellal quickly. Didn't you say he was your savior? You actually let your savior die. Several wizards were anxious. Wendy was she said firmly, I know. You asked me to save Jellal so that he could fight Mr. Yevlet. I will never allow this to happen. Because they are both gentle people. Mr. Yevlet fought against you bad guys alone to save me. I can't cure Jellal and let him fight with Mr. Yevlet. If so, no matter who gets hurt, I will be primarily responsible. Wendy understood it very well. Once Jellal is cured, he will most likely be controlled by this group of people, and then do something Jellal himself doesn't want to do, fighting with Yevlet. At that time, whether Jellal killed Yevlet or Yevlet killed Jellal, they were all innocent and forced, and the one who made the big mistake was her. You stinky girl, you're looking for death. A magician's hand glowed with magic. Wendy was so scared that her face turned pale, but she still didn't give in. I'm sorry, Jellal. I don't have the ability to make things better. I can only prevent things from getting worse. Kaka. Just then, the door next to him was pushed open. A hunchbacked old man walked in. He was full of relief. Fortunately, he always kept a hand, otherwise he would be in trouble today. It's a pity that the last clone stand was used here. This is his last life. However, it's all worth it. After gaining these intelligence, when he returns to the organization and reports to the Holy Father, he will definitely be rewarded with a lot of research funds and materials, and will be allowed to reorganize the team. At that time, he can make a comeback. He looked at everyone and smiled. Before leaving, let me provide a little help to Mr. Brian. He took out a constantly jumping meatball and threw it to Jellal. The meatball covered Jellal's body and was gradually absorbed by him. Under the city, Elza and others are fighting against the Dark Guild under the 6 demons. Watch out, Fairy Queen! Suddenly, an enemy jumped out from the ground, holding a weapon, and slashed at Erza's neck. Erza just wanted to dodge, but suddenly, everything went dark. Bang crack! The sound of something heavy hitting something and causing it to break. Erza! A familiar voice sounded behind her. Erza regained her sight, and she turned her head in surprise to see a one-eyed man knocking down the enemy with a stick. Simon! It was Simon who rescued Erza. Erza was shocked and surprised. Because she had heard before that the Magic Council's army escorting Jellal and Simon was attacked. Jellal and Simon were missing, which made her very worried, but she didn't expect to meet Simon here. Why are you here? Erza asked. Simon explained, when Jellal and I were taken to the council, we were attacked by the Dark Mage. Jellal was taken away and I was seriously injured. After I recovered from my injuries, I followed the clues and finally found this place. Elza. Simon said seriously, it was the 6 demon generals who kidnapped Jellal. What? Erza was shocked. She looked up at the city and said in shock, could it be that Jellal? Most likely he is up there. Oh no, Yevlet. Erza reacted suddenly and shouted, Yevlet is in danger, and Jellal is up there too. If he cooperates with the other leader, he will be at least as powerful as 2 saints. Let's go save Yevlet. Everyone heard it. They were also very worried. Ha ha ha, your companion? He must have been killed a long time ago. Elgari laughed. Shut up! Gray shouted, Ice Cannon! Fire Dragon's Iron Fist! The 2 attacked at the same time, and Elgari was unable to block it and was directly knocked away. Yevlet, wait for us! Gray looked up at the city above, his eyes showing worry.